Simulacrum is you have to get the Simulacrum shards from doing Delirium, and then it's a special dungeon that has a shitload of monsters and really crazy loot. Oh, nice. I am turning the live stream on right now. Well, I'm going to move this channel into the live stream thing, if that's cool. All right. That's correct. You are first. Good morning. Morning. I hope you're doing good this morning. I got some fun stuff. Live stream. Oh, man. Oh, sweet. Look at that. You guys are literally forming a line. But yeah, welcome everybody. Welcome to the stream. I'm your host, Stream Tom, and today we were like a little bit too late today. That's okay. Sometimes it happens. I'd like that to never happen, but that's where we are. That being said, we're going to explore a couple different things. One of the things I wanted to explore today was the Saga. I don't know where you get it or who you talk to. Probably these guys that say Saga above their heads. But I wanted to explore them. So we'll be doing an epic Fables of the Feywild Saga today. I find it interesting that it's called an epic Fables of the Feywild Saga when clearly all these quests are legendary, so I don't know what the heck that's about. Also, I apologize if I sound a little tired, but that's because I'm not tired, congested. I wake up congested every day, so that's kind of just the life that I lead. So I'm trying to sort that one out. I just received a very interesting question from Seth, who says, is it worth committing my life to a stable career, or would it be better to explore until you find something you enjoy? That's an interesting question. Here's what I would say. I think it depends on essentially sort of what you have right now and also your level of commitment to something. So if you say to yourself, you know, I have a stable career right now, and you don't feel comfortable about finding something else because you have a habit or a history of not being able to commit to new ideas, or not being able to commit to new jobs, or not being able to commit to new things, then it might be difficult for you to search for new ideas because you might find a whole bunch of things that seem interesting, but you can't actually follow through with. And on top of that, it's also important to look at, you know, kind of your foundation. Foundation of any life that you lead is always going to be led by, you know, your experience of doing, excuse me, your experience of, you know, going and having new jobs and meeting new people and stuff. And if you're going to attempt to, say, find and do something you enjoy, the foundation really that matters is, do you have somewhere safe to stay? Do you have enough money to keep yourself afloat? So I would say that in general, it's important to find things that you enjoy, but also at the same time, the majority of people, the end goal is finding a job that you kind of don't really hate so you can do all the other things you want to do in your life. You know, it's important to find joy in the job that you have, but no matter what you do, there's going to be aspects about your work or the things that you do that you don't like. You know, you can live in the dream house. You close your eyes and it's exactly the way you want it, but you still have to vacuum that house. There's you know, and if it's huge, you still have to think about that. So, I would say, examine your foundation and your track record and your personal history. And if you feel like you have a good track record of being able to commit to different ideas, whether that is committing to a school schedule, committing to a maybe potentially a strict regimen, and also an unsure regimen, and being able to say no to wants and desires and fun activities in terms of in a search of work, then I'd say yeah. One of the things that you hear all the time is that, or people say all the time, is like, oh, you know, you gotta go to school early, because if you don't, it's gonna be too late. Or you gotta find your career early, because if you don't, it's gonna be too late. And that's not true. It's very helpful to have these things figured out and stabilized early, but there are lots of people out there who are able to be successful and find jobs and to go to school for a second time when they're in their 40s and change their career and do something totally different. And lots of people change career multiple times over their lives. So it's never too late. But what matters, as I said, is if you want to try to dip your hands into something new and say, you know what, I don't want to work in this office anymore. I'm going to be a carny. That's cool, but just consider what it is you're doing with that, you know? God, I'm so congested. Anyway, we're going to do some Feywild here. That should be good. I hope that answered your question. And that helped you out. If it didn't, I don't know what to tell you. But that's pretty much my advice. As I said, it's never too late to try something new. But just examine what you have and also your personal history. You know, like I had a friend of mine who wanted to go back to school, and because they never finished their degree, and they really, really wanted to go back to school. But the problem is the reason that they never finished their degree was because they ran into issues with their level of ability to commit to school, because they had a large desire to essentially just, you know, not so much they didn't, they had the inability to focus on that type of task because they just found it challenging. And so instead of recognizing that they had difficulties with that and try to find a different avenue or a different way to do it, they just said, no, it's in the future now and I can do this. And then ended up disappointing themselves when they, like, you know, got knocked down again, instead of trying to find a new avenue and saying, oh, maybe there's a different way I can do this. Maybe there's a different way I can earn this same quantity of thing, and getting advice from, like, a counselor or something. Any type of institution will be able to help you with that. I see the lag hasn't gone away at all. Has it been bad yesterday? Oh, right. Yeah, do you want to do some Feywild? Do, like, the first few quests that are just out here? These ones. Viscount Xavier, Bitter Spine Palace, Hunting Grounds. Brush up the Revelers. Go here. So we'll do Feywild, R4s. That seems good enough. Two of us. And the first quest is, what's Viscount Xavier's estate called? Make Believe? I think it's called Make Believe. Yes, Featherfall where I wasn't wanted, exactly. I have not noticed what the lag is supposed to be like, but I have noticed that there is lag still existing in this game, so that's always cool and exciting. Yeah, there's a lot of different opportunities to find all sorts of crazy things. Like I said, you shouldn't just hard commit and say, oh, I can or I can't do this thing, without either both A, giving it a try, or considering all of the possibilities of you getting into that area. It's like, you never know if you can do a job until you do it. So there's nothing wrong with giving something a try if you want. Besides, there's tons of opportunities for people to like intern or do other things. You can also learn about stuff. And also, people love talking about their jobs. So if you go into like a particular field of like study, and you're like, I want to know if I want to learn about this thing, you could probably send like an expert an email and be like, hey, can you teach me how to do this thing? And they'll just probably say like, yeah, whatever.
Red caps guards the gate ahead. It's strange that a noble of the summer court would retain
Sweet,
those
I bluffed him.
violent,
I didn't even know I could do that.
unpredictable creatures as servants. The sprawling courtyard seems deserted.
I definitely don't know anybody that sets off fireworks for a living.
What can I do for you,
Oh right, I don't need to
Savior?
talk to her till I have the apple yet.
Found inside.
But yeah, no, absolutely. It's a complicated field to figure out what it is you want to do with your life. I have made quite a risk here by saying, hey, you know what? I'm going to be an online entertainer. I'm going to do all of this stuff because there's kind of no coming back, but I'm doing this with the full knowledge that I have like 2 or 3 different places of work that enjoyed the work that I did in the past, and I have good relationships and contacts with those kinds of people. Dozens. So I've got relationships and contacts with people, and I have a solid foundation for myself financially, so I can take this risk because I feel comfortable about if the worst case scenario happens where nothing works out, I still have fallbacks and I will still be able to be successful as a person. But yeah, so that's kind of what I would say is that, you know, you got to make sure you know what it is you want to do, or at least have an idea, and then also ensure that you have a way to, you know, in case things go bad, have a backup plan. You posted a bunch of Sphere of Souls.
A curious tree stands here by itself. A single, brilliantly red apple hangs from one of its branches.
Here we go. Thank you,
The
tree.
itself seems to sigh.
Everyone always
to
attacks the
finish
tree.
song.
I just use perform and sing a
Its
song for it, and then the tree gives me the apple willingly.
The apple drops at your feet. What can I do for you, Outlander? What can I do for you, Outlander? Lady Whitelily has requested that you find her
What
a
can I
snack.
do for you,
A
Outlander?
frivolous request, it
My
seems.
part
Perfect.
in this story is
In the
done.
Feywild, small promises.
I always
lead
forget the
to
dialogue chain to go through to talk to
strange
her.
Consequences.
But yeah, setting off fireworks could be a fun job. Maybe. Could be. Might also be a very dangerous job. That's also something important to think about. Sweet, I did it. Oh my god. Oh, did we get the token? Yeah, we did get the token. Okay, perfect.
The tower is a true friend. None may.
This is one of the reasons why I like to get up at like an hour before my live stream, because every day when I wake up I'm like so congested and stuff for some reason. Not every day, but like this week. Other weeks I haven't been.
As you reach for the door, a swirling torrent of snowflakes envelops you. Yet
I don't think I have the
you
stats to do any of the diplomacy or stuff to these guys, but we'll see.
a peculiar dog guards this door all by itself.
Good morning! How are you doing today? Have I tried generic remedies? Yes, I've tried. Wait, is that, unless that's something weird that I'm not sure of.
Wait you in this room. One of them holds up a hand to hail you. strangers.
So maybe I'm not sure exactly what specifically generic remedies are. I guess that generic remedies is not very specific, but... Yeah, you can't freaking stun these guys because they're mark of law. But like, yeah, I take meds, different poultices and potions to ensure my survival. Yes. Yeah, no, I take stuff to make myself feel better. It just takes time. Like, because I find that those pills, they go into my body, and then they give me, like, you know, an easy hour before I'm, like, ready to actually tackle the day and do something. Mercy! Sorry, buddy. There's no mercy here. Three things from too hot to handle, 3 things from killing time? Holy macaroni. That sounds like you've got a lot of killing time and a lot of, you know, well, just in general, a lot of raids. Okay. I didn't expect that guy to do 2,000 damage to me, because he was the only one that was unfrozen. That's an interesting problem. Vance. I can be raised.
Quest
Thank you.
completed.
I've got a meeting shortly. I'll be lurking.
Oh, okay, cool. Sounds good. Yeah, sorry, I got kind of distracted by the whole video game thing. Alright, I can raise you. Yeah, I kind of died. Oh yeah, exactly. It's the stuff you need for this augments. Are you looking for the tattered scrolls from the raid? Because I actually want a copy of those, just in general, for general purpose use. Crystalline Gauntlet. That's the Druid one, right? That replaces the Sunstone Gauntlet, I think? I always wanted to use the Cloak and Bracers of the Mountain to do some mean shit with the, with one of the sets. Oh, right. I have spells to cast on you. It's the melee range that I find very annoying. Oh. Yes, I scrolled that guy. Perfect. Oh, it's the Cloak of Mountains +4 artifact charisma. Interesting. Oh, that should be correct. I should have +4 artifact charisma. I forgot, I have to re-get my set bonuses, because I think the set bonuses are wrong. So let me just take off this bracelet and put this on. There we go. So now, oh, I don't have the artifact charisma anymore, but I should now give me at least the crit chance. I'm gonna double check to make sure it actually works, and it does. Yay!
More red caps. These look like they have fresh blood in their bones.
There we go. When there's no deaths, these quests go by very, very quickly.
Most of these Eladrin appear to be victims of the red caps.
Door is locked.
Whoever
Oh,
has
I didn't see this one here.
replaced these must be desperate. You have reached the top of the tower, where a regal Eladrin silently awaits your approach. He appears to be alone.
There we go. And this one's all the force damage. I'm just gonna heal through it. Oh yeah, I forgot to do my daily dice roll. Let's see, silver roll. Oh, 24. All right. Gold roll. 72. I got 5 more Slayer potions. Oh yeah, can never have enough.
Who told you the Prince of Frost wanted you dead?
Oh yeah.
Me? Who said these outlander dogs
Getting
were
all the
your
gauntlets from Too Hot to Handle is going to be quite the task and quite the accomplishment.
Who was supposed to die willingly on their
As I said, there's the Tattered Scrolls bracelet that drops out of Too Hot to Handle, and I've been kind of thinking about that item just in general.
Guess I just have to carry all myself now.
That would be kind of cool.
The hag's form splits into seven.
Okay, so I'm trying to watch them, see which one is flashing. That one's flashing, that one's flashing.
To see which one's the
Okay, it's this one.
You've caught me. Think again.
I'm back. I wish I had more health. I could take more hits. Got her. Woo!
The hag died.
That's exciting.
screeching to
But yeah,
the last.
I will say that I think there's a lot of really cool items that you can get out of stuff like the Too Hot to Handle and stuff that I've always wanted to play around with, but I try to avoid putting any items from Too Hot to Handle in a build because it just feels mean. Oh shoot, I got a Pharaoh Crystal Dart. Alright. Also, at some point I've decided I am going to make a loot spreadsheet and then maybe make a quest to go get all of the loot in DDO. Yeah. Well, not all of the loot, but just all of the kind of important loot. To basically go through all of the item sets and decide if there's any items that I think I should definitely hold on to. And then build bank alts and item
Quest
sets around that.
received.
Also, Cerebrea, welcome to the stream. Hope you have a fantastic day. Yeah, Heroic Ravenloft is the bomb. Having all the items just allows it so much easier gearing. I like a lot of the Heroic Feywild gear as well, because it's all one set, so you can just use all the good items. I'm doing pretty good. Pretty good. Still waking up, but that's okay. Everyone needs to do that. The Endless Revels. There it is. Yeah, I'm doing pretty good today. You know, still waking up. Unfortunately, I was a little bit late getting up. And later on today, we'll be tackling the weekly Wednesday lunchtime live stream to check out what some of the new stuff that's going to be coming in to Dungeons & Dragons Online is going to be. Because I know that they have quite a few things that they can that they might talk about, although I don't know about that. So we'll see. But I'm excited for potentially some new information. Hero Soul, not being able to critically strike him. Yeah, the Gloryborn gloves are really cool. Okay. I don't love the Days from Electric Loop. Yeah, the Gloryborn gloves are really sick. There's actually a lot of really cool gloves. One of the problems I have with Sharn is that there's so many Sharn sets that require to use gloves, and you just feel bad for doing that, because using gloves is just, it's not the best thing that you could be doing with your item sets.
Hello there. Welcome to our revels. There's food in the kitchen and drink, well, everywhere. Including the floor, I see.
Hate it. No electric loop for you. They don't even do a lot of damage. They're just annoying because they electric loop you and knock you down and stun you. And you're like, I want to fight the monsters, but I can't. Yeah. I feel like gloves is just one of those things that is extremely cool in the video game, But like, there's so many cool pairs of gloves. But because it's like, oh well, every expansion has so many set items. There's like usually 2 or 3 sets that are all based around gloves. Very annoying. Yeah, I saw it in the Discord. I don't know what it looks like, but I saw it in the Discord. Pictures, I don't think pictures will do it justice. It's like how a bunch of people saw the Ravenloft aura and they were like, this aura looks like garbage, and then you actually see it moving in game and you're like, woo. So maybe I can put that on this weapon or something. We'll see. That's kind of the goal, is to get one of those done today, a saga. Hey, I knocked it with an 18. But yeah, that's something to look out for, is the gloves. Does it? I mean, I have a Feral Crystal weapon in my hand, so it's probably something I can use. Oh my god. Oh, you don't have a restore potion, do you? Okay, I got it. Ooh, welcome. Get the key. Yeah, but like I just said, I don't think because like it does not look like, I'm gonna be very honest, it looks not very exciting or good. It looks purple, which is kind of cool, but as a static picture, I don't know if it looks very good. So I just want to see how it looks. I need to see what the visual looks like. That makes sense. I don't remember where the key can spawn. Can it spawn in here?
A group of partygoers dance and sway to a tune played by a very weary-looking minstrel.
Oh, it's here. That's very good to know. I did not know. I've only done this quest every time it spawned in this hallway, so I didn't know. Do I feel bad for murdering innocent pixies? No, never. They tried to murder me first, so I would say no. I definitely don't feel bad for murdering pixies. If they didn't want to get murdered, they shouldn't have started murdering me.
It's surprising to find a large,
that just feels right.
library in a house given over to an endless party. It's even more surprising to find a sphinx sitting in the middle of it.
I'm not the one. It's like these water elementals. Do I feel bad for killing these elementals? Nah, because they started killing me first. I didn't do nothing.
This must be the cascading
I'm literally just coming in here to you know, interact with some of this water stuff, and then boom, elementals are all over the place. That's the thing, is I don't really feel bad about attacking any of the monsters in DDO, because, you know, they 9 times out of 10 they attack first. In fact, 99% times out of 10 they attack first, and we just DDO to the start.
Towering weeds spring up the instant you cast the magic seeds on the ground. The twisting brambles suck up every drop of water nearby.
I'm just gonna make sure this guy's here.
Dry as a bone.
I'm gonna wait for him to come in before we finish. But yeah, I don't know. I don't feel bad about attacking these monsters. If the monsters didn't attack me first, then maybe. It's like how some people were really upset because blink dogs are supposed to be lawful good, but they attack you in the Feywild. And it's like, yeah, but they're also like guard dogs of the Eladrin. So in theory, if the dogs don't necessarily know that you aren't a bad guy, right? They have no way of determining this. So, but their job is to guard the Eladrin, and they do that in a lawful good way by attacking you. Makes sense to me. It's like why the Eladrin, who are also supposed to be lawful good, attack you in the quest where you save the Viscount, because they think they're doing the right thing, and they kind of are, because they're doing their job and they're defending this Viscount who's just confused because he's been tricked. Alignments, much like real life, are complicated and muddy. That's always going to happen. It's like we attack the kobolds because the kobolds attack us, but we also go into their sewers, so who's the bad person? So D&D alignments kind of make things seem very black and white, but at the end of the day, you know, they're not. So it's always pretty wishy-washy about whether you're actually doing the right or the wrong thing in D&D a lot of the time. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So again, I kind of feel bad about it, but also the D&D kind of conditions you not to feel bad about it. If these people at all behave like the real world, then maybe I would feel bad. But they don't really behave like the real world. So while, you know, they a lot of the problems might be shades of gray or whatever, at the end of the day, you know, they act as though everything is black and white all the time. Nobody says, hey, maybe we shouldn't fight. That's never an option. Necklace of bottled sunlight. I think I have one of these. You need one? That guy's already gone, so I'm keeping it. Sweet. Do you want to do the windmill quest? Yeah, exactly. You know, we are the invaders. We are the ones who are causing trouble and making a muck. The knight who cried windmill. There it is. Oh, thank you for that. I don't have a hydrate, but I do have coffee, and I need to drink that so I can wake up properly. That's what I need. Here we go. Thank you. I'm going to take that as being the same thing. I didn't grab any water this morning. I didn't have time. I just woke up and was like, oh no! Yes, that's why I don't know. I don't feel bad about usually the actions that I take in Dungeons & Dragons Online. Because also, it's important to note that our characters do all sorts of genuinely evil things. Like assaulting the Silver Flame. Or not the Silver Flame, the Sovereign Host. You just straight up butcher a bunch of Sovereign Host priests. All of our characters' alignments in theory should change. But, you know, it's a video game, so it's not a big deal.
You enter the grove the villager told you about and spot a small encampment in the
In pen and paper, oftentimes in regular D&D, I think of D&D in terms of like, you know, oh yeah, this is what we're supposed to do. This is, you know, these are the tasks we're supposed to accomplish. And I try to treat it like, you know, because the dungeon master can play the character monsters like people, and you can play the characters like people. And there's a lot of different decisions that can get made in like in these terms. But in terms of like DDO, I mean, it's a video game with finite resources and things. I'm trying to imagine what would happen if you could have every single quest go in a fully diplomatic way where you don't have any combat whatsoever, because everybody is just chill.
Talk to me about
You're welcome.
To your surprise, spindly legs rise from the dirt, and the
There it is,
windmill
topiary line.
pushes forward. Creatures spring up around you.
Yeah, we got one down. Nice. Oh no, shit. No, it's turning around. Knockdown. If alignment changes were implemented in DDO, where, yeah, based on your actions, your alignment changed, that would be very interesting. Two down. Yeah, we can wait.
Another gemstone cracks, and the wind
This quest is very fast, by the way. We're almost done. We're literally just waiting to get this last topiary line to come up. Yeah, smash. Oops, almost smashed the topiary line. Oh shit, it is getting smashed. Well,
unusual gemstone seems to be avoiding you. A gemstone cracks once more. The windmill rumbles deeply, then
that's very funny.
Still, the magic that brought it to life seems to have left.
It's not my fault it changed aggro. Alright, so now we're gonna do the next one.
The old knight says.
Still, you came to my aid in the end.
Oh yeah, that's the other thing too. If you talk to everybody and you just chill and everyone's hanging out and we're all being friends, then yeah, you don't get any treasure. Also a major problem. Is Frosty Reception the one where you have to get the frosted cerise? Like the flower. Oh, dude, it's not long at all. And yes, that is the next quest. Oh, can you not search this? Oh, we didn't talk to Dame Alonsa.
His disguise is foiled. The gnome seems
Die. Yeah, it won't take that long. You're intelligence based, right? You've got good spellcraft?
Never again will he pose a threat.
the knight tells you.
Mine is 60, so it's not that high. Oh, 88? Okay, that's enough for... Because then we can just spellcraft the Ginny and then we don't have to fight him. Most annoying part of that quest. But yeah, absolutely. If you diplomacy everything, you know, you never get any cool loot. Like, no one's gonna be like, wow, you didn't kill us. Let's give you some treasure. They're like, oh, wow, you didn't kill us. That's nice, thank you. And then they, like, walk away. Someone doing... Feywild R10, be useful. Fuck that noise. Why do I want to be useful? I can just do R4 and do whatever I want. Frosty Reception. There's so many quests at level 5 now? Man. Indeed. Eviscerating expenses or epic Kopesh of water? Eviscerating expenses. Eviscerating expenses is amazing. Highly, highly, highly recommend. Very good Kopesh. So who knocked me off? What a bunch of garbage. I think it was just Fomorians chilling. They don't even aggro. They're just like watching. They're like, yo, what up? They don't do anything unless you go get them. That's kind of cool. Yeah, the eviscerating expenses is one of the nicest looking weapons in the game. I love the way that weapon looks, and also it is exceedingly powerful. So I like that one quite a bit, because it has the platinuming effect, so you can like freeze monsters all the time, which is pretty cool. There's a lot of good Kopeshes in the game. You used to want to get a couple epic Kopeshes. Mind sharing? Yeah. Did I buff you? Okay. I couldn't remember. Yeah, there's a lot of good Kopeshes like that.
One of the Prince of Frost's vassals.
What's that one from the desert?
Caution. Whether you're expected by the Baroness or not, the Prince of Frost's cold reputation is known throughout the Feywild. The Prince of Frost stands before a throne overlooking the crowded ballroom, the Baroness beside him. However, the third...
I'm trying to remember the name of it. The desert one. The Dynastic Falcata, which gives you the charisma to hit and damage.
As the Archfey points
Hey, guess what? I need, persuasion? Yeah, thanks.
Outlander.
If I may, my prince.
Man, everything dies. The lever? Okay, cool. Top floor.
He's likely to be avoiding the
And then, yeah, so that one's pretty cool, but now that you have charisma to hit and damage, you don't need to farm out a Dynastic Falcata. But that was really cool on, like, paladins and other type of characters. Even, like, if you want to play melee sorcerer, so you can scale it all off with one stat.
That Osha told him not to allow anyone into the treasure vault. However, you're able to persuade the goblin to unlock the door. Warfare elements out of the treasure.
Are they Reaper in hardcore? Absolutely. Just do Feywild in hardcore. No problem. Easy solved, easy solved. Just do Feywild in hardcore. I love this idea.
Into the ballroom itself.
Yes, I can.
Hear a bell chime in the ballroom as you pull this lever.
Means people to buy our crap, hopefully get more gold than we would normally get. That's an interesting use of diplomacy, for sure. I like using social skills and giving people cool, fun social interactions.
Prevent guests from following Osha outside. Osha hands you a key. He tells you that the frosted cerise flower can be found in the center of
I will be doing Feywild on Hardcore League, next Hardcore League when it pops up, of course. I think I'm going to be playing as Druid, probably. So, wouldn't that be a mix of insight and diplomacy? Yeah, there's always mixes of skills in there. Whatever skills check is appropriate. Okay, so racial lives and their benefits. Here's the 411 on this situation. So basically, every racial life that you get gives you racial enhancement points. Not racial enhancement points. Gives you the opportunity to earn racial enhancement points. So, every race has 3 racial lives associated with it. Unlike heroic lives, in which you have, you know, you get a bonus every time. The bonus is different for each life that you get. Oh shit.
The newly sprouted flower
Take it.
glows blindingly for a moment, and unexpectedly.
Okay, hold on. Let me cast a new one.
To your surprise, the ballroom is now covered in twisting vines and familiar flowers.
I thought I eradicated those flowers a millennia ago. Now they're everywhere.
So, like, if you get a Paladin Pass Life, it gives you 10 Healing Amp. And if you get 2 Paladin Pass Lives, you get 20 Healing Amp. And if you get 3 Paladin Pass Lives, you get 30 Healing Amp. With Racial Lives, it's not quite...
Lady Lazuli informs you that there were only 2
Can you slash duck?
nobles she didn't recognize in attendance tonight.
That might work.
Knows who can tell you more. Sir Snowdrift.
Because that's a hilarious problem.
Social butterfly of the Prince of Frost's court.
I can't get the dim door in there. It doesn't go.
Does not tell you anything of note about the other party guests. However, she seems quite scandalized by your lack of knowledge about Chef Tartune's
Alright, now we talk to this
famous
guy.
mulberry tarts.
Welcome. Yeah, so I got distracted, but yeah, Paladin is supposed to give you like a specific life, so it'll give you like 10 healing amp, 20 healing amp, 30 healing amp, versus each racial life, which also has 3 points. However, point number 1 grants you usually a bonus to a skill, so it'll be like bonus to search if you're, or spot if you're an elf, or bonus to repair if you're a warforged, because that just kind of makes sense. At which point, then after that, the second life that you get gives you a bonus to an ability score. So your second life as Warforged gives you +1 to your Constitution. And then finally, if you happen to get a, you know, you focus on, you know, getting that third life, you get a racial enhancement point. So the third life of each race gets you a racial enhancement point. That's the gist of how that's supposed to work. And I think we already talked to that guy. So if you want to get racial points, you want to do 3 concentric lives. You want to do Warforged, 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 or, you know, Dwarf, 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 Half-Orc, Half-Orc, Half-Orc. You want to make sure you're doing lives in order if you're trying to get all of the bonuses. This cleric has 6,000 health. What is this?
Group of palace guards stand at
And that's the gist of it. Racial points are really cool because they give you the opportunity to get additional racial lives are good because they give you the extra racial enhancement points. And racial enhancement points are really fun because they let you do weird shit with your character builds. One of the reasons why I like them so much.
This must be Game Allegra, the mysterious
Wind Through the Trees. Wind Through the Trees is an ability that makes it so when monsters hit you, they have a 5% chance to get knocked down. That's not actually what it does, it's what it says it does. What it does is it makes it so the first monster that attacks you in combat gets knocked down every 12 seconds.
frost giants.
Which is insanely powerful. Especially against slow monsters or individual monsters. Because one monster attacks you and then they get knocked down.
Frost's private quarters. You find yourself in a surprisingly sparse chamber. But even in such a bare room, you know there is hidden away in this room is the structure of
Hit this guy with fire damage because I feel like that's the right thing to do here. Blake the Watchful. Ah, you son of a gun. Yeah, the DDO Wiki's pretty, like I said, usually pretty up to date. There's been a lot of items in this last patch. A lot of the raid items haven't been put on there yet. So pretty much all of the raid items from the last patch and also the items from this patch are still, like, you know, very much a work in progress. Ooh. Soul Vessel. So the DDO Wiki is still a fantastic resource. It's just, you know, kind of in between some stuff. It needs editors like you to go out there and add stuff to the DDO Wiki. I edit the DDO Wiki whenever I notice something that's wrong or incorrect. I make adjustments and change it.
She lets out a laugh.
How did you like my little prank? It was good fun. Right.
Me too. I very much like some of these items from Feywild. I'm using a bunch of them, and I'm probably going to retool this set a little bit. Ooh, thank you for the Radiant Force Field. Appreciate that one. Yeah, overall, I do enjoy the Feywild gear. I think that what needs to happen is it's got to be a multi-step process. Shoot, I knocked over. Oh, these things are up? Okay, cool. Get out of here, Blind Blights. Nobody likes you. You're the worst monster in the entirety of DDO. Your existence is useless. Everybody hates you. Go away. I feel bad because I'm bullying the Blind Blights, but I don't feel bad because I enjoy it. So I don't know. Oh, Aquitaine died. I don't know what to do. That sucks. Oh, did you put the bubble on me? Nice, thank you. Are you upstairs just lobbing potions? Sick. Like the aesthetic of the current ones. Oh, you like the Sharn armor? I don't know. I like a lot of the Feywild armor sets because I like the fact that they're season based. That I think is very cool. Oh, my slow attack speed. And this guy's immune to lightning and fire. What about acid? He's not immune to acid, so we're good on there. I did not know he was immune to lightning and fire. The shambling Cerise. Did that even haste? Yeah, I got haste. I'm playing as a Fate Singer, so it lasts for 5 minutes. Frosted Cerise.
Behind one last frosted cerise flower. You pluck the frosted cerise flower from the snow. This time, the bloom stays in the palm of your hand instead of crumpling away.
I don't know.
Return to the Baroness to tell her what happened. Though the prince himself.
Oh shit, we got it. Fate Twisted.
The Baroness tells you he is in your debt.
Oh shit, I got the flower boots. I don't have these. Cool.
Now that you have the frosted cerise, you're one step.
Cladding
closer
of dead
to
leaves.
Lord Arden.
Storm scale. What is this? Heavy armor that's part of spring. Cool. Bloodbark bracers. Cladding of dead leaves. UI stream. Oh yeah, stream UI is too strong. Yeah, exactly. And so the flower boots are neat because they give this nymph's healing empowerment, which gives you -3 metamagic cost on your empower healing, which is the highest so far in the game. Combine that with the improved empower healing from cleric, and basically empower healing is kind of free, which makes it very much more considerable as a feat, and quality devotion, so it stacks. It's a pretty cool item. Yeah, I'd definitely take that storm scale. Okay, cool. I guess we could just do the other one while we're here, the bear one. Although I don't think I have the quest. Did you grab the quest? Oh yes, I have it. Okay. Do the ice mount curse. Also, that guy just got 154 Reaper points. That's madness. Druid's gonna use more love from Feywild. Like, I don't know what you mean. Druids got lots of love. Melee druids are the best. No, 156. Yeah, I can't read. That's crazy. I got 77. I'm happy about that. That's literally more than double. The amount of XP is madness. That's madness, man. Absolute madness. So many Reaper points. Yes.
Madness?
Yes. Yeah, it's madness. Absolute madness. We'll probably do 2, maybe 3 more quests, and then we'll throw on the weekly Wednesday lunchtime live stream.
Snow drifts into the open gateway of the abandoned lodge.
And then probably do, oops. And then, what are we going to look at? And then in the background, I'm probably going to put filigrees in my weapon, because I feel like that. That cleric who's just in the party, Kirek, the 6,000 health, or 7,000 health cleric, or whatever he had.
I see you're
A lot of points.
carrying out your duties.
You know that I am.
Oh, you're up to 22 points now?
Blaze Prince. It was your command.
You don't seem very
yeah.
enthusiastic about it. As it happens,
I mentioned this before. I think that your character is amazing. Party build? So good.
and I don't wish to be disturbed.
Hydraulics. Here, not working.
I'll need some
There it is.
guards. Reliable guards, not a grumpy old flea bag like yourself. Let's see.
Absolutely. That's one of the things why I try to stress this a lot. There are a lot of people out there that will make the claim that a build is that interview is in 4.5 hours. A lot of people will make the claim that some classes aren't good or something because it doesn't do enough damage or doesn't do enough this or that. But having people dedicated towards certain roles in your party can be very beneficial. Like, we could definitely do a higher Reaper. I just don't particularly feel like doing a higher Reaper. I'm just kind of having fun, and we're killing some monsters and we're having a good time. But if we wanted to, we can inch up to Reaper 5 or 6 or something, because we have like a reasonably strong party. And one of the strongest components of the party is our support arty, who is knocking almost every monster down the second it like just appears anywhere here. Stunning, blinding stuff, and also the crazy amount of healing and additional like crowd control effects. It's really good to have support players in your party when you have the option to bring them along with you. Now this part is going to be a whole bunch of, this is going to be a weird part to handle. Because we're going to have to deal with the big giant down here. And this character doesn't have any magic resistance rating yet, so I'm going to get trucked with my 45 MRR. I'm probably going to see if we can do a, maybe another Babala Saga with an attempt to get a Blood Rage Chrism, which would be amazing for this character. But we'll see. Because if I was to get a Blood Rage Chrism, basically I want to get a Blood Rage Chrism and swap out the Battle Worn Metal for a... and the Sunken Slippers, just swap those. Get like a Sunken Slippers that has the Charisma on it instead of the Intelligence, which is what I'm wearing. Quality Intelligence boots. So good. Higher Skull. Reaps I had never seen? Yeah, absolutely. So basically the idea is that in Reaper mode, there are different Reapers that only spawn on certain Reaper difficulties. So once you get to Reaper 5, that's when you start having... So there's the 4 basic Reapers: Fear, Plague, Carnage, and Famine. And they spawn, if you played any Reaper mode, Reaper 1 to whatever, they spawn in the low Reaper difficulties. And you've probably played against these types of monsters before in your time playing DDO. These Reapers are pretty common. Uh-oh. That Unbreakable Force Field is at the perfect time, because there's an I-beam. So those are pretty common Reapers. However, you've also then got some other special Reapers that spawn in the higher Reaper difficulty. So as an easy example, you have... Oh, these are immune to lightning. Shoot. Are they immune to fire? Nope, not. They are not immune to fire. I forgot the Fomorians are immune to lightning. That's probably why my damage sucked. But then you have the higher tier Reapers. So Reapers that spawn at Reaper 5 and higher, which happen to be the Despair and the Vengeance Reaper. Despair and Vengeance Reapers are I am helpless. Uh-oh. Yeah, I am no longer helpless. the higher tier Reapers, they only show up on Reaper 5, the Despair and the Vengeance Reaper. Despair Reapers have a weird mask on their face, and that makes them look like they're sad. They pulse out an aura that then allows nearby monsters and themselves to get more powerful as they stand near, like getting extremely high saves. So basically, it's very, very, very difficult to crowd control a Despair Reaper because of how high their saves get, because they give the buff to themselves. And then once they start buffing their allies, it's very hard to crowd control anything nearby the Despair Reaper either. It's a very layered problem, and it gets worse the longer time goes on, so you want to take care of it. On the flip side, you have the Vengeance Reaper, and the Vengeance Reaper is basically just a Famine Reaper, except it has two main changes. Change number one is that the Vengeance Reaper, well, three things. One, it has a cool skull on its head, so it's got a skull head. And skulls are cool, so you know that's an important part of the actual monster. The second big change is that Despair Reapers, not only do they cast regular spells, but they also drop circles, like when you do Strahd, basically, from Ravenloft, where you've got like these circles that appear on the ground, and you have to get out of them before they explode. They do that, and they can do that while they're crowd controlled. They can do it at any time. I don't know exactly how the mechanic works, but they target a player, I think it's whoever they have aggro on, and they put a circle directly underneath them, and then they're able to do that. And then finally, the last thing that they do is when they die, they break crowd control of every monster that is nearby. So if you have like a whole bunch of monsters held and you kill the Vengeance Reaper, oh no. They break crowd control of every single person that's nearby, and they heal them, and they buff their damage by like 400%. So you have to kill them last. But they're very annoying, and they constantly throw out these circles, and if you have 2 or 3 of them, there's so many circles, you make a mistake and stand in one, it's just instantaneous death. You have to be extremely mindful about where you're standing at any given moment. And I do look a bit thirsty, thank you. Well, the problem is, I'm planning on reincarnating this character, like, probably either end of this week or early next week. Like, this character's not going to make it past Monday of next week. Because I want to play new characters and builds. So I've got a YouTube video to make, and that's pretty much it. But I want to do some more stuff. No, I didn't miss Doom, because Doom Reapers are another type of Reaper that only spawn on the even higher Reaper difficulty. So they do not spawn on Reaper 5, they spawn on Reaper 7 and higher. And Doom Reapers are special, because Doom Reapers have a couple different properties. Number one, they're red name Reapers, meaning they're completely and fully immune to all forms of crowd control. This makes them really, really interesting to play against, because you can't just throw a whole monster, you have to deal with them all the time. On top of that, they apply a special debuff. Whoops. They apply a special debuff to whoever they are attacking. So not only are they red names, and not only do they do a lot of damage, but they also apply a special debuff. And it's called like the Doom has come for you or something like that. It's something Doom related. And the way it works is that when you... Oh, we got the tree set? Perfect. So they apply the special debuff. When it gets up to 7 stacks, at which point Doom has come. And so whoever is getting hit by the Doom Reaper now takes basically infinity damage. And it's really, really difficult to deal with it. Because even like your biggest tanks, if you're doing a quest on like Reaper 10, the Doom Reaper starts hitting them for like 7 to 10,000 damage after their mitigation. So somewhere in like the 30,000 damage range. Which is a really, really, really big hit. I don't know how to deal with that type of damage. So that's why I don't. But yeah, that's something that you always have to consider if you're playing against Doom Reapers and trying to fight against them. Doom Reapers also just generally hit like trucks.
Return it to what it was.
And they only appear on those difficulties. It's one of the reasons why on Reaper 7 or higher, like, we can goof around without a tank on this difficulty, but if you go to Reaper 7 or higher, you want to have one because you need somebody who can handle a Doom Reaper. Because if you don't have somebody who can handle a Doom Reaper, then you just have a bunch of people dying. Oh yeah, and I forgot, you might be like, oh, we'll just kite the Doom Reaper, right? Because you can run away. Once you get to 7 stacks of Doom, the Doom Reaper chains you, so you cannot run away. You are slowed. Yeah. Except on the higher Reaper difficulty, you also have higher respawn cooldowns, so you can't respawn as soon, or as easy. The gingerbread golem, yes.
The gnome baker tells you that he doesn't have any owl
So Doom
bear
Reapers
butter.
are very fun, and I like them.
Gingerbread golem is created as
I
one
love the
of
higher
his
tier Reapers.
entire
I want
supply,
more Reapers and
along
more
with a
unique
collection
Reapers.
of delectable custard
No,
cakes.
the cake.
Sugar and butter and flour too. Bake up a cake to make someone new. With the same magic that turned red into me. I'm going to bake a whole friend army.
This is my favorite character in the new expansion, by the way. You guys immune to fire? No. Good. Yeah. I talked about this briefly yesterday, I think. Christmas came early. I hope you jump drops. That's funny. Yeah, Meld into Darkness whenever you see a Doom Reaper. But also remember, Meld into Darkness also doesn't protect you because on Reaper mode, monsters do have dodge penetration, so they can penetrate your dodge chance and still hit you. So just keep that in mind. That 95% dodge chance does not save you against high Reaper mode. Okay, I'm just gonna swing through Hearsom's area to get the dialogue to pop.
You keep talking about this door, well and good. What I need...
That was a piece of cake. It was a piece of cake, thank you. But yeah, it is a whole lot of note. That's one of the things that I find very entertaining about DDO is that there's just difficulties that you can just keep turning it up. There's just a knob that you can twist it on your own and say, yes, I do want this to be harder, please. And it applies to every single quest in the game. Like, Reaper mode, to me, is like a godsend. Instead of making, like, hard quests, they said, no. Just make all the quests hard all the time if you feel like it. And that I find very, very entertaining.
Effective spies, but no worries.
You think Reaper saved DDO? No, Reaper was not in, or DDO wasn't in any danger of disappearing, but I do think Reaper was an extremely positive feature of DDO. Now, however, this is a polarizing statement because it is difficult to play non-Reaper groups. Because a lot of people don't want to play in non-Reaper groups because Reaper groups get more, they get more experience. Which is a problem. It's a conceptual issue. Yeah, I wish it was not that way. I think Reaper and Elite should give the same amount of experience points. Personally, I don't know why there's a difference, because it makes people feel like they have to, but yeah. You found a hidden chest. Oh, I didn't know there was a hidden chest. Alright, and there he is. Asa, the uncorrupted unicorn? Or the corrupted unicorn, never mind. And there's a circle. So these circles that I'm talking about, if that's going to explode and deal damage, you have to stay out of that. Oh, they heal from dark damage. Oh, perfect. Go play Pale Master, I guess. Oh. Ooh. Yeah, so I think that overall Reaper was a very positive thing for Dungeons & Dragons Online because it allowed players to continue to scale their gameplay and their skill sets. Also, this guy really hurts. Like, just consider the fact that, like, I used to play... For some of my builds, I would just play weird garbage because you could only play on Elite difficulty. So the only way to make the game harder was to play worse and worse characters. And now, you can play better and better characters and then also make the game harder at the same time. And I like the idea that, like, people can still do their own self-limiting challenges if they want. That's always going to be something that's in the game because that's just the way the freaking game works. But now, players can also use the tools within the game to actually make the game more challenging and to fit the kind of playstyle that they want to have. Plus, Reaper mode does bring back full support characters. You didn't need a full support character when you're playing on hard. You didn't need a full support character when you're playing on Elite. But having a full support character here on Reaper mode is fantastic. Having somebody who devotes themselves exclusively to, like, knocking monsters down and stuff like that is awesome. Okay, let's get Witch Hunt. I want to do witch hunt. Yeah, I will definitely take a minute 40 of Radiant Force Field. If I didn't have that, by the way, I would have been straight dead. Another way to play as full support characters outside of groups, though? No, but you just kind of group in DDO. Oh, that, and also you turn the difficulty down. That's also an option. Like, if you don't want to... If you're playing a full support character, you want to be in a group. And there might be times where you don't have a group. Oh, shit, I went the wrong way. There might be times where you don't have a group, but that's kind of like the catch of playing like a pure support character, right? It goes in multiple ways. If I play a pure DPS character, I might not be able to solo higher difficulty content because I can't really heal myself and get through content. Like, if I'm playing a pure DPS, say like a pure DPS fighter, I might struggle a lot trying to do Reaper 3 by myself because I can't heal at all, so I'm just kind of stuck with a very slow process of playing through quests. If you play as a tank type character, you don't die, or a support type character, you might not die, but then you also can't get through it. So you kind of need to have that synergistic thing, or you turn the difficulty down. Or alternatively, there are ways you can incorporate more active defense in some of your character designs. That way you can do stuff like that. So as an easy example, something along the lines of like, let's just say you're playing as a an artificer, and you want to play as a support build. You can play as a support build, but then you can also have some points in the inquisitive tree, so when you're soloing, you can pew 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 and still burn your way through some quests. Gingerbread men are cookies, not cake. I mean, it could have been a gingerbread cake. Do you make gingerbread cake? I don't know, but it sounds bad. Well, it just sounds like a lot of molasses.
Have you come for the hag? Asks the master.
Yes, a legend can level on hard. Yes, 100%. Absolutely, no questions about it.
Pray use one of the portals.
It takes, you have to do every quest, but yes, you can.
Summon my huntsman. The hag will try to avoid the huntsman. That doesn't mean, though.
Okay, so we basically just go kill Brutal Beatrice and then find the piece of paper and we're done.
Be in that. Muses the master of the hunt.
Okay.
Ancient my huntsmen abound to the hunt. But when you remove their barrack, free them of their servants.
But yeah, so, like I said, it is definitely possible to level up through the game. Normal difficulty? I don't think so. But if you're reincarnated twice, you can do hard difficulty on basically any quest in the game. Hard difficulty is not super challenging. You're welcome. You make anything into a cave if you try hard enough. I think that's also correct, yeah. Where'd she go? I think she went this way. Did she not go this way? I don't see her. Up the hill? Okay. Oh, there she is. I see. But yeah, so like if you're worried about running out of experience points, I definitely understand that concern. In terms of like it's a rational thing to think because you know we're trained to play on Elite all the time. It's just that it will take longer and you'll need to do more quests. But especially if you have access to all of them, again, there's no real problem with playing on hard difficulty. On top of that, hard difficulty is very, very stressless compared to Elite difficulty, where it's like, oh, you like on hard difficulty, the champions only have one extra affix, right? So if I'm playing against a Elemental Fury champion like this Krabby right here, on hard difficulty, I only have to deal with, you know, like one extra element resist and one on hit effect. You know, on hard difficulty, I don't think any of the champions have death block, except for maybe Hero's Soul. You can just play an instant kill guy. Like Elite difficulty adds like plus 10 to the saves of, or like plus 10 to 15 to the saves of all the monsters. Like it's crazy how much stronger it makes the monsters. Did somebody grab the flags? She's gonna teleport away. Yes, we got the flag. Perfect. The crab legs from that guy? Yeah, I don't know. I don't eat shellfish because I'm allergic. So I'm just going to assume that my Warforged is also allergic. Well, allergic might not be the right term. All I know is I vomit repeatedly if I eat shellfish. And continuously. It's a very arduous process. How about fish without shells, like the walleye? Yeah, I can eat a fish. Like, fish is fine. It's the fish with the shells. Did he die instead of just healing constantly? Alright, now we just gotta find what she's looking for. Do Warforged even eat? I mean, no, but they could if they want to. I'm sure a Warforged could probably, like, actually eat something if they wanted to. Like, just, they'd find a way. You know, they're robots. They're smart. Probably have to build some type of, you know, House Caneth tasting mechanism or something. Where does the food go? Oh. Maybe Warforged are just like Bender, where they put things in the mouth and they take them out of that open casing in the center. Yeah, if Warforged can eat oil, then I'm sure they can figure out how to eat just like, you know, a glass of wine. I do like the fact that Warforged do have oil in this game. It's what they consume. They just like chug down a bottle of oil. They get lubricated. Okay, I don't know where this is. I know it's on one of these things. I just don't see it. Maybe it's here.
The air nearby
Oh.
with magic. It seems to be coming.
I found it. We're good.
If you got to higher ground, you could look for the source of this.
Where are you? I'll come dim door you. Just jump down in the pit. Voices. Oh, this guy, Rayland? Yo, I got the Life Taker augment. Cool. That's pretty sweet. I don't know if I'm going to use this, but that is pretty sweet to have. Alright, now we go back to Feywild. That's sick. Alright. Taking lives sounds like crimes? No. You give them back later. You just take them for now. It's like it should be renamed the Life Borrower. It's not like it's not really taking. It's more borrowing. You know, it's more borrowing than anything else. Okay, so I'm going to do a quick intermission, and then we're going to load up the weekly Wednesday lunchtime live stream here, so we can all watch it and have like a good old-fashioned time. Because I wanted to check it out, because there's probably going to be some people asking some interesting questions about some stuff going on the stream. And so I wanted to do that. So let's take a look. Yeah, Feywild's pretty cool. I do like me some Feywild. Alright, so this... What? Sorry, I'm like trying to edit my program to make sure I can actually have the live stream come up. And I can't right now. So let's try deleting this. Okay, that's what I wanted. Oh, hold on. I see what's happening here. Those things are different. Okay, perfect. Okay, so I'm gonna take a quick break here. I'm gonna grab a snack. Can you get Soul Vessel out of the Saga? I don't know what you can get out of the Saga. That's kind of cool. I'm gonna take a quick break here. So super fast intermission, and then I'm gonna watch the weekly Wednesday lunchtime live stream. I just made a mistake because I didn't understand exactly what was coming up here. So quick intermission. Intermission. I'll be right back. Then we're gonna come back with the weekly Wednesday lunchtime. I just gotta grab more coffee, hit the washroom, and I'm gonna also put a snack in my face all at the same time. And then we're gonna be watching the live stream. So I'll be right back. I've got to actually put up the intermission screen. I don't know how I did that. now, DDO Stream. DDO Stream is offline. Bro, what is happening? Oh, is there someone turning the chunks? Yeah, in the house, in the hut. You go to the hut and you can turn in the chunks. Made it. Alright, well, we're back until the live stream starts up. So something I wanted to do is actually wanted to sentient up my weapon because I can. So that seems like a fun idea. I'm going to do that. I'm also going to feed my weapon a little bit. I have a bunch of stuff I can throw away. So, here's my weapon, Pain. What does this have in it? Oh, this has a full treachery and a shattered device set. Oh, shattered device. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Don't worry, so am I, though. So inspiring. In you go. Wait, which one is this? Artifact, yeah, in you go. Keep snow boots? Yeah, I want to keep that. Sword of Shadow, keeping this. Pharaoh Crystal Dart, in you go. Alchemical Kukri, nom 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 nom. Epic Slab, Mutilator of Minds.
I feel stronger.
I feel stronger. Mythic Slave Lord's Helmet. Legendary Attunement Gloves. I'm going to keep the flower boots. Bunch of XP I don't need. I'm going to eat all the small ones, put the big ones in the thing. Ring of Summer's Heat, Necklace of Bottled Sunlight. I have 2 necklaces of Bottled Sunlight, I believe, and 2 Rose Thorn necklaces. These artifacts come by all the time, so I'm just going to eat them. Call it a day. If I need another Rose Thorn necklace, I'll just play Feywild for like 20 minutes and get a new one. I have an Amber Pendant. Do I have a Bottled Sunlight, though? Do I have a Bottled Sunlight? It looks like I do not. I do have the Amber Pendant. I have a Ring of Summer's Heat already, so I don't need 2. This one is nothing. This one is nothing. Okay, so neither are mythic. And I don't have a Bottled Sunlight. I don't think I will ever use this item, but just in case. You never know. Fear Gaze? Oh, no. How do we do that? Ah! Aha! I'm gonna turn down the DDO game sounds in the background. There it is. Yeah, so I'm hoping to see some new exciting news, to find out some cool stuff. You know, there's a lot of different things that are going on in DDO. Oh, I got it. Hurts. I did it. I'm Furts. Yeah, so I'm just going to be doing basically just straight up inventory management while this is going on in the background. But yeah, I'm looking forward to the live stream today. There's a bunch of cool stuff that is supposedly going to be coming. And also, I'm sure people are going to ask questions about some of the features that people have seen. So I'm kind of curious to see what's going to happen from that. Is it Wednesday? It is Wednesday. Yeah, there was a new event leaking. So that's why I want to see that. So we'll be able to take a look at some of that stuff. I don't know if I have any sentience toolkits. I have 0, so I'm going to buy some from the store. Oh well. I should probably wait till they go on sale and then buy like a whole bunch. I'd be really smart. Yeah, so hopefully we'll learn something cool today from the weekly Wednesday lunchtime live stream. We're also going to be watching the, there's a live stream going on later today with, the executive producer as well. And so we're going to be watching that too to figure out what's going on there.
Alright, hello everyone. Welcome to the weekly Wednesday lunchtime live stream on Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook. I am DDO's community manager, Cordovan, and a few minutes late because I was trying to mess with my lighting a little bit. It seems real dark and kind of...
Bro, this is a constant problem.
Despite it actually being fairly bright in this room. So, either way, we're just going to roll with it. Thank you for being here. Hello everybody. How you doing here today? I'm going to be on Thelanis in a little bit. And running more of the Fables of the Feywild quests, but we have a little bit of news to talk about, including some release notes and what have you, and I want to welcome everyone for being here. Is today a two-beholder kind of day? Yeah, I was just messing around. I figured, what the heck. Black Friday sales announcements, please. I apologize, but we are not going to be in a position to announce our Black Friday. We never announce our Black Friday stuff until it's live. So I apologize, Rodrigo, that you might want to do some pre-planning, but that's just not an expectation that you should have. It'll be probably usually that Wednesday. That's usually like when we kick off all the sales, and sometime in the afternoon. Scourge of the Snow Peaks? What is that thing? Oh, you mean that secret event thing that snuck out into the live worlds briefly this week? Oh, I have no idea what that's about. All right. Oh
yeah. Yeah, Gibbs Scourges no peaks.
All right. So now that I've had a little bit of levity with everybody here, let me mention that we are actually actively working on a pretty serious issue at this noon hour here today, and that is that after we went live with our patch yesterday, and we're going to get to the patch notes in just a minute or two here, we have discovered an issue that you two have discovered, that slotting augments into items appears to be causing a binding change status, and that is something that we are actively investigating with our engineering production team right now, and we're going to see what we can do. At the very least, what I can tell you we're going to be doing is working overnight to release a build as soon as we can to get this issue fixed. What form that fix is going to take and the scope of how it's going to be, unclear at this noon hour. We're, like I say, we are actively investigating and moving forward with a hotfix. In the meantime, my suggestion to you, and we may make this more formal language after the show here today. We're in a position to do that by noon. Don't slot any augments. Just don't.
Received.
And if you have any items with augments slotted, do not put them in your shared bank. This is just for now. It may not be that bad.
Don't do it.
But just in case, it kind of sounds like it might be. Just don't do it. We've actually been looking into whether or not we can just disable the UI or something to prevent people from slotting augments until we get this hotfix out, presumably tomorrow morning. But in the meantime, that's just my advice this noon hour, and we'll probably follow up with more formal advice here in the next couple of hours. So, obviously that was pretty concerning to us. What happened is we started getting reports overnight that some binding status was changing from bound to account to bound to character, which nobody wants. And we're actively working to see what's going on. We think it's probably related to a change that went in that was attempting to correct an issue where... Oh, what was that issue now? Let me think about that. Oh, where it was not recognizing the bound to account status of items, right? When we first went live with Feywild. We think this is a halo of a change meant to work on that. But, like I said, we're actively investigating it at this noon hour, and it's kind of a big deal. So, in the meantime, I would just say, just don't slot any augments. And if you got an item with an augment slot, just don't put it in your shared bank or anything.
Thank you for the
Leave it in your inventory for now. Hopefully that'll be all that'll need to be done.
Okay, this is very good news. Well, not news, but this
Will
is good
potions be changed back so you can use them on other players? We're actively investigating that. So what happened is there's a handful of potions that you can use in other people. I didn't know this happened. You just have it in your hotbar, you target them, and boom, right? There was a change made to allow those potions to be used while raged, that essentially said you can do one of two things. You can either cast on someone else, or you can use while raged. And apparently it is not clear that we easily have a way to make it so that you could do both. So we're actively investigating and considering our options there as to what we might need to do with those potions.
Oh yeah, I saw your post.
All right.
About the event. I think he's going to talk about it, but they had to get out that augment thing first. That's crazy. I did not know that there was that many problems with the augment system.
Darren over on Facebook, you cannot purchase the expansion. Support has not answered your ticket. Obviously, I can't really troubleshoot that live on the air. I will say that we have had a few places where there's geographic issues. For example, particularly I know our players in Ukraine have had some very significant issues they just can't purchase, and it's unlikely they're going to be able to. And that has to do with geopolitical restrictions and mandates by the Department of Commerce and what have you.
Oh, probably like some type
I don't know
of
if that's you or if there's another thing. I don't know what might be causing your expansion purchase issue. Typically, we have had players report to us that PayPal seems to be pretty reliable. Perhaps that's an option for you there, Darren.
If you're struggling to purchase things because you live in a country that has some type of trade issue with the United States, consider using a VPN to make your purchase.
Since the latest NVIDIA driver, what I think that actually is what's called Z-fighting. And I believe that we have a little bit of what's called Z-fighting to correct in Fables of the Feywild. Particularly in the landscape area, I've noticed some flickering as well. And it's a little complex. I'm not really prepared to give you a rundown as to what Z-flickering is. But if you do a quick Google search, you should be able to find it. It typically has to do with when you're putting things in the landscape, making sure it's matched up correctly. So typically what that means is it's just someone from either like art or content or someone's going to need to go in there and do a little bit of work. But I've noticed that too. So I don't think it's a issue with your graphics card. I think it's just we've got a little bit of Z-fighting going on in the Fables of the Feywild landscape.
Z-fighting is what he says. I've never heard of this term. I'm sure it's real. I've just never heard of the term.
Graskitch, I have no news today about its release plans for the DDO store. Sorry. I want to keep things moving here today, so I'm not spending too much time kind of staring off screen here. But before I do that, I'm going to go into our release notes here in a second, but I want to point something out to you. So, nope, wrong way. There we go. All right, so when I change scenes here, look down here. Look down here. I've got a cool little thing here that I've got going on. I want to thank someone from the SSG art department for putting this together for me. Check out this transition here, huh? That's pretty cool, huh? Let me do that again, just for coolsies.
Hey, good noon. What's up? Look at that transition. This guy's... Oh, oh, that's sharp. Ooh, that's sharp. If you want me to have a transition like that, you were watching
I thought that was pretty rad. And we're going to be probably talking more about that here in the near future. So I wanted to just, maybe we could do some more cool things is my plan. So the main thing that happened this week is we released a saga for Fables of the Feywild. And that's
I'm so happy about that, dude. That transition is sick.
Finally NPCs in Wynwood Hall. And we corrected some text, a bunch of text, an issue with favorite enemies. This was a really big deal to us, less of a big deal to you, although if you've been experiencing some loading screen issues, perhaps since Feywild, this could be contributing to that. We corrected an issue causing too many effects to stack on a character, one of those, what we call, runaway effects, essentially, where it's just like, you get the thing, now you get the thing, now you get the same thing, now you get the same thing, now you get the same thing. Except instead of overwriting, it just basically goes until it topples over the character data. So that ultimately is what we corrected, and that was the main impetus, frankly, to get this out, although we were ready for the saga, and we were glad to get that out to you as well. Illusory Sprite, now a familiar option in the Fade Arc Illusionist tree. We have some randomly selected armor and such that is going to have a higher chance to get defensive effects, less chance to get spell power turned on dead properties.
I'm gonna let Jerry run the stream for a sec. I gotta grab something.
Orbs are not impacted. We made a bunch of corrections in Fables of the Feywild related to like some kind of text, NPC stuff, UI, just kind of a whole bunch of VO timing, a couple of pathing issues. We made it so you can now change spells at the rest shrines. The favor with Summer Court's now working right. We've upped the Slayer cap in the Heroic and Epic Fey landscape to 3,000. This required us to actually do something that we normally try not to do too much, and that's called versioning characters. The reason we needed to do that is if your character was at the Slayer cap of 1,500, then that meant that the Slayer quest was completed for you, and so we had to do a thing to basically say nope, and then set that new cap to 3,000. So we did that today as well. Couple quest issues you can look up if you really want to. Mostly just related to polish and clarity and a few things like that. Did a bunch of item work as well, specifically with some of the Feywild stuff. So you can find the release notes for that over on DDO.com. And I am about ready to log in here and check out some more of my questing here on Fables of the Feywild. And then when I've settled here, I'm going to head back to chat.
I don't think that they're going to talk too much about
have two monitors
the event.
I know.
But I'm hoping that they do, because that would be great.
But
autos? I probably have an autos.
It means that I've got to kind of toggle. Do I want to look at XSplit so I make sure
Int rare?
Like,
no, I don't have that. Never mind.
Look all right. Or do I want to look at your chat? I'm currently looking at XSplit, but I will be looking at your chat very briefly, or very soon. Oh, I don't even need to do that, because I got one of these things. Here we go. Alright, so let me head over to chat now and kind of see where we are. I know, heaven forbid two monitors. Hey, I suffer for you. I suffer for you. To be fair, I actually have found that for me and my lifestyle... it's a lifestyle choice. For me and my lifestyle, I prefer 3. 3 is the magic number of monitors that Cordovan prefers.
It's so good. I love having 3 monitors. He's right.
Unfortunately, I just had a couple old cheapies just die on me, so I'm down to 2 right now. And that's the dealio. Where did I leave off? I am not going to run Taming the Flames. I could do the Knight Who Cried Windmill, or I could do Needle and a Face Stack. I understand that Needle and a Face Stack may still have a little bit of work that needs to be done with it. So why don't we start off here today with Knight Who Cried Windmill over on Saffron Hill. That sounds pretty good.
Okay. It doesn't inspire confidence.
Now here's the reason why.
That he doesn't want to do one of the quests in Feywild.
Doing stuff or community management type work like this. The reason 3 is good is I can have one monitor for things like web pages, information I might need to reference or look at, or chat I might need to pay attention to, like internal chat, like related to this augment work. And then on my middle monitor, then I've got the gameplay, right? And then on the right-hand monitor, I've got all 3 of your chat rooms, Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. And then typically, because I only need to access, that information I was talking about earlier, only periodically, I can, as default...
Oh, no, I can't get rid of the bot. But yeah, no, he's absolutely right when he's talking about the usefulness of 3 monitors. We never made an armor set, Jerry,
when I'm switching scenes and all, I can just
for his cleric build that he's running here.
So
I still have to do that.
So that's sort of why 3 monitors really work.
I don't know if we're going to do that today, but we'll make an item set that is raid itemless and something useful, and I'll send it to him.
I don't know.
And then he'll have something to go farm.
You got to double up, right? So
I'm also curious to see how his character is going to handle these quests on Epic Hard. Although the Knight Who Cried Windmill is interesting because you don't have to worry about that. again, it's one of the reasons why I think...
No, spammer in Twitch chat. I don't want to become famous, as a matter of fact. How do I get rid of you? Alright. Don't get too
you
much
should
of
mod
that.
me so I can fix that.
I haven't had just
mod, please. Give mod.
Twitch spam in quite some time. Graphics tablet is a third monitor. Yeah, I could always do something like that as well. And StrimTom is agreeing with me. 3 is the magic number.
It literally looks like nothing on my screen. There's no glamour effect. Unless this is a joke.
Alright, I think I'm caught
It
up on
just looks like the
Twitch
weapons.
chat. Everything I can answer I have.
Oh, there it goes. God, that looks
Yeah,
good.
but do I want to become famous? No.
Oh, it's only on one.
Actually, I'm probably okay just being with my current
very
level
weird.
of fame. I'm certainly not famous.
Oh.
But a couple people know who I am, and I'm pretty comfortable with that.
Can you not transcode to a new lower resolution? Settings? Quality? You can do it here. I can probably do it on my own live stream.
You know, I should be alright as a cleric here. Although I am in an off destiny. Let me mention that to you. I'm just leveling up Shadow Dancer right now. So if my epic destiny benefit is like
that's weird.
Yeah. That's why. Because I'm looking to I've got, you know, GMOF and Dreadnought maxed out, and all I got to do is Shadow Dancer before I can cash this sucker in on an epic reincarnation. And so that's my current plan of activity, which is why you find a pure cleric going into Shadow Dancer live on the air. So lest you think I'm simply bad, you would still be correct, but for a different reason.
3 Warforged lives to do and 2 Sork lives, so you're looking forward to trying that build. This build's going to be really good. I will have a full build guide for you on Friday, if you want to play it.
You enter the grove the villager told you.
I find it's a Twitch issue. Twitch sometimes doesn't let you do it. I would definitely also consider checking out this. I'm streaming it on YouTube as well, and I can do it for myself on YouTube. So I would definitely recommend checking that out if you haven't. You have to max all EDs in a sphere for ETR or only get 6k karma. You only have to get 6k karma. So if you don't have all your epic destinies maxed, as long as you just play in one, it doesn't matter. So like I'm maxed on Arcane Karma, but I only played in Fate Singer. It's a Twitch thing, unfortunately.
Like I say, I mentioned earlier in the show, for those of you who are tuning in wondering what's up, we're actively investigating an augment issue right now at this noon hour, and we're going to have more information later on today about some downtime, most likely. Odds are very good that we're going to be doing a hotfix tomorrow.
The friggin' chat is the weirdest.
But I'd say odds are pretty good that that's the plan.
Yep.
And so, we'll have more information about that. In the meantime, I would recommend just leave your augments be. Don't slot any. And don't put items that you have augment slots on into your shared bank. Now, I'm probably going to follow up after the noon hour here today with more formal advice. But heading into the live stream, you know, we're a little concerned about it. Not that you wouldn't be able to use your augments or anything,
when you create one,
but the
similar
bug
to
is
when
ultimately
ETR.
that it changes its binding status to a more restrictive state, and that's no good. So I would recommend, unless you're maybe okay with your items becoming bound to character, that you heed my advice at this noon hour.
Yeah, so Jerry mentioned this at the beginning of the live stream. Be very mindful about what you equip on your items, like your augments. It can brick your character, so just be super mindful about that. Not break your character, but they can brick your items and make them bound to character instead of bound to account. It's a problem that multiple people have been running into. They said that apparently they're going to be working literally until it is fixed and pulling working like all night and probably all day tomorrow until they can fix this problem, because they don't know exactly what's going on there.
For some folks.
Cleric
It
one
might
first and finish
accrue
off
some
minimum level.
benefit to you,
Get the extra conj DC
because
before getting your Alk Life.
I'm just getting attacked by a windmill here. Never mind. Let me just
Wait,
maybe.
probably gonna try the cleric
not
one
get
first to finish
crushed
off.
by
Oh
a
yeah, yeah, yeah.
gigantic
Get the
windmill
conch
with
before your
the
alchlife. Yeah, that's a good idea.
PLZ, do not crush me. 10-4, good buddy. All right.
The windmill seems undaunted by your weapons and spells.
Yeah, well, you know.
Which augments are bound to character? I don't know. Apparently, it's a global. It's an issue with the global augment system.
Hello, creature sporting an unusual gemstone. Where are you? That would be the summon topiaries, the greater air methods. Oh, and there we are. Why, hello, standard topiary lion with a gemstone.
Somebody was incorrect in chat. I'd argue with somebody who said, I became famous when I took a beam to the face. I did not take a beam to the face and become famous. I killed a level 27 character in Hardcore on Hardcore League 1 and became famous.
There we go.
But yeah, the main one that comes to mind is Master's Gift. Master's Gift also does that as well, which is a problem. So, and even if you remove it, it doesn't go away.
I mean, I'm just saying maybe we should have gone to Undermine first. I hear
Global
they got
economy.
lots of explosives. Well, I'm not actually damaging it, or am I? I don't think I can actually damage it yet. It's a little hard to tell with this angle here. It'd be easier if I could see if my Divine Punishment is kind of doing anything. Okay, maybe
Master's Gift goggles are still bound to account.
Right?
Again, I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know exactly what causes the problem. They just said don't.
Oh, there we go. Okay, cool.
But what he said was, do not, under any circumstance, socket augments. So don't do
Are
it.
you creature with the gemstone? Oh no! Now I'm even dazed. Get away from me!
Put Jerry down a little bit.
I like windmills. I think windmills are cool.
Yeah, don't
Alright.
socket augments. Just don't do it.
Try to clear out some of this trash.
If a strange man comes up to you in the middle of the night and says, "Hey, kid, you want to socket this augment?" Don't do it.
There you are. There you are. Why, hello, summoned topiary lion with a gemstone on your head.
Yeah, if you have it existing, it stays bound to account. If you add it, it becomes bound to character. And those are legacy augments, so you can remove the augment, I believe. Like, my Symbol of the Slave Lords has it, and it's still bound to account, but if you put it in, it's bound to character. Yeah, exactly.
Of course, I didn't get the optional for just not rushing in, but hey, you know, I mean, hey, that's fine. Ooh,
I do like that that's also one of the optionals in this quest.
good.
I really enjoy the windmill quest because the fact that there is the optional that says, hey, you know, talk to Dame Alonsa about a plan before rushing in. It just feels so appropriate. Also, I made my sorcerer like way stronger, by the way, while camera was off. We're only 250 DDO points because I don't have any set skill kits and I had to buy them.
Point out, I could mention I had a pretty good gear day last Friday during my guild night here on Atlantis. I could probably mention a little bit what I'm currently wearing, because I think I got a couple of things that I don't normally have. Where am I? Oh, here you are.
And look at this chat; it's so busy. That's crazy. If we get some views, I could level up a guy to 30 next hardcore, and you can murder me. Some stage reality TV.
Actually, I think that's a notification from over on the Lotro side, I think. Sorry about that.
Oh man, could you imagine using kobold sound effects for like the notifications on Twitch? I would hate that.
I wish you had trusted me,
the old knight says.
Still, you came to my aid in the end. You've earned a reward.
She continues.
But speak with me if you'd like to help a little further. Somehow, I feel the culprit is still nearby.
Ooh, what's that?
The Wish for Shifter Memories is now available in the DDO store, posted by DDO Limited several hours ago. I can't find it. Fact check. I don't know.
So
is that a
where
thing?
Dame get off to?
Is it not in the store? The wish for memories for Shifter?
Think back.
I
Damn shows up.
don't know. Wish. Wish for memories, Asmar, Drow, Dwarf, Elf, Gnome, Half Elf, Half whatever. Shifter, yeah, it's in the store. Right,
Yeah,
restarting.
there we go. Cool.
Client.
Why, hello.
Can I have a quick thought, please? PDK Warlock? What do you want to know?
I will search.
What can
for
I tell you?
culprit.
How can I assist
Lead
you?
the way to
I'm
our
just hoping
foe.
that if he drops some more news, if he doesn't drop any news in the probably like next 10 minutes, there's probably
Yeah, I
going to
know
be no
there's
more.
no damage to the
So we'll probably
line,
do something else. But I just want to see if there's any more news that's going to show up here
Doing it.
on the weekly Wednesday lunchtime live stream.
Gotta love the peanut gallery, man. I'm sorry, Dis, that you don't like my game playing. I do the best I can. I just, this is how I play. Sorry if you don't like it.
Yeah, PDK Warlock's really fun. It's what you would do before Feywild, before the Fey Dark Illusionistry. Now with Fey Dark Illusionistry, you can play melee Warlock without having to be PDK, which is cool.
You know what I hear, though? I would say this, and it's fine. It's fine, Dis. I don't care. But, you know what I tend to actually hear privately? I actually hear from people fairly regularly saying, you know, I know you get a lot of crap for how often you die, how you play on the live stream, but I just want you to know that's how all of us are playing.
Yes!
It was kind of cute.
Did you hear what he said?
So all of those out there who perhaps are much, much better at the game than me, just recognize maybe you're not necessarily the average on that front.
Yes.
Huh. Alright, well, let me see what we got here. I don't actually know where I'm supposed to go at this point.
That's fine.
I have not tried this yet.
But yes, that is
This.
that is something that I've talked about before. A lot of people like lose their mind. They get so stressed and so upset about DDO and how and they'll be like, man, Jerry's builds and characters aren't very good and he dies in quests. Look at this guy dying in a quest. Who dies in DDO? But like, it's also important to note that you know who dies in DDO? Most people that play this game. Most people that play this game are just like trying to do their best. They're trying to beat the monsters. They play the quests on like Feywild comes out. They play the quests on hard. The new expansion comes out. They play the quests on hard or normal, and they still get bricked by monsters. You know, the people go, "How do you get over 1,000 health?" You know, as a common question. People pop into chat here all the time. People comment on YouTube videos all the time. Like on my sorcerer video, people are like, "Wow, you have like almost 3,000 health." I have like, you know, they'll be like, "I have like, you know, 900. How do I do that?" Because they don't know. There's just a lot of people that play the game because it's a fun video game to play, and not because they're trying to get top numbers. They're just going on an adventure and having a good time.
The client being fixed to
And that's like
retain
the
settings.
majority
So
of
here's
the
what you need to
characters.
do. This is an issue with that came out with the release of Fables of the Feywild, related to the checkbox that allows you to stay logged in for 8 hours.
I think
If
you
at any
need
point
to
you have
own
used
the
that
race
checkbox,
or the wish.
then you are
or
going
the
to
race.
run into an issue where your user preferences.ini file does not want to do its thing. And so what's happening is it's not, as you say, saving your preferences. Now, what's actually going on here... Oops.
Oh, God. Oh, God.
Now, what's actually... Sorry, let me go.
What's actually going on here?
What's actually going on
Watch him get stuck. That was
is
funny.
that it's not writing.
Anyway, but yeah, so
what
he
you need
represents
to
the
do
majority of the players
is
that just
first go
literally
into your
play
launcher settings and log out
the character.
and not do that 8-hour checkbox.
Like he just plays the game and has a good time, and that's pretty much it. He explores around, right? And that's all he does, and he enjoys it. And a lot of people do that, so that's why, you know, if you see that, that's what happens.
Anyone got a hint for?
All right, so is it viable to keep the fighter level? So Purple Dragon Knight Warlock is perfectly fine. Is it viable? I mean, the capstone of Warlock is pretty good. I know, how dare someone play for fun? But the capstone of Warlock is like pretty good, so I wouldn't really be so giving up on it. Depends on exactly what you want to do. If you want to play like a melee, it's not a big deal. Depends on the difficulty setting that you want to get to. But yeah, other than that, for the most part, I think that Purple Dragon Knight Warlock is pretty good.
Oh, it's a secret.
You'll have a good time. Like 18 Warlock is very similar to 20 Warlock. You lose out on some either spell damage or melee damage.
Is there an update on the augment slot not showing in quest and reward pick issue? Yes. So that is something we're actively looking on. It's not just end rewards, though.
Oh.
It's beyond that. What's happening is that items that are in that end reward list, for example, will not let you know that they have an augment slot until they're updated by you logging out and logging in. So if that is a concern of yours until we get this fixed, either you could do a quick relog between quests or just before you sell your junk, just go ahead and...
I'm not doing that. I'm
log
just
out,
sell
log back
augment
in,
things.
check to make sure that stuff doesn't have any augment slots. We are working to fix that. That'll be... Actually, you know what? I can just go straight to the next quest, which is... Needle in a Face stack.
Oh, man.
And the Treasure Grove. Okay. Oops.
Okay. I kind of want to see how he takes on Needle in a Face stack before we keep going. We're going to go back to the Feywild in just a sec here, but I want to know how he does Needle in a Face stack.
So, we will be working to fix that issue about the client not retaining settings, and in fact, in most cases, that should now be resolved for people. However, for those of you who ran into this issue already, what you might need to do is what I suggested above, which is to log out through the launcher. Don't use that 8-hour login thing.
Was meant to be a shelter, a temple.
Yeah, but wasn't the feature disabled? Wasn't the 8-hour login thing disabled, so you can't turn it on?
Need to do that before.
Like, isn't that button gone, so you can't even disable it now?
However,
I thought that was the problem.
Should work after that.
Yeah, so you can't, if you have it on, you can't turn it off, right? I thought that was the issue. That the button isn't there, so you can't even turn it off if you wanted to turn it off. But yeah, I would say that if you wanted to keep the fighter level, it's like you said, you won't have an issue. Whether you're, like, no matter what, if you're playing Enlightened Spirit Warlock, this is the important thing. If you wanted to play a Enlightened Spirit melee Purple Dragon Knight Warlock, go one fighter, one favored soul, the rest Warlock. Take the favored soul so you can get Divine Might to get you the crazy charisma scaling on your attacks. Be a melee Warlock with Enlightened Spirit, kill some people, use like one of the Purple Dragon Knight weapons, so like a Great Sword or something ideally. And Great Sword some people as a Warlock. You could also go Sword and Shield if you want, but you just need to make sure you have an augment for your shield to get rid of the Arcane Spell Failure, or you have a shield with no Arcane Spell Failure. And then you would get the... you found a stuck spot. Oh, no.
Did I mess up? I guess I messed up.
Oh.
I need to unstuck here.
Did he find a stuck spot? Is he stuck?
No.
Oh, wrecked.
Right, well, let me do a quick...
That's a bug report right there.
Write down where that is. I guess that might be in our next
That's a bug
match,
report
too.
right there.
Alright. And that is how I got stuck.
Classic DDO. That's very funny. Very, very slowly learning Lotro, yeah.
I'll get to the weekend bonus here in just a little bit. Thanks.
He was
Alright.
playing Minstrel before?
Oops.
Oh, man.
Don't do that. Okay, so don't do that. Don't do that. And
Players on Twitch or read the
and then
forums
let
or
us,
didn't even know about the
continue
wiki.
on.
Yeah, exactly. You just don't even know.
Nothing happened. I didn't see anything. I have no idea what you're talking about. I would just...
When the button disappeared,
Down the
it
path.
auto turned off.
That's all
Oh
I
yeah,
was doing.
I think that there are some people that should have fixed, but there's some people who are still experiencing the issue post that problem happening. Yeah, so you'd go one fighter, one favorite soul. You get Divine Might at a favorite soul. You use a two-hander, so you use Great Sword because that lets you use charisma and damage with your stuff. You go all into charisma. You smash some stuff. You use Enlightened Spirit, so you basically can't die. And you can do Reaper 3 to 5 probably solo, no problem. On that character build. On a first life character, start with like 1
works
to
better
3.
with
But
Featherfall.
yeah,
But who's got time for that? Who's got time
like a DDO
for
cleric.
that?
Oh, that makes
Not
sense.
this person.
Again, we were going to transition back to regular gameplay, but I really, really want to see how Needle in a Face stack goes.
Yeah, I love that village too. I really do. It's very.
Maybe it's because I'm a sick
I
person.
think they did a great job on it. Oops, I'm actually heading out this way to the treasure cache.
It was slotting might gear. Hell yeah, dude! You gotta get that melee damage in there. You need physical mastery. Does might give Minstrel physical mastery?
Featherfall power. It's a crutch.
Wait, I don't think can Minstrel get physical mastery.
The reality is
Kind of like how Warden
that
can't
it's
get
helpful
tactical mastery.
Oftentimes in quests, sometimes you want Featherfall, just because it's going to make your life easier. But do you need Featherfall in DDO? Nope.
I agree.
Totally don't need it. If you go through your entire gameplay experience from day one to the last day you play, never using Featherfall, you'll be just fine.
100%. Featherfall is for idiots. I never use Featherfall. I also fall off of stuff all the time because I'm stupid.
And you'll get there faster.
Block rating. Oh man, that's so dumb. You know what block rating should come from? Block rating should come from Will.
Time? Okay, well if you're gonna run Killing Time, then make sure you got a Featherfall item.
Because they're minstrels. You'll probably just die on the next drop. Yeah. I've talked about this before, but they decided to streamline the stats so you only need certain stats. So when you do that and you have classes that get stats, just railroad them in and call it a day. So don't be like, oh, we're gonna streamline it so that way all minstrel gear is will gear and there's no light block gear, and then minstrels can still block because they have shields. So minstrels have 0 block chance, but they could technically block. Don't do that. Just railroad it and say, okay, by the way, will just gives you block chance as a minstrel. Call it a day. It's not on gear, but at least now it's a relevant stat and you can use it. Raid timers, but instead of letting you go on raid while on cooldown, it would let you skip flagging prerequisite for a raid once? No. I mean, I think it's a good idea, but I think the intention is not good. There's a comment.
Spot's 51 right now. Nice.
Skipping the raid flagging.
So,
that is a mimic.
that'll work.
Hey, look, it's the big fluffy spiders. Dude, on hard, they only have 13k?
Pro tip. This is something the pro gamers do. They buff themselves up before quests. Yeah, I know, you know, sometimes you don't want to let these secrets out. You want to keep
the
them to
pro gamer tip
to
buff in the monster pack.
You know, to give you that competitive edge. But I'm here today to spill the magic beans, which is it's okay. Pros buff themselves before the start of the quest.
That's a pro tip. There will be block rating and blue shields anyways. Yeah, but it's like 50,000 block. It's like, oh cool, I have 2% block chance. It doesn't need to be huge, and also you can't block any boss attacks anyway, because blocks don't ignore, or bosses ignore BPE, which is stupid.
Today. It's really nice to be here with you.
Whatever to gather for buffs cord.
I'm sorry we're having this.
He did. He gathered the monsters for the buffs. I am very confused as to what you're talking about. He wanted to let them in.
Sort it out within the next couple hours. Get a build kicked off this afternoon.
Dude, he's never killing these spiders, by the way.
And then get it out to the live worlds. Most likely.
Not that he won't win. He will win. But the hero soul.
Looking at what we can do to mitigate.
Oh, look at that dodge, and they're jumping everywhere. It's just a form of flexing. Yeah, you just flex on the spiders. It still has, I think, 16k. It's hard to see.
Big fluffy spider, huh? I mean,
big fluffy spiders, by the way, on heroics, on elite, have 800 health.
So it's 2/3.
Keep that in mind.
Correct. It is 60%, 66% approximately accurate.
Get him.
I don't know I would call it fluffy.
Hell yeah.
Oh, I can. Nice. Okay.
Did that one monster pack take 3 minutes? You bet it did. But it's done. And see, here's also the other thing, right? Consider the difference between like a super... Oh, he doesn't know which chest it is. Oh no. There's a lot of chests in this dungeon. He has 15 minutes left? Ooh. Can he find the right one? Oh, Fomorian. Oh, it's aggroed.
Let's see. Got any
Coming.
other chests hanging around here?
Oh, it's not? Yeah, it is. So this quest, by the way, there is actually a set chest in Needle and a Face Stack. You don't have to go loot them all. There's just one that always has it. Oh, it's technically a few, but it's always in the same place. There's like it like can either hang on a tree or just be on the ground and whatever. And there's only like two
Only
or
buff
three
you
spots.
need is grease.
Can be.
Yeah, it's probably true.
But it's all like
Probably
in the
true.
literally the same place. So it's either like this tree or this tree or this tree, but they're all like in the same. You can see them all from where you're standing.
Security had to reinstall Windows 10, which removed DDO and had to reinstall. That sucks. We
Sprint
did
boost
have
to the
an
racial
issue
tree of shifter.
yesterday,
That's not a bad
with
idea, actually. I like that a lot.
Kaspersky's antivirus. They were improperly flagging the D&D client exe and causing it to be quarantined in a way that was problematic to being able to run the game client. So we have been in touch with them.
It's just the length of the stream. He's
My
done the stream at 1 o'clock.
understanding is enough DDO customers got in touch with them as well that, hey, why are you getting rid of my D&D client exe? It is not a virus. That they have responded and dealt with that as of yesterday evening.
That's interesting. I didn't know that. That's kind of cool.
That is something we only have really limited
Oh, bro, you need true
control
seeing.
over. We can do the same things you can do, which is basically send them a support ticket.
Oh, he has it on the bar.
Hey, what the... Don't.
Needs the true sig.
I guess that's really about all.
Who are you watching? This is Jerry. This is the community manager for Dungeons & Dragons Online and Lord of the Rings Online, Cordovan. And he usually drops some knowledge bombs during the weekly Wednesday lunchtime live stream. And what normally happens is people go, hey, by the way, did you see that thing of the weekly Wednesday lunchtime live stream? And I'd be like, no, I was literally live streaming and doing something else.
Shifters. Yes, thank you for bringing up shifters here in Twitch chat. Let me mention that as of yesterday, we officially have the Wish for Shifter Memories available in the DDO store. So if you want to get that shifter racial past life, Sons playing shifter, you have that option.
That's right. Hate shifter? Skip it. Spend some money. What do you think of the blue light blocking glasses? I find no difference in sleep. I don't have blue light blocking glasses, and one of the reasons is because I talked to somebody about them, and they said that they do work, but what is important about that is that while they do function, that you also need to make sure that you have not just the blue light blocking glasses, but you should get them like prescription. Like you shouldn't buy them off of the internet, off like a website. So order some like $10 pair of glasses on Amazon. You should go to an optometrist and get like a prescription and get something that will actually help you, or ask them if it might be something that might be better. Because you can also get, instead of just blue light, you can also do polarized filters as well for your glasses and monitors.
Oh my gosh.
Which is very cool.
Let me back off here a sec.
That might also help you instead. It might be better.
Come on.
So if you're finding it has no impact, it depends on the quality of the glasses that you have. For me personally, I don't have any blue light blocking glasses, but I also just try to relax and look at different things. And my monitors have like a blue light filter built into them, so it makes everything look kind of watered down. But on the upside, I can stare at my computer for longer. Also, what's up with this hair strand? You see this? Where is it? Is this one here? What's this? What's this doing? What's this? What is this? What is going on here? That's cool. I feel hip. Got a hip hairstyle.
Alright.
I don't know. Everyone says shifter sucks. And then I play with people that can like solo quests on like R7 to 10 because they're using shifters. And because shifter's so powerful. So I don't know what to believe. I will say he's pretty close. He's pretty close to finding the dragon. But will he ever beat these big fluffy spiders? I don't know. He's getting low on mana. And honestly, I have no idea where the shrine is in this quest. Oh, he has to chase the dragon. Oh, jeez. Like a couple things that are amazing about Shifter. Number one, being able to shift and get access to the Blood Feast filigree set is god tier. Number two, being able to shift and get access to the not just shift, but get regenerating rages for Ravager. Those are both really, really good features. Having Blood Feast really easily on a fighter is really nice. Oh, you can't heal on a fighter? Don't worry about it. Just have 1,000 temporary hit points or more than that anytime you want. I think it's more than 1,000 actually.
Well, that was a lot of mobs, huh? Oh, I had a chest down here somewhere. Where did that go?
Yeah, Blood Feast. Whenever a rage is triggered, you gain 1,000 temporary hit points per epic level. These last for 10 minutes.
There we are.
So being able to get 1,000 temporary hit points anytime you want is sick. Especially if you're playing like Elite or Reaper 1. Get 200 to 250 PRR on a fighter. Call it a day. I don't have a gold gem. This is the right chest, I think. No, it's not. He's so close though. It's down the hill. No, down the hill. Jerry, gotta go down the hill. Oh, never mind. He's gonna implode all these people. Oh. Implosion is so good.
I don't know if I've heard that one much.
Okay. Yes,
Yeah.
you can do it. Go hook around. Do the hook. Oh yeah. Okay, it's not here. Now look down that hill. It's gonna be down there. Ooh, it's gonna down the hill. Left.
Go back up.
No, you gotta go down. No, he doesn't know.
Let's see.
Is the coward in blindness and confusion? Yeah, doesn't it feel good? I love color spray. It's so fun. It's a very, very fun spell.
Okay.
Ooh, spell resistance. It resisted.
Oh, thank you for increasing the Slayer level. Yeah, I think there was some concern that we not create another Orchard of the Macabre. But at the same time, we definitely undershot that one in terms of...
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I thought that they didn't add the higher Slayer. People were wondering why they didn't do 7,500, and it's because Orchard is like a must-do every epic life. Could you imagine doing only Slayers to go from 20 to 30? That's literally my dream, but they don't want that. Is this a War Cleric build Jerry's playing? Jerry? It's Jerry with a J. And, I don't know. I literally don't know what he does. He's got charisma. He has the Dragon Breath from Dragonborn. He's currently leveling Epic Destinies in Epic or Legendary Hard Feywild. Okay, it's down the hill, bro. You gotta go down the hill. Oh, he's trying to dance.
That's right. You know what I don't have out? I don't have my Satyr hireling out. I know we just have a few minutes left in the show here.
Yeah, he's running out of time. He's not gonna make it. Go down the hill. It's on the right. No, it's on the right. No, he missed it. Oh, that's sad. But yeah, it's like critical mass sort of thing, because the Slayer areas are relatively easy and extremely high experience point. So I think that would be kind of a goal for them to kind of curb some of the XP. However, it's also important to note, and this is really good, is that you get the most XP at the beginning, not at the end. It's a big bump at the end, but it's not the most.
Like it or not, Orchard Slayers.
Oh, he's playing a cleric. No, it's pure cleric. This is a pure cleric. I just don't know what he does.
Game performance issues.
He's in Shadow Dancer. He has all the spells. He is, I believe, a pure cleric. He uses charisma. And his strength is horrible. That's why he's plus 50 to hit right now at level 30. So he's not using the Fade Arc Illusionist to get charisma and damage. Charisma is his main stat. Wisdom is his second stat, and his tier 5 in Radiant Servant. So he's got a very slow, crunchy build where he doesn't die and he gets through the content. Jump down that hill. It's right there. Jump down the hill. That one. Jump it. Jump.
A while
there it is.
back,
Go down the hill. No.
We did some work to reduce mob density.
He was so close.
Orchard of the Macabre. And that was directly related to our work into game performance. And so we have to be super careful when we're doing these kind of Slayer zones that we not recreate the conditions that ended up being fairly problematic in Orchard of the Macabre. The issue was not you get to have too much fun. The issue is it was just not good for the game or the player experience in that sense.
Yeah, I can see that. They don't want the draw to be on doing Slayer areas either.
Year? Yeah, so like 4 years ago then. Yeah.
And maybe they want less people doing Slayer areas because Slayer areas cause lag? I don't know. I'm not sure. But overall, I think that it's important to note, like I said, that the
Is it
most
true
experience
then
you
that
get is at the
Dungeon
beginning,
Alert
not the end.
Wilderness, if you
So
drag
farming out the
mobs, causes
3,000 that you can
server-wide
get
lag? No.
takes less time than
The
farming out
Dungeon Alert
7,500,
is
and is
not
going to
what's
create more
causing the
experience than
lag.
what you get in
It is
Orchard
you
anyway.
dragging the mobs that is causing the lag.
The XP per minute is higher,
The
so...
Dungeon Alert is working to prevent that from causing server-wide lag.
Like, I would be upset about it,
It works to
except
mitigate it,
the
and
mobs in
does
Feywild are so dense,
mitigate it,
if you have a group.
You know, and has for, what,
There's so many
decades.
monsters. You can easily crush out that 3,000 Slayers in probably
It
like
doesn't solve all
15 to
problems,
20
of
minutes
course,
with a pot.
but it does help in that specific area. So no, you're mistaking symptoms for cause. The Dungeon Alert is not what's causing the server-wide lag. It's you dragging all those mobs.
So close, dude. No, go to the right. Go to the right. Yes. Left. Oh, okay, shit. Left. 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 No, he'll never find it. All right, he's not going to find it, and I'm not learning anything else. So we're going to go back to the regular live stream. Thank you for watching. There we go. All right, we're back. Alright, goodbye, Jerry. Cool. So now we've got that sorted out and taken care of. I just want to show you guys what I did while we had that in the background. The main thing that I did is now my Torn Great Axe here is now fully sentiented up. So the two things that I'm using is I'm using the Shattered Device Filigrees and the Prowess Filigrees. The goal here is with Shattered Device, we're essentially able to get this debuff here. Your melee and range attacks have a chance to reduce your enemy PRR and MRR by 10 for 10 seconds. So it just allows me to hit enemies harder for me and all my friends. And then I'm also using Prowess, which gives me extra melee power when I use an action boost. Right now in quests, it says I have 9. I actually have way more than this. So I have quite a few action boosts that I can use all the time. And it also means that if I want to get more, I never run out, but if I want to get more, I can also add in more action boosts. I think that this is probably the best way to go, is to use Prowess, even though I don't have that many. But it's not too hard to get an extra boost here and there, so... do you want to go do some more Feywild? Alright, let's do it. Just go ahead and all these quests. I think we did all of the first phase. Heart Seas. Also gotta up the quest volume. Oh, sure, yeah. Yeah, I was gonna show it off when I got my weapon, but we can do it now. So by the way, there's a new weapon glamour you can get. So unlike the weapon glamours, which are usually gotten from the Ultimate Fan Bundles in the previous expansions, this one is gotten from doing the Saga. And it is... your weapon's plain. This is a regular weapon. There it is. This is the weapon aura. The Feywild weapon aura. You get this from completing the Saga. I don't know if it drops from the Heroic Saga, but it drops from the Epic Saga. When does the winter event usually start? Sometime in December. It's very cool. I want to get it so I can put it on this axe. I want to see how it looks on the Fey Crystal weapon. We'll have to see. LOD chain, no XP train to Evening Star. No XP. Ugh. Fairness, Bitter Spines. We did the Icemount Curse, so we have which ones? We have Thornright, the Tracker. Oh, we have this one that's right here. Wake Me Up Inside, right? Okay, I'm gonna open up the group again. Thank you. Just double checking to make sure there isn't anything fun going on. Nope. Wake Me Up Inside, Feywild R4s. Let's go. Why are you letting the fire sleep in today? I don't know. I thought it'd be funny. So, that's a bit of a prank on me. The joke is that I made the major mistake of not. Ooh, okay. Is that I made the major mistake of somehow my alarm disabled itself or something. I set it yesterday and it didn't go off, and then I didn't wake up appropriately on time to wake up today for the live stream. The result of which meant I kind of slept in a little bit. So I thought, hey, why not throw out a pun that's related to alarms that I thought was kind of funny.
You awake
Call it a day.
unexpected slumber. At first, things seem as before. You're still at Winwood Hall.
I
and
enjoyed it anyway.
Melody is still standing beside the bed. Then you realize that Lord Arden is missing, and so is Flower in the Melody begins.
Anyway, now I do way more damage than I did before, which is nice.
Lord Arden's true
Prowess.
Of course I know it. But it's for me to know and for you to never get.
Yeah, that seemed kind of funny. Seemed to fit at the time. Alright. Let's go get us a bridge troll. So if you haven't heard some of the news from the weekly Wednesday lunchtime live stream, let's go over some of the stuff that they talked about briefly. The long and short of it, important game news, there are issues with the augment system. Some augments are causing your items to become bound to character. An example of this is if you decide to place an augment of the... you decide to place an augment in an item such as the Master's Gift is one of the examples, and you do that. Apparently there are also more, but Master's Gift is the only one I can think of right now. It causes your augment or your item to become bound to character permanently. Even if you remove the augment, the item is now bound to character. So just keep that in mind, that that is something that can happen to you, and if you don't want that to happen to you, don't slot any augments right now until they fix it. They are apparently working like round the clock trying to get this sorted out, and they will not be resting until it's done, because it is a major game problem. Oh, my shadow device is working on these guys. Nice.
You've recovered Hearsom's loot for the ritual.
So yeah, so that's kind of interesting. So they're going to be looking into that. Also, there was some leaked information about the there's a winter event or something going on, and they have no information because it was a leak and they don't want to talk about it yet. Yeah, so that's the thing. And what else? I'm trying to think if there's anything else new that he talked about. Basically, also, we talked about how, not he talked about, but it's important to remember that Jerry, the person who's live streaming, he represents the everyman. He is not the absolute best player at DDO, and people should not think that he's the absolute best player at DDO. He does not think he's the absolute best player at DDO. He's somebody who just likes to play the game and hang out, have fun. And he really enjoys his time playing the game because he likes going through the quests and exploring stuff just like everybody else. And I think that that's kind of a perspective that gets lost on some members of the community, myself included sometimes. It's one of the reasons why I really appreciate that hardcore kind of grounded me a little bit. Because I started making videos where like all my builds were like, oh yeah, you gotta have past lives and you gotta have this and you gotta have tomes. But then hardcore is like, oh yeah, what do I do if I don't have tomes? Like, the common man. Any reason I'm not using Burst of Glacial Wrath? Yes, it's because my evocation DCs suck. So it wouldn't really work in Reaper 4 on Feywild. So for the majority of my crowd control, I use Eldritch Tempest, Tsunami because it's scaled really well, and Color Spray because it's scaled really well.
You approach the portal grove.
So there's the Sandman. Now I gotta go kill the ads. Just beat this guy to death. Perfect. Man, these quests can go really fast if you both know where to go and also have a reasonable amount of damage.
In his last moments, he says,
I very much... Oh, no, I used my spells wrong. I very much like the amount of damage that I do right now with this character. It's very satisfying. Doing almost like 1500 damage a strike on R4 feels good. And then with the prowess, 252 melee power. Oh, wait, is that 252 with prowess? No, I go up to 300 melee power with prowess. which is not bad.
Emanating a frigid mist suddenly appeared.
Hey, Lord Arden, get up.
You killed my sister.
All right, so now we
Have to make do with these
play the
vile
loot.
cauldron leftovers. I wouldn't go anywhere near them personally now. Be a dear.
And then we grind up the roots.
Good this time.
Weakened
And then
battered,
we
Cadence
burn the
tries
thing.
to surrender.
All right. That's enough. You need what I have. So then, let's make a
Excuse
deal.
me.
You've reluctantly decided to allow Cadence
Oh, there you go.
to live.
Oh, it's because you had to wait for her dialogue to finish. I didn't know that.
Lord Arden's true
Iconic's worth buying, and is the Feywild Illusionist color spray the same as the color spray from Deep Gnome? Yes, it is the same one. Legendary Bitter Snow. Ooh, Bitter Snow Docent. This is a
Then
Winter Docent.
grind up the flowers
Cool.
roots.
Unless you want this, I'm keeping it.
Burn the roots along with Lord Arden's true name.
Sweet.
You play a brief melody on Pearson's lute. You mash the flowers.
Next is
roots
the
into a
tree quest. Tree quest.
You set a small blaze. Then
Um,
collect the crushed
But yeah, so that's the
roots
epic
of
destiny that
Lord
I am currently
Arden's
running
true
is,
name.
I'm currently running Fatesinger, because Fatesinger gives me the most
As the
stats for
smoke
this character, because I
rises,
have a lot of different
Lord
stats that I need.
Arden's eyes open.
Which I will explain in slightly more detail
Lord
here in
Arden
just a sec.
thanks you for
But yeah, our
wielding
Iconic's worth it.
his curse. He
So
urges
that is
you
very
to
heavily
speak
dependent on
with
what you would like to do.
women
Iconics are cool because they start at level 15, so if you want to do weird, goofy crap that doesn't turn on until later, you can start at 15 and have your builds, activate at a later time, which is kind of cool. On top of that, you are also, the Deep Gnome tree is kind of cool because it has like a built-in Phantasmal Killer and some other neat effects. Overall, the Iconics in general are not supposed to be better. They're just supposed to be different and provide alternatives. So giving, a Sun Elf that has a really powerful buff spell in the Death Ward / spell resistance spell that you get like really early in the game. Or the Purple Dragonite giving you the Charisma hit and damage stuff and all the Charisma abilities. Or the Blade Forge getting Reconstruct. It's not necessarily better, but it does give you some cool options and some different things that you can play around with, should you decide to do so, which I think is very interesting. So again, whether that is better for you is always going to be subjective, as your experience, your mileage may vary. Come here, you son of a bitch. Ah, I'm so slow. Can I get this open, though? Chest. Yeah. Get out of here. Stay tears. So yeah, whether specifically it's worth it is a tough call, but what I will say is that they do provide some interesting gameplay options, so consider it when you're deciding to play one. But yeah, so what epic destiny I'm running? I'm running Fatesinger, and I'm running Fatesinger for two different distinct reasons. So reason number one is my character scales off of spell power. So right now, my spell power is like Fire is 895, Acid is around 875, and then Lightning goes over 1,000, with Cold being somewhere around 850. So my spell powers are all reasonably high all the time, and it's one of the reasons why for this character, I want to be in Fatesinger, because Fatesinger gives me like over 100 to all of my different spell powers, which is really cool. Oh, did you DC? No. Alright. Well, we can get started, and then you just hop in. I don't think there's any walls that appear in here. So for me, that's why I'm in Fatesinger right now. Fatesinger gives me about 140 to all spell powers, as well as adding 60 melee power, and then just generally good stats. And I can buff myself with this little sing-song thing that I got going on.
A sense of unease.
And I need all the spell powers, because I swap between the 4 elements and I cast Repair. Uh-oh. I can't solve that, though. I have literally no healing.
Draining away the light.
Hey, Sligo, what's up? How you doing?
The barrier flickers out as the first orb is destroyed.
Describes in your full group, yeah.
The second orb shatters.
Yep. And so they mentioned on the live stream today as well. I'm sure you guys have noticed that the Slayers in Feywild caps out at 3,000. A lot of people are upset about this. They said it had something to do basically more about performance, both game and also just the way that they want some stuff to scale. Essentially, they don't really want players to only do... My interpretation is they don't want players to do only Slayers to do all their leveling. However, it's actually not a bad thing that the Slayers cap out at 3,000. The majority of the XP, or the XP per minute, is the highest at the beginning. So you get the most XP with the least amount of investment, basically. So stopping at 3,000 means you get a really good amount of XP. You get a tight amount of XP for 3,000 Slayers. And then you... I should be blinding these guys. You get a tight amount of XP for the 3,000 Slayers that you do. And then after that, you don't get any more XP, but you can then move on to something else, whether that's another Slayer, and it gives you a very high ratio of XP per time invested. However, it's also important to note that there's basically no Feywild Slayer groups out there. Uh-oh. DDO all over again. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, a lot of people have thought about going Fury of the Wild. I thought about it, but for me personally, I just, I need to focus on the spell power to make a lot of the things on this character work. So I just wanted to do that. First, the Madden Fire Beetle doesn't take a lot of fire damage. Screw you, buddy. Warforged or Blade Forged, you currently be able to gain Reconstruct over the extra weapon damage? No, because I cast Reconstruct the spell. I'm a sorcerer. If I wasn't a sorcerer, then maybe if I was like a paladin, absolutely. But I cast Reconstruct, and my Reconstruct casts faster and has a shorter cooldown. It costs a little bit more mana, I think. Yeah, it costs 7 more mana, but it casts faster and has a shorter cooldown. And it doesn't block my race. Yes. And it is also faster level from 15 to 30 in a lot of cases, because if you have an XP pot and some good friends, you can go from 20 to 30 in like 6 hours. The final build ideas? Yes, I have. Hello. The quest is labeled wrong. We're in combating corruption, so I didn't update it. I gotta update it. Combating corruption. Combating corruption.
The root tunnel lurches suddenly.
There it is. God, that took way too long to figure out. Oh, sorry. I was literally looking through the quest dialogue to try to find the quest. Yeah, so I've actually made a decision with this character. The original plan was to play it in... The original plan was to swap it over, potentially single weapon fighting. I've decided you don't need to do that. You just need to make a couple concessions to some other stats, and your character is really, really powerful. So that's what I'm going for. Absolutely. Like I said, imagine if there was a quest dialogue that when you opened it up, it had all the adventure packs laid out, and you clicked the adventure pack, and then you clicked the quest that you wanted to do. Do I like pay? Whoa! I've never had that happen before. That's some crazy shit, man. Yeah, I do like Pale Master Eldritch Knight. Pale Master Eldritch Knight's pretty sweet. So the idea here on this character is that I am essentially, you know, I'm happy with my melee for the most part, and I decided to focus more on some of the elemental damage. And now, right now, I'm doing, on Reaper 4, almost 1,000 damage a strike with my base damage before crits, and then my elemental damage is adding about 700 damage base before crits, and then when I crit, I actually get a bunch of extra damage. So, yeah, character seems pretty good. Again, no issues with this character whatsoever. I'm like crazy tanky. The only thing I would fix is some of my gear, because as you noticed, 53 magic resistance rating is not enough. Oh wait, did we not do this? Wait, what didn't we do? Oh, we didn't go this way. Oops. Anyway, so that's a bit of a problem. If I can just run in and start meleeing stuff, even though these beetles are obviously fire creatures and don't take extra damage from fire, even though I'm not hasting myself because I'm an idiot, I'm still able to just smash through them. These guys resist lightning. I don't know if they resist lightning.
The root tunnel ahead.
Genuinely mounds are immune though, because they're so grounded, I guess. What? Oh, yeah, sure, that's fine. It's all good. Undecided between Lich and Wraith. I like Lich because I like consistency. More healing amp and more magic resistance rating means you take less magic damage and you can heal yourself for more. Incorporeality is inconsistency because did I block the ability from Incorporeality or did I not? I don't know.
The orb's gone. The second barrier collapses in on itself with an audible crackle.
And that's something I don't like. It's one of the reasons why I rally against evasion all the time. Some people love evasion, but then you roll a 1 and you instantly die. And I hate that. I'd rather just have MRR, and then if I roll a 1, I still don't die. Yeah, but it gives you a lot of Incorp. You get 25%, which is pretty sweet. And I do like 25% Incorporeality, tell you what. You get MRR with light armor? Yeah, MRR cap with light armor is 50, I think. Or no, 100, sorry. So you can get magic resistance rating in light armor, for sure. Yeah, it's 100. Vampire? Nice.
With a single magic word, the Fomorian snaps the barrier back to the left. However,
they're immune to lightning, which is very annoying. For you, Fomorian. I very much appreciate you rolling the Radiant Force Field. Okay, knockdown. Okay, it's on Arnor. Oh god, I'm knocked down. Don't beat me, bro. Don't beat me! Hell yeah, that's what I'm talking about. You want the stats of Lich while looking like Wraith? I actually prefer the Lich form the most.
The Fomorian is dead.
Hey, I got the Cloak of Winter. I don't have this item, so I want to keep this.
Tell the pixies it's safe to return to
Unless you do you need it?
tree. I wonder
Okay,
what
cool.
fine treasures wait inside.
Thorn right. Next. You like the on-hit enchant? Yeah, I have never really done tier 5 of the Palemaster tree in terms of trying to do anything other than a spellcaster. Yeah, the Cloak of Winter is very cool. I want to see if I can like incorporate that into a character like this. Yeah, I'm actually really enjoying the way that this character performs, so I'm not sure I would make any changes at this point now. Like, I can solo through quests on Reaper 4, and I feel like that's good enough. And I don't even have all the gear. So once you have all the gear on this character, you can certainly solo through on Reaper 4. So I think I'm just going to optimize the gear and then write my build guide off of that. And then people can enjoy it and play it for themselves. Yeah, but as a wizard, you get 6 first-level spells. Just cast Featherfall. Like, I see where you're coming from, where it is nice not to have to cast Featherfall, but also just cast Featherfall. They get 5? Oh, still, it's a lot. Like, I only get 4 and I have Featherfall.
Turn back, stranger. Reap
fire beetles, more like dies to lightning beetles. Yeah, I've definitely wanted to do an all Pale Master party where you have 6 Pale Masters with 6 Skeleton Knight pets, and you kind of just run your way through like hardcore or something. Yep, like I said, this Friday, if you want to play this build and you want to have a fully concrete build guide, including endgame item set and everything you're supposed to use, then I would definitely consider playing this character. And waiting till Friday to get the to find out what the build is like. If you want to play this character. I've been too busy to keep up with DDO, downloading the patches as you speak. I love the expansion. My overall experience with this is that, personally, in my opinion, the content and the quality that we've gotten with the Feywild expansion is the best content we've ever gotten in any DDO expansion at any point. Hot take. I really, really like this expansion. The quest content is like top tier, top tier. But yeah, also, again, one of the reasons why this is cool, I get like 1,000 spell power for electric, which is nice. And then my repair is also like 800. And, absolutely, in my opinion, I like the Menace to the Underdark quests conceptually, because they're very cool. But one of the things that the quests, the Menace to the Underdark quests don't have, is I feel like they don't have as much like the Menace to the Underdark quests have too much frustrating crap. Why does every drow poison you? Why are spell wards still used in DDO? Why does everything have spell resistance? Why can the monsters jump all over the fucking place? Why is the demon web needlessly confusing to navigate?
Anything that would help in slaying.
Oh, I got a Pharaoh Crystal Light Pick. I'm gonna have to look at what that looks like. So, my issue is, I think the quests are very good. The story is succinct. The raid has a cool ending to it. But for me personally, I don't hold a super high amount of reverence for that quest line, the Menace to the Underdark quest line, because I find that, like I said, a lot of those quests have like the few ones that stand out, like, and a lot of them just don't stand out. One of the ones that stands out to me is the Belly of the Beast. I love that quest. I think conceptually it's an amazing idea. Absolutely genius, and I love it. And I want more quests that are just like it, because I think it's super duper cool. But I'm trying to think of other quests that I think are really iconic in that. Yeah, and also, I think a big part of it is, do I want to play those quests right now? And I don't. But do I want to play the quests here? I do. I love the Feywild quests. The Feywild quests, also important thing, it does not take long to get to any of the Feywild quests, and all the Feywild quests are reasonably short. So if you only have like 10 minutes, or you can log in and do a Feywild quest, and then and then log off and do something else. Which I really like. I don't know why my FPS is like basically 0 right now. But it just is. I'm running 15 FPS in this dungeon, and I have no idea why.
The Dryad joins the fray herself.
EDO, man. Is that just because it's new, that I want to run the quests? Well, again, it's also, like I said, the fact that it takes a very long time to get to them. Like, consider the following. Okay, it's just, the quests have been designed with a lot of the bad ideas put away. So I'm doing Shindralin. There are 2 problems with Shindralin. Problem number 1, if somebody hasn't done all the quests leading up to it, they can't do Shindralin. So if I have a group of people, and we do the first chain, and then it's time to do Shindralin, if we disband and don't keep doing it, I have to get a new group of people, and that new group of people might not have done Shindralin, and they might not know they need to do Shindralin. So I might get them there, and then they can't get the quest, and they don't realize that they can't even get access to it, right? So these are major problems, or like the Demon Web.
To some place called the Treasure Grove.
Sorry. Beetle in a Fey stack. So then that also might be a problem. So they don't know that they can't do it. Or, even worse, they do know they can do it, they are on the right quest chain, but they don't know how to get there. And then they have to try to navigate through the King's Forest and the Underdark and Shindralin to get to the quest where you're trying to go. Whereas here, you come into Feywild, this has got this beautifully decorative zone. Look at this giant tree, and now you have this gnome, or this pixie village in this tree. And it's like this, like, the Feywild is so pretty and colorful, and it's not as big, but it has different locales and areas that make you think different things, and you get to experience a lot of different things in these zones. Like, look how beautiful this little village is. And there's like a satyr who's playing for the pixies. Like, it still has a lot of detail, it's just not as big and spread out. Like, the one thing I will give the Underdark is it's massive. It's absolutely massive and imposing. It makes you, when you go through it, you're like, damn, this is a huge area. This is big. Like, the scale is awesome. And I think what they did really well with Menace the Underdark is trying to get that sense of scale. You know, you're not supposed to be able to fight Lol. You're not supposed to be able to win against a lot of these creatures. It's mostly that you're picking away at the army. You don't get to beat all of the drow, even no matter how powerful your character is. You just instead break into some camps and sow some chaos. Targeting issues, yeah, I can see that. Also, it's very dense. Again, if you want to do Slayers, I highly recommend Feywild. Look at the density. Look at the density. Look at him. Look how dense this density is. So much density. Can't even get into the quest. This cosmetic set that I'm wearing right now, this Eladrin armor, as well as the unicorns, as well as the unicorns, you gotta get these from the purchase tiers. For me, it's worth it, because I like having cosmetics, and I don't mind buying cosmetics. But it's up to you whether you will like cosmetics or not. The higher tiers, pretty, like, Tier 2 gives you access, or like the Collector's Edition gives you access to the Fey Dark Illusionist, but you can just do Feywild, which is the level 5 quest chain, and get access to it already. So I don't see that as being a big problem. The Ultimate Fan Bundle gives you access to the Iconic, but the Shifter Iconic kind of sucks. So you don't, there's no need or urgency that you have to buy it. Oh yeah, and then there's the Tome. I forgot about the Tome. Yeah, the Tome's pretty good. Alright, let's go.
Somewhere in these woods, there is treasure that grows on trees. One specific tree deserves more attention than others. For it bears the chest containing
You have to re-earn the Fey Dark Illusionist tree? No, it's unlocked. It's unlocked permanently on your character. You don't have to re-earn it. It's just if you, per character you want to use it on, you have to unlock it. But if you reincarnate, you don't have to unlock it again. It's not a server-based unlock, it's a character-based unlock. Yep, favor. You just do the quests in the Feywild. Do all 13 quests on Elite difficulty, and you're done. First time going through on Reaper 2 took me about 6 hours solo on Heroics. Overall, Fey Dark, we're doing it right now on Reaper 4 in Epics, and it's taking us probably at most an hour and a half, knowing how to do it. So it's an hour and a half, you get to play through the quests that are really cool, and then it's unlocked. Yeah, no problem. That's what I'm here for. That's what they used to call me. They called me Insightful Shrimtom in high school. Explosions. Nuclear explosions. Is there a boss here? No, there's no boss. I might as well just use my big attacks then. That's it. My stream site. I made a stream site check, and I failed. Haha. But yeah, so unlocking it's not too bad. And it's pretty good. Like, I've made a bunch of characters using the Feydark Illusionist tree. Some of them being spellcasters, some of them being, like, melees, like, all sorts of stuff. Stack with a competent Strim Tom? There is no competent Strim Tom. I have no idea where you got that idea. Because I have so much non-crit damage, it's actually really nice because I can beat up Reapers really easily without having to worry about like being able to critically strike. You have to purchase Feydark Illusion Tree, can it be unlocked? And it is unlocked via favor in the Feydark, or the Fables of the Feywild expansion. So if you want to get it, you can just do Fables of the Feywild and get it. It's this chest here. So if you don't want to buy it, you don't have to. You just have to buy Fables of the Feywild and then unlock it. So there is a buying involved no matter what, because it's Fables of the Feywild. If you want to earn it via favor, you will likely be able to do that. Diplomacy.
You have a good feeling
This
about
chest.
this chest.
Down.
Perhaps it is the one you seek. As you open the chest, the unicorn...
Nope. Damn it, I missed it. Yes, we got it. Cool, surprise unicorn pops out of the chest. You give Baldur's Gate 3 a shot? Yep, I played through Baldur's Gate 3. I pretty much finished out everything I could find on the what was available in the early access. When they add more content to the game, I'll probably go back and give it a second run through. And we're also just currently finishing off Solasta right now on stream. Hold up, it's hammer time. Or what's hold up? It's hammer time.
Among the shell fragments, you see the glint of something that looks like a small winged shadow.
Then we chase the greedy dragon. We're not going to do that. We're just going to dim door to where it goes. How do you customize the UI? Well, I'm glad you asked. If you type !UI in chat, it will then give you access to the special UI interface change that I am using right now. Do you reincarnate all characters, or do you have any favorites to keep? I reincarnate things when I feel like it, but I have characters that I leave at level 30 fully geared, so that way I can do raids with friends and stuff, and I can play with people, because level 30 is the easiest level range to play with other people at, because people are just doing whatever. And then I have this character who I reincarnate all the time. So for the most, unless I want to change build, I don't really reincarnate any of my other characters. Exclamation point UI in chat. I should also make that work, so that when people type that joke, the joke's actually on them. But yeah, so Baldur's Gate 3, I really enjoyed Baldur's Gate 3. I really enjoyed Solasta. So far, from my personal experience, I think they said they fixed the bugs, but I enjoyed Solasta a lot more than the Baldur's Gate 3, and I think that's just because Baldur's Gate 3 is very open-ended. But I think part of my experience was definitely tailored by the fact that I failed every fucking skill check. Every single skill check. Oh, you have to talk to somebody? Cool. Oh, I rolled a 1. Great, now I gotta kill them. Oh, I can solve this problem. Cool, I rolled a 1. Now I gotta kill them. Oh, great. Now I can have this situation where I can find some secret treasure chest. Oh, I rolled a 1. Now I gotta kill them. Every single time. And it was fun. It was funny when it was happening. But literally now when I think about it, that's all I can think of. Is how dreadfully irritating that was. Oh, he's trying. You're rolling D4. Literally, it was like I was rolling a D4 every single time. Oh, I gotta talk to this goblin. Cool. Oh, sweet. I have like an 80% chance of success. Roll a 2. Fail. It's like... Oh, God. I got the Wind Riders. We're just going to ask if anyone needs these. Versus in Baldur's Gate 3, or not Baldur's Gate 3, in Solasta, every time it felt like I was supposed to fail and the consequences weren't that bad. Oh, do you need them? Control E420 minus 69. Oh no, minus. Oh my god, I can't hit the right keys. I find that funny. But yeah, so I don't know. I just find that Celesta was also kind of more fun in that scenario. I enjoyed that quite a bit. Oh, just barely edgy out. We'll get more. Because I'm always down to farm some of these instances because they're also, like, again, a lot of these quests are short. Like, this quest was 7 minutes long. I like that. I don't like to spend, like, 2 hours doing every single quest. I like when there's shorter quests in the game. A lot of the quests, to be fair, in Menace of the Underdark are also short, but the run is half of the time. It's like, oh, it's an 8-minute quest that takes 8 minutes to get there. Swamp, Kelpie, quest. And then also just the general game system. I felt like the UI was cleaner in Celesta, and the visuals were cleaner, and I like the grid system where you're moving along a grid. I know that, obviously, there's more freedom to do what you want in Baldur's Gate 3. You can do all sorts of crazy stuff, but I felt like I talked to other people who had played Baldur's Gate 3, and they told me about all these weird things that they did all the time, where they're like, oh, I put this barrel here, and I kicked this, and I made this thing fall, and whatever. And that's all these cool experiences. I didn't have those experiences. I got frustrated by sections, and cut off, and I got stuck in a lot of scenarios where I felt like I had to, like, I almost felt like I had to restart my game, or go back to a save from, like, 3 hours ago, because I got stuck in some camp, when there was, like, nothing I could do. And that was my experience, was like frustration because either things didn't work, getting shot through walls by monsters and the bugs and stuff. So it just kind of changed my perception of all that. I understand it's early access, that's why I want to try it again at some point in the future. But you know, so I'm not saying don't buy it. I know tons of people that literally had a shitload of fun with Baldur's Gate 3. That's just one of the reasons why I'm not, you know, I am more leaning, hoping for Celesta to come through.
You hear the murmur of confused voices coming from up.
Yeah, apparently the Kelpie damage was reduced. I don't know if that's true, but I'm getting completely, absolutely trucked. These Swamp Striders do insane damage. Oh my god. Damn Kelpie horses.
A magical light fills this chamber and glints off of something mounted to the back wall.
Who wants to run through the quests in King Forest? Nobody. Yo, man, I didn't see you get mobbed by the crayfish. I thought they would have gone for me because I was wailing on them.
The first lever is pulled, and a deep rumble travels through the water.
Oh, your positive energy fusion penalty stays through death? Wow, I did not know that. So yeah, so those are kind of the two games we've been playing. I've been doing them on Sunday. So as per the schedule, that's going to be happening on Sundays. So if you're like, oh man, you want to see some of these games and some of those experiences, tune in on Sunday for some of those things. Because I feel like, you know, it's like Sunday morning, so it's just kind of a little bit different. It's usually like sit down, have a cup of coffee, and also it's kind of relaxing because these games aren't like there's no stress or pressure. Which I think is also good.
The light filtering through this shallow pool illuminates a lever set into the far wall.
I don't know what to do after that on those mornings, but we'll see. And also a reminder, this Friday is again another super fun episode of Drink Souls. We're returning to Bloodborne, and hopefully I can get past the 4th boss in the game that I've encountered. Because I beat the first 3. Oh god. My repair didn't go off because I got, or it didn't get me because I got plague. The plague! Plague! Dangerous monster, man. It's tough. Oh. Raise. Raise me. Oh, I can raise me. Alright. This quest, by the way, is probably the hardest quest in Feywild by a mile. Because the monsters are fully immune to crowd control, like entirely. They cannot be crowd controlled, and they hit harder than any other monster in Feywild. So it is a tough place to be, but that's okay. Which means you gotta be tougher. You gotta eat nails for breakfast and screws for lunch. Ah, that's fine. I'm not worried. Who wants to run out to... sorry. Hey, Klexi, what's up? How you doing? Yeah, you can blind them. That's true. I don't know if you can actually cast blindness on them, but Color Spray does physically blind them, which is just one of those things. Okay. Okay. Oh my god. Oh my god, I can't kill it. I'm just trying to get the stupid kelpies dead. Japanese in a vortex. That would be a good idea. I'd like to see something like that. Wait a minute. Can the Kelpie Swamp Striders now also cast that friggin' grass underneath you? I didn't know they could do that. I thought that was just one of the regular Kelpie things. I don't think that the voice actor is the same voice actor who plays Einhar, but I'm not sure. I don't think so, though. Cool, so it looks like they made this quest harder by allowing every single Kelpie to apply this engulfed thing. That's sick. They were like, this is the worst quest because it's really challenging. So when in the patch notes where they said they adjusted the casting, they made it harder. That's so funny. Is this quest completable in Heroics then? I don't know if this is doable in Heroics. This might be too hard. We'll try it out next live. We'll see how it goes. Okay, so I think, is that all the quests? What quest didn't we do yet? Oh, quid pro quo. And the last one. Quid pro quo next. And Immortality Lesson. Those are the last two that we didn't do. I'm just gonna town and get there up real fast. Alright. Yeah, so that quest is really, really bonkers. I am not entirely surprised, but like kind of surprised about that. Oh man, somebody sent me a private message on the DDO forums. I don't generally read PMs on the DDO forums. Not because I don't want to, but because the system is not great for handling that. The heck? Also, I can't load the DDO forums? Something wrong with my computer? I'm trying to load the DDO forums, it's just not DDO forums. Private messages. And I have 4 friend requests.
Within the distance of
He sent me a message saying a couple of questions. Why this and why this? What's the gear setup? And then he sent me same question again. Oh, he literally just sent me the same question again because I didn't answer his question. Well, I'm not going to answer that question. Thank you for asking. Gear. What does this guy said? I do not have Ravenloft or Sharn. Is there any gear you suggest I get? Now I'm going to respond to this guy. I don't know. Sharn and Ravenloft gear is pretty good. And submit. Reincarnation and Reaper. Does Reincarnation reset your Reaper enhancements? If your enhancements, the bonuses you get are allocated gated by level. Not allocating points to trees gated by level, but I haven't reincarnated. Usually play with mini alts. There you go. Slave Lord's gear, if not those. Yeah, it's probably pretty good. Yeah, when people send me messages, because I'm sure some of you have messaged me on Discord. I try to respond as quickly as I can. I find that there's a lot of issues I have with the PMing service on the forums, but I don't generally use it. Not because I don't want to, but just because I find it's not super useful most of the time. It just doesn't, I don't know. Like I can't, it'll send me an email telling me I got a private message, but I get that at the end of the day. Then I gotta go respond, I gotta log into the forums, go on the message, then the formatting for how it quotes itself is really weird. I don't like it.
The Prince of Frost glowers down at you.
Yes? Why have you come here? Out with it!
The Prince of Frost chuckles, but his eyes remain cold as they bore down at you.
You come asking for favors?
I don't particularly want to stealth through the thing, so I'm probably just going to kill the werewolves and all the bad guys. Because it doesn't take that long, and it gets us more XP.
So cavalierly. But as I feel numb with tedium, I will allow it. Perform the 3 tasks I have said.
So yeah, I don't know. I don't generally use the forums that often.
The Prince of Frost waves his hand, and a trio of portals open nearby.
In that regard.
Each second you stand here is a second of my
I got a bunch of comments on my cleric build. Thanks, Trimtom. I've seen the video where you posted it, and I've been given the build to try. Lots of fun. Thanks for the info. Just one question. Does magical attunement somehow impact the damage by Shadow Blades from tier 1? Okay, I can't. I'm trying to get through this door without lagging out. Oh, did I already buff? Yeah, I did. Why am I doing this? Twice. Hey, bad guys. Guess what? You're dead. Yeah, I'm just gonna go fight my way through.
To sneak past the sentries and through the sleeping bandits without needing to fight.
Fully written note. Efficiency. Hell yeah. Just gotta find the 2 runes. I think it's spawned in any of these rooms. If you drop Dex and go sword and board, could that work well? It would work worse. Another poorly written note. Oh, we have both of them. Vigilant. What was that? Vigilant and efficiency? Oh shit, that came from behind. Yeah, I don't really care too much about fighting all these guys. Not really a big deal. I'll probably get back to some of these comments though. Yeah, I find that the one of the hardest parts about making adjustments to builds and things, I like to answer questions to help people make adjustments to builds to make sure that things work, to make them as fun as possible. Absolutely, without a doubt. That's an awesome thing to do, to make it so that people are having like a good time with their characters and stuff. One of the problems is that sometimes there are some adjustments that make it so your build does not work. Like, somebody asked me the question if they could play the build that I wrote, the Charisma Cleric, but instead of using Charisma, use Wisdom. And the problem is, you could do that, but then you have to spend points in Falconry to get the Wisdom hit damage, and then you're also trying to use Wisdom in the other tree, so you have to give up points other places. And it's a huge adjustment, and it's significantly worse. So it just makes me kind of confused. And it also doesn't play into the build. So it's like a different, it's like, can I play this thing that is completely different? And so the answer is like, yes, you definitely can, but it's very different than what I wrote. Which is a little complicated. That's why I like to use these as like templates, so you can look at it and say, I would like to change it in this way. It's like, my favorite question is it bad if I put 2 levels of rogue into this character? Because I like doing traps. It's not bad in terms of like, if you like doing traps, that'll be better for you because you will have a better experience with that character overall. That is a good thing. You having fun is the most important part of playing video games. But it will make your character absolutely worse. Like, you know what I never want to see in any raid group that I ever form if I'm doing like a raid group on Reaper mode? A guy who's 19-1. And that 1 is a rogue level. I don't want you in my raid group. If we're doing normal, sure. Hard, sure. But if I'm like, hey guys, we're collecting for, Reaper 1 Vision of Destruction, and you're a 19-1, that means instead of having your capstone, which is likely going to make your character much more powerful, you have that level of rogue for level. I don't want that. That's not my fault.
This is the missing wine chalice that the Prince of Frost
Obviously,
requested.
if somebody has like a really, really strong character anyway, and they're very, very, very good,
it would certainly be a shame if it were to be left behind.
Then it's not really a concern either. But in a lot of cases, it's like, there's always going to be some major concession. Was it vigilant? Let's say vigilant efficiency. That's the other side. Damn it. Unless I typed that wrong. Vigilant and then efficiency on the right side. Yeah. Wait, did I spell vigilant wrong? Oh, I typed vigilant wrong. Shit. I spelled the word wrong. I'm so stupid. I was wondering what I did wrong. I'm still typing the word wrong. Efficiency. There we go. Just spell all your words right and you'll do a great job.
An injured guard calls out to you.
You there?
Yeah, so I want people to have fun. I want people to enjoy their character builds the absolute most and to do whatever it is they can. But like I said, the DDO is a game that is, all about character design, and character design and building stuff is all about making trades. You're always going to be making and taking trades all the time. I like how you can just free these gnomes and no one does anything. You're free now. Anyway. Bluff. Let's go.
Lurtz considers your words, then gives a single nod. He begins heading towards where he last knew his brother to be.
That fine time to die. I'm taking damage. But still, it's not. I don't think it's actually a bad thing to ask questions. And one of the things that I love about it being on the forums is that it gives people opportunities to see it that are also members of the DDO community, and then they can go, oh, I have an idea that's cool about this, and they want to post about it. They want to share their experiences and their ideas. I think that's a good thing. I think people should be able to share their experiences and their ideas with others in the community. Yes, get your defenses shattered. No. For you. Damn it! I didn't know that was so long. Okay. I healed through that, and I thought it would have been fine, because I got all the way to, like, almost no health. Oh, so I forgot that they're immune to lightning, and I didn't swap off my lightning, which would have been a smart idea to do.
The village is now safe.
X. Oh, true resurrection. Hell yeah, thank you. How did we save them all? Yeah, we did. Saved all damn kids. Well, the gnomes, but whatever. Same thing. Kids, gnomes. Kids love it when you call them gnomes.
You've arrived at Rhyme's Refrain, one of the Prince of Frost's.
Do you have
He
skills?
demands that you remove the griffins that seem to have made their home inside the amphitheater. A number of griffins are perched throughout the amphitheater.
I don't remember what you have to
They
negotiate
look
with
at
the
you
griffin, but I don't
apprehensively,
remember.
but make no move to attack. You skillfully tend to the griffins' wounds. In time,
Perfect.
the griffins will be able to return to their usual lairs. The amphitheater can now return to regular use. That takes care of one favor for the Prince of Frost. Now that you've done these 3 favors for the Prince of Frost, perhaps he'll return one. The tramp of approaching boots through the amphitheater. Then the griffin voice calls out. The hunters have caught up to the injured griffin. She is in no condition.
I'm not an elf. I'm a gnome. Yeah, I also love the fact that the red caps are so horrifying. They're these awful, just terrifying gnomes. I will say immediately and for sure, if I did see like a red cap in real life, I would be straight up terrified. Monster with these giant teeth and these sickle blades that just want to chop you down. Oh man. You know what would have been cool though? If there was a weapon in the expansion that was like the sickle blade of the red cap. I don't know if that we're gonna get a red cap's weapon as more like a raid item or something, which would have been cool, but yeah. All optionals, baby. So all classes you would recommend to stay pure for endgame content, or just spellcasters? No. I'm not saying all classes should stay pure. I'm saying that like lots of multi-classes are good. For example, some of the strongest classes in the game are multi-classes, or strongest builds are multi-classes. I think you should play what you want to play, but there is no cases where 19 of any class in the game, 19 Artificer with 1 level of Rogue, 19 Bard, 19 whatever, and then that 1 level of Rogue, I can't think of a single case where that 1 level of Rogue is better than getting the capstone for a class. The capstone is so good. Oh, the Bulwark of Snow. I'll get you someday. Oh, Direbear belt? What's that do? Oh, that's a good belt. That's a good belt. Oh, wow, that's a good belt. So I'm not saying that you should stay pure. What I'm saying is that taking 1 level of Rogue makes it easy for you to do traps while leveling. It also gets rid of your capstone. If I took 1 level of Rogue, I would be the same character, except I wouldn't have this Eldritch power. I'd be doing D10s instead of D12s with my spell sword dice. I'd have 1 less. I'd have 2 less charisma, 2 less constitution, 2% less double strike, 10 less spell power, and like I said, the Eldritch power charge, which gives me 4 additional spell sword dice, 25 spell power, and 10% extra weapon damage, I wouldn't have all of that. Yeah, but if you're playing as an Inquisitive, you have more than 1 level of Rogue. Again, but like I said, my example was not meant to make you think that you should never multiclass. That is I'm not trying to make that point. I'm saying that if you make concessions to make your early game and leveling experience way easier, then that is also going to factor into making it so you are less effective at the end game in some cases. And one of those cases is trying to fit trapping into a build will make your character, like when the character is not necessarily designed to do trapping, will make the character weaker over time, and so you have to be like just aware of that possibility when you go into it. Right? Like on a sorcerer, the difference between a 18 sorcerer 2 rogue and a 20 sorcerer is that an 18 sorcerer 2 rogue hits a monster that's immune to their damage and then they're screwed, versus a 20 sorcerer never has to worry about that. So that's important to note. I have to use the washroom. I'll be right back. I'm going to play a quick advertisement while I am gone, so please enjoy advertisements. I came up with an example to help my point. So, when I write Inquisitive builds... Oh, which quest? I can't remember the name of this quest. But I came up with an example to solidify my point. So, when you pick a Ranger as your character, Ranger is... If you decide to go the difference between pure Ranger 20 on a Tempest and 19 Ranger 1 Rogue is that Ranger Capstone gives 10 melee power and 25% offhand double strike chance, and 25% offhand double strike chance since you always hit with your offhand weapon 100% of the time. That's effectively 25% extra damage with your offhand weapon. And overall, with all that stuff together, it's essentially about 18 to 20% extra DPS for just that capstone. So if you don't have that capstone, then you're losing about 20% damage. So if you ask the question, can I play Rogue? Hey, welcome back. Can I play a Rogue and have 20%? Or can I play this build and have this offhand attack without it? And can I take 1 level of Rogue? Is my build still going to be good? It will still be Ranger. It'll just be 20% worse than regular Ranger. Right? So you just need to... if you're okay with that, then that's perfectly good. Play the character. It'll be good for leveling. You'll still smash through the leveling process because Tempest Ranger is really good. You'll have no issues there. It's just once you get to that super endgame content, you're not going to do as much damage as somebody else. You'll be able to do traps, but you won't have as much damage.
At Hearsome Stronghold after a long
not every class in the game is supposed to be able to do traps, I guess.
The Prince of Satyrs is near the entrance, playing a melody, while his servant Hermia flits nearby.
You have to always wait.
Looks up, not at all
Back.
surprised to see him.
Ah, here at last. I trust you didn't trust me. Welcome to Duskfall Overlook.
Oh, I was hoping you would have some special dialogue if you killed all the plants, all the animals in the room. It's like, you don't respect nature, and he just throws you out.
With a magic incantation.
That'd be pretty sweet.
Only the two watch.
Yeah, so I don't recommend that everybody stays pure class or whatever all the time. I'm just saying, like, consider if you make a concession to a build, there is always going to be a, you know, there's going to be a change if you change the build. And sometimes that change can be bad.
Here we say goodbye to the secrets of the Eladrin courts, to the home.
That's mostly my point. Which I think is something that everyone here can get behind. You know, we're all smart people, logical people.
Worry not. It will begin soon. But first, I hope to teach you about what I want to achieve.
Multiclassing into 20 levels of barb? That's a good multiclass.
We will speak again. But until then,
here's some.
Yeah. Because people are like, I need to do traps, so they take 2 levels of rogue and everything. But then they wonder why, you know, their damage or their health or whatever stat is low when they hit level 30.
You decide to keep your eye out for it.
What is this? Vial of perfume. The ornate painting. Or the mirror.
Coming from everywhere.
Are those the 3 things? Nothing's glowing on my screen. Oh, there it goes. I believe it is the perfume.
Step up onto the table, but be aware. You'll be shut in until you've learned
All right.
the lesson.
I've never come this way.
Or you meet your
To find a way out.
Hermia tells you that you must choose an object from the collection.
I have never done this quest this way. This is very interesting.
Whether you make the
This
right
was a
choice
mistake.
depends entirely on your understanding of Yesum's thoughts and ideals. You put down the object you chose.
So that makes sense. It throws you into this dungeon.
The room spins. Suddenly, you find yourself
Can't you just dim door to get out of here? Oh no, you can't dim door.
You seem to be in a prison. A red cat sharpening a large knife
Oh.
beyond yourself.
Okay, so yeah, I've literally never done this quest like this. Interesting. Well, the 20 levels of going cast, like you go monk 30. That would be a cool idea. I don't know how they would implement that though. Having like taking a single character class all the way up. Again, I've always liked the idea of taking your character class into epics. It makes sense though that the game kind of splits it up into epic design. Even pen and paper does that.
Find yourself on the other side of the locked prison door. You can
It's okay,
either
I know the way
run
out of
ahead
here.
and Find your way out, or return to face Ruddy Red. Ruddy Red looks up in shock at your reappearance outside of your cell.
You? How did you escape? Gods!
He snarls before lunging towards you.
Yeah, like even pen and paper, they kind of split it up that way. So it's like there is still epic levels and epic feats and stuff, and you get different base stack bonuses. Maybe the epic level handbook is a very interesting read. I think it is. No, it's this way. Secret door. Yes. This is how we escape easily. Okay, now I understand why this entire dungeon section here is. I thought this was all optional. I didn't realize that if you chose poorly, it would throw you down here. But now I get it. I totally understand. I'm with you. I understand the design intention of this dungeon. I absolutely did not get it the first time. Oh, for sure. Well, the first time I did this, I picked the mirror, and it was wrong. And I'm like, well, he doesn't like the painting, and he doesn't like the, you know, the mirror, so it has to be the perfume, like process of elimination.
This door brings you back to the Hall of Objects. With that detour dealt with,
Maybe it is the mirror?
try again. Choose another object.
Oh, it was the mirror. Okay, never mind. I thought it wasn't the mirror for some reason.
A watchword has been hidden within this object. You hear a loud rumbling. Strangely reminds you. Slams away.
Yeah, I don't know how they would make it scale 30 of a class. But again, that's another reason why I really enjoy playing different types of games. I think people ask me all the time, they're like, oh man, what do you prefer more, Dungeons & Dragons Online and Lotro? One, I don't know if it's hard for me to really make that type of decision, or it's like, or it's too hard for me to make that type of decision. The reason why I say that is because I think preferring, like having a very strong feeling for whether you like one thing or another, to me feels like, this is going to sound bad, but like kind of almost like juvenile, I guess. Like there's so many things to like in the world. You can explore things and have different preferences, and also your preferences are going to change all the time. Like, what's your favorite song of all time? Dude, I don't know. It's a really tough question to answer, but I can tell you what songs I like to listen to, and ones I've been listening to a lot right now. I change and I grow as a person. You know, it's sort of like how, as a kid, you think of things as like, oh, well, what's your favorite color? This is my favorite color. Oh, your favorite color is red? Okay, cool. Well, my favorite color is blue, so that's cool. But like, do I have a favorite color? I don't know. Also, there's more colors than just like blue and red. And that's how I kind of think. That's how I kind of come through these problems and these things. So for me, coming up with like decisions like, oh, what's a favorite thing, or what should you take, or like, what's your favorite class? I don't know. I can tell you which classes I'm liking a lot right now, which classes I'm disliking a lot right now. But maybe you just fall in love with something else. For example, Lord of the Rings. I never would have told you I like Champion, and then I started playing Champion a little bit. I'm like, oh yeah, I really like Champion. Is it my favorite? I don't know. I haven't played it enough to call it a favorite. But I'm really enjoying it for the short period of time that I have it.
But you can't see any way out of this room other than the way you came.
You don't need more hotbar space. Do I have to do this?
Playing the fiddle has revealed another section of this.
So for me, it's like, you know, I guess I just try not to think about stuff in terms of like, oh, what is my favorite, or what do I like the most? I just try to think of like, oh, what do I like? What do I like about that thing? And that's all that really matters, because I'm gonna like some things more some days and some things less other days. And it's one of the reasons why I enjoy games like Lord of the Rings Online a lot, and games where you have that like pure class dynamic. In DDO, there's like wishy-washy things, and you can build all your characters so differently. But if you decide to play like World of Warcraft, you pick up Warlock. That's what Warlock is. It's not anything else. It does, you know, it's not like there's some special tricky trick. Oh, apparently I wasn't close enough. Cool. No, there's no special tricky trick that's going to make it different. It's not like, oh, you might like Warlock in DDO, but I only like melee Warlock, or I only like debuffing spellcasting Warlock, or I only like blasty Warlock, or I only like bow inquisitive Fey Dark Illusionist Warlock. You know, there's a whole bunch of different ways to enjoy the characters in DDO, which is awesome, but it also means that there's no like clearly defined way to get through it. It's like why sometimes it's, you know, it's fun to play a big open-ended game like a Skyrim or a Fallout, but then other times you just want to play Mario and get through. You know, the developers have some very clean, handcrafted 10 levels for you to play, and you play through all the 10 levels and you're done, and you just got to have the whole experience of playing the game. So, I like both of those games differently for different things, and that's why when I see something like, oh, what if we had extra class levels? I'm like, yeah. But if we had more class levels, you could have like 30 levels a monk or even more things. That'd be a scenario where my first thought is, okay, well, if we have this many levels of our classes, this many levels of our things, we probably shouldn't have the ability, or at least at this point, to increase our, like, to multi-class that much anymore. Because you could have like 15 levels of cleric and 15 levels of paladin, and then that causes weird, crazy problems where you have too many powerful abilities in one character. Or they have to have ridiculous power creep to up the power level, and I don't think anybody wants that.
A gargoyle perches on a high ledge inside this room. He stretches out his crumbling arms.
Basically, you'd have to water down a lot of the powers and the abilities to make it so that every character can still feel unique under their own right. Like, so it wouldn't be like, oh, you get even cooler stuff going up to level 30. It would be like, oh, okay, level, you know, all the stuff that we get at level 15, now you get at level 23. You kind of just like stretch it all out. You have about the same average power level.
One more strong blast should do gargoyle flinches, giving you the time. The red signal crystal on the wall lights up when you pull this lever.
Hell yeah, dude. You should play the heck out of some EK Sork. I like it. It's good stuff. Right now, we're currently doing, like, Reaper 4. And for the most part, I don't even notice too much when there's a lot of dangerous stuff on screen. It's very straightforward to fight through, and I like that a lot. This character is, like I said, pretty easy to play, super straightforward, and very fun. Already being done. Eee. Oh yes, tell me all the details. I must know.
The root barrier disappears. Behind it, you notice a strange.
Oh, I didn't click the note. Yeah, we got it.
Sprung up in the soil. Now that you have collected both watchwords, all there is left to
Paladin, Monk, Ranger, Shuriken build. Well, the big problem I can see with the build so far is you don't have any critical threat range or multiplier in that build. Well, you might get threat range from tier 5 of Ninja Spy, but you don't have multiplier from anywhere, so you don't get +1 crit multi, which kind of blows. You need at least 12 Ranger or 14 Paladin or 20 Monk. Ugh, Monk.
You clear your voice and speak the watchwords aloud.
Do multi from Smite? Yeah, but you're still missing a multi.
Revealing the path to the roof.
On every attack. The Smite multi stacks with regular multi.
Congratulations are in order.
Like, you're absolutely right. You do get +2 multi from Smite. You just it could be +3 multi all the time because you'd have an extra 1. Would 2 Paladin make sense? If you add 2 Paladin, it gives you +8 to all your saving throws, and it reduces your damage by about 15%. So you definitely can do that if you want.
Familiar figures illusory versions of Lord Arden.
Leg. So I personally probably wouldn't do that, but if you want to do that, you could. There are some interesting things. If you wanted to give up on the spell sword damage, then what you could for sure do is take a level of Favorite Soul. It decreases your spell sword damage, but then it would give you more accuracy, more hit chance, and more tactics DCs. So you could be a dire charging machine if you wanted, which is also not a bad idea. I'm not currently planning on playing that build. That might be something I try out in the future, but that's not the build that I went with here. No, circle. Oh, for sure. For sure. I'm not a Shuriken guy. I don't really know what makes thrower builds good. I just know what makes traditional, like, melee combat good is usually getting as much crit multi as possible and in as many ways as possible. I'm not facing the Prince of Frost. Yeah, because I wanted to cast Reconstruct video game. It's better to have multi. Yeah, because I know the Shurikens are a D2, which makes it so that their damage is really low on their base. So it doesn't really matter too much what type of Shuriken you use. I definitely want to try playing a Snowstar Shuriken. Build someday.
Some whistles and applause as he appears.
Bravo!
Bravo!
Imagined you'd be so ruthless.
Oh shit, Reaper. Alright, let's go. No, France. Got a sun scale.
Before you can leave,
Oh, nice!
cold commander
That's cool.
peals out.
Sapphire of Greater Heroism. That's sick.
We had a deal, Jason.
To be sure,
Replies
Wait, is it a Mythic 4?
a bird
Oh, no.
is a bird, and I will deliver.
I wasn't sure what it was Mythic 4.
I've simply
But damn.
flipped these codex pages.
Okay, that should be everything for the chain, I think.
There.
It should be the saga. So let's go test out and see what the saga can do.
It'll be no trouble to bring them to you when they die. A century or 3 should do it.
Alright. CrashCon? That's funny. Okay. I think so. I'm just double checking. Yes, it is. Alright. Claim current reward tier. So, this is what you get. This is what's on my list. The Prince's Gauntlet. So an artifact, if I wanted to pick an artifact. Experience points. Homes. 10 chunks of Pharaoh Crystal. And the illusory Shadow Glamored Weapon Aura. So I'm going to take the illusory Shadow Glamored Weapon Aura, because I don't have this yet. And I want to see how it looks when I apply it to my weapon. Illusory Shadow Aura, alter visual effects. I mean, I do like that. I find it interesting that it also only goes on the weapon and not the handle. I wonder how they get that to work. You don't like it? Yeah, it's kind of like the Shadow Blades themselves. It's got like kind of the surrounding effect. I'm gonna have to try this on a few different weapon types. I do like that it kind of like fades off of the weapon at the end. It kind of like tapers off. That's pretty neat. I have this big purple glow. Oh, and it adds like a purple glow to the swing too. Check that out. So it's got like this trail, this arc. Very cool. Alright, so the next plan is sell, repair, and then do you have anything else you want to do? Like nothing you need to farm or whatever? Alright, well I'll come up with something. Oh yeah, the Pharaoh Crystal Light Pick. I want to take a look at how this looks. I mean, that's not bad. I actually do like the Pharaoh Crystal weapons quite a bit. The Light Pick's got like that jagged edge. Obviously it's garbage, so I'm not going to use it, but it does look very, very cool. Pharaoh Crystal Light Pick. In you go. Bitter Snow I am keeping. Flower Boots I am keeping. Oh, Strap of Autumn Leaves. How many of these do I have? I keep getting them, and I keep feeding them to my artifact. Alright, I think that's it. Oh, whoops. Yeah, we need to figure out what we're going to do. Yeah, that's pretty sweet. That is a very, very cool visual. Would be good. Sharn could be good. I haven't done Ravenloft this life at all, so that would be good Reaper XP for me. Probably go do Ravenloft. Just run a full saga. Ooh, you know what would be good? Age of Rage. I haven't done any of those quests yet. Either. Try to collect some Reaper XP, if that sounds good to you. Gonna do Age of Rage next. Yeah, Age of Rage sounds good. I haven't done Age of Rage yet, so that's gonna give me favor as well, which is good. And this quest is called Madness of the Crowds. And we'll move up to R5, because R5 is fun. Oh, sure, yeah. So that's pretty cool. The Feywild weapon aura. I like it a lot. Visually very distinct. I want to see what it looks like on some other weapons with some other character builds. I think the purple doesn't fit in with every single weapon type, but now we've got a whole bunch of different weapon types. We've got the purple here. We've got, so we got the purple on this. We've got, oops, selling stuff. We have the gray from the Ravenloft weapon aura. You have the Forge Wraith weapon aura, which also looks pretty slick with that kind of like red crimson type of like corrupted aura visual thing, which is kind of neat. Well, and which is something I very much like. Yeah, I don't know. Playing around in epics is just kind of fun. Getting a character that does a bunch of damage, going and smashing through some endgame or something. It feels good. Spending like a few days just at level cap, smashing some stuff out, feels great. Alright. Now let's boogie. I should probably just teleport to House J. Yeah, so that's going to be kind of cool. I'm looking forward to testing out some of these weapons. Maybe even having like multiple different weapon sets, so you have like some that are enchanted. The downside is you can't get these weapon aura effects on shields, which makes me sad, because weapon aura effects are very cool. Hell yeah, get more melee. I should probably spend my Reaper points on something. I want to reset this because I don't need these DCs anymore, and I kind of want to get the extra point of charisma up here. But we're still figuring it out. You know, there's... we get there. Am I skipping the first one? Oh, no. I forgot the name. That's my bad. I gotta change the name. I forgot it's Night Falls on Stormreach, not Madness of the Crowds. I'm like, there's Angry Crowds. That makes sense.
Outside the night market, just as
I couldn't remember. I was like, does something. There's something in here that it's supposed to do.
You've been told the Disciples of Rage are planning some kind of attack on the city. The guards of the local shop.
A build that I will eventually play, which will be like very prohibitive. It's going to be an experiment. I will at some point I'll be getting a Tiefling up to level cap, like up to level 30, as a Warlock, and trying to do a pure DPS Warlock build. I will preface it by saying that I am aware, before I make the YouTube video, before I see the comments, that Warlock is not a good DPS class. It is something that I am very fully aware of, and will be aware of at time of making. However, I also want to know, if I was to push it to the limit, where am I going to go? What kind of stats can I expect to see? That's what I want to know. And again, that's why I like to play some of the stuff that just gets underplayed, because like, hey, I don't know how good it is, but why don't we find out exactly how good it is?
When the night comes, we see new possibilities. That's what
I know it's not the best, but are we talking like, you know, is this a, are we talking like, is this a, it's sort of like a fast, you do a fast food example, you know, is the Warlock build, is that going to be, you know, somewhere in the middle, you know, like a Subway, where it's not the best by any margin, but it's not the worst thing, you know, you gotta eat something, you go to Subway, you're not dying. You're like, all right, I get some Subway. Whatever. Goes in the body, counts as sustenance. Or is it, you know, more like an Arby's, where you're like, I'll go hungry. I'll just keep driving. You know, you're driving down the road, you're going on like a 8-hour drive, and it's like, Arby's, next stop, not another stop for 100 miles. You're like, I'll just skip the Arby's. I'm good. I'll just go to the next one. I'll just hit the next stop. You know? So that's what we got to figure out. Oh, pray tell, what build would that be? Also, for the record, I do take build suggestions. It's just if they are, like, not very interesting. If it's something like, play this game without equipping items, then, like, I don't know. What is the purpose of this build? Also, why 12 cleric? What does 12 cleric get you? Because we built a hand axe build the other day, and it was 9 bard, 9 bard 7, no, 9 bard 5 cleric, 7 barbarian, I think. No, that's too many levels. And it gets like 4k life and does a bunch of other stuff. Yeah, it's an good idea. You don't really need strength or reflex saves because you just build MRR and fail your reflex saves anyway. Usually how I do it. It's the pro gamer strat. You just know you're gonna fail them anyway, so you just call it a day. But yeah, I am planning on playing a Tiefling Scoundrel build, and my Tiefling Scoundrel build is going to be a it's going to be what you're describing, just with different levels. I built it on stream about a week ago, and we'll be doing that soon-ish. I say soon-ish because obviously I'm not doing it right now. I don't have like a hard day. I want to start doing that build, but we'll figure it out. You reckon we should creep up the Reaper difficulty because this is going incredibly easily?
Really have no idea. Do you think that we are the ones?
Yes, that's what I was thinking. Just like one.
The disciples of Rage welcome what's coming, but it's not our day. We are merely here to celebrate the end of... Hold on. What's
Because your debuffs and my debuffs, we have a lot of debuffs now. We have a lot of debuffs.
Sound of the future. That is the sound of the age of rage. The sounds of shattering glass and screaming crowds.
Yeah, the build that I designed, it's similar, except instead of using Strength Domain, it uses Animal Domain, because Animal Domain picks up 150 health. So instead of getting +2 to Strength, you get 150 life, which is reasonably good. And then it has more Bard. Instead of using Dire Charge DCs, you're using the Freeze, and it's a Charisma-based build as well instead of Strength. So it does some things better and some things worse. I forgot that Color Spray instant kills the eyes. That's also kind of cool. What Destiny does it? Oh, you're talking about your Shuriken build. I'm assuming that the Shuriken build plays in the Shradi Champion. This is what I get for not playing ranged characters. They're Sharady, that's the one? That's what people are doing? JD Rady. Yeah, remember when people used to play in Fury of the Wild with their ranged characters? I'm so glad they rebalanced that. We're just like, people like using Fury Shot, so let's just make that a thing. Let's just cut the middleman, make Fury Shot an actual playable build, and have it like make sense. Because it feels good to have this cool bow or shuriken or crossbow attack that goes and crushes everything in one hit. That feels good. Oh my god, what's happening? Oh, wait, he knocked me down. What a jerk. Oh, just barely pulled aggro at the end. Yeah, I'm also a big fan of like doing stuff that's more fun. Also, important note about doing these quests is these all drop helmets, so we have a chance to get some Reaper helmets, which we're not going to get, but we have a chance. Now we're on quarantine. Be real. Quarantine. But I like to do what feels better in a lot of different situations. So if it feels good, it's usually going to be better for your personal experience. Like, I'm trying to imagine playing a build I didn't like to be able to be successful in, like, a raid. It sounds like zero fun. Because the point of raiding is to play the game, to have fun with your friends, and to be successful. And then playing a build you don't like. Ugh. I would never want to do that. Hey, what's up, buddy? For just existing? 30? Holy shit, that's a lot. You know, we got the, we finished off the saga. So the saga bonuses, you can get, there's an artifact. I don't know if the artifact always shows up, but there is an artifact in the saga bonuses, which is kind of cool. You got the choice of tomes, of course, which is what you already have the choice for in any regular saga. And then you also had the Fey Dark Weapon Aura, which I thought was very cool. Get this back. And the Fey Dark Weapon Aura is both... Ooh, hello, Despair. The Fey Dark Weapon Aura is visually distinct. I like it a lot. I'm not sure exactly what build, I think, or what items this is going to look best on, because I like to theme the colors of the cosmetics. My character obviously doesn't have the purple wings, which this would go best with. The Family Reaper popped, but that's okay, because we don't have to worry about it.
Haberdasher says that he knows of several others who bore no ill effect from the curse. The disciples of Rage urge the crowd inside the closet to over and break acts of madness.
I know these people are constructs, so they take half elemental damage. It's very irritating. Take this. We can probably just stay here for most of the time. Jiggle around this part. Not worry about getting overrun by the Stormreach citizens. Because they crawl out of their houses like zombies. Yeah, me too. I'm really having a lot of fun. So then, and I want to finish off the build. Like, I want to get all the conclusive information. I'll be making another video about this for Friday. So expect another YouTube video Friday morning about this character build, which will tell you what endgame items to go for, what you should expect to get out of this character, and how fun it should actually end up. Well, not fun, but what type of content you can reasonably complete. Right now, my character can comfortably solo on Reaper 4 at level 30, and I don't even have all my items yet, so that feels very good. Obviously, your mileage may vary depending on your Reaper points and your skill level, but most of what I'm doing is literally coming from the trees, which is super cool. Yeah, Blade Forge is neat. I haven't played a Blade Forge in a while. I might work on Iconic Lives after I finish off, like, Racial Completionist, just because Iconics have super cool trees. And specifically, Purple Dragon Knight is very, very enticing. Also, one of the things I want to do for sure, is I want to play as a pure Favored Soul Sylvanas build. Now, I'm aware, and many of you will probably tell me in chat, that why would you play a pure Favored Soul Sylvanas when it's better to be something else? Like a barbarian with a crazy, like a barbarian fighter getting the threat range and multiplier and having ultra crazy murder man Sylvanas. That's a great question. The main thing is I want to play as a war soul, and that's it. I am going back to kill these pieces of garbage. Also, there's this crazy circle there. Finish class size only on your 6th? Hey man, don't worry about it. The different past lives are cool, and they give you the opportunity to explore different things. That's how I think about it anyway. Every time I play a different character life or do a different past life, it's just because I now get to explore a new character and a new ability. And man, there's a lot of vengeances in this quest. There's a vengeance back there, so there's no, we can't even avoid this. Okay, kill this and lock down the venge. Oh shit, he teleported. Oh god, I can't lock him down. My shit's on cooldown. Holy crap. Oh, I didn't see the circle! No! Oh, I was gonna make it through this quest without dying, and I just didn't see it. Rats! I have been cursed. Yeah, I did not see that one. How it be? I'm dead. Oh yeah, that circle saw me for days. That circle knew where I was. Found my address, tracked me down. Rats. But yes, in no particular order, my next few character builds are going to be Warforged, Artificer, Melee, that Tiefling Scoundrel, Bard, Super Ultra Hand Axe build. Rip, you can come back later though.
A woman issues orders to the nearby coppice. She turns to grips.
Again, no particular order. And then also, what did I want to play? There's something stupid I wanted to do as well in this list. And I'm currently forgetting. Oh, Half-Orc Barbarian, probably. This guy's name is Hezru. That's sick. Bard Scoundrel's a lot of fun. Yeah! I love Ash. It's so good. Ash Imprisonment is amazing. Yeah, my plan would be to play Ultra Crit Charisma Bard. Barbed. Because there will be Barbarian involved, and Cleric.
Now familiar sound can be heard overhead. Heading over.
Spare Reaper, eh? Get rid of this. Yeah, we're on 6, so we don't have any dooms, so our characters are mostly fine. Beat this stuff to death. Oh, I'm a Warforged. I can go out here. I'm immune to the poison. Why am I being scared? Oh. Ha-ha! Poison. Fight me. I think I get knocked down, though. Yeah, I get knocked down. But yeah, I definitely want to do that. The Tiefling Scoundrel seems like it would be a lot of fun. And I feel like I can make a very good one. So the idea is to be like single weapon fighting, super high critical profile Bard, Hand Axe build using Barbarian and Cleric. The Cleric is going to give me an extra, it gives me access to Divine Might for the Charisma to additional damage, so I can scale everything onto Charisma. As well as 150 health as a baseline for having 5 levels of Cleric. And then the Barbarian gives me access to the Frenzied Berserker tree, which is where I spend the majority of my points. And the Bard is going to give me access to the War Chanter tree, where I'm going to be getting a bunch of extra hit chance, which is essential for the build, as well as the ability to freeze monsters. Welcome.
This secret door reveals a small office where Lorowith hides from the rioting outside. It seems there may be some sort of connection between the scorpion venom and the madness caused by the curse.
Bard two-hander? Oh man, dude, I love Bard two-hander. Right when Reaper mode came out, one of the first characters I made, the first one was a Dragonborn Druid. And that was pretty fun. It was like a support character. And then immediately after that, I made a Dragonborn Bard, and it was a War Chanter Bard who started with a 20 strength and a 20 charisma. And this was before the Divine Might changes, so I took a level of Favorite Soul. So at level 4, my strength was in the 50s, and it was awesome. And I was like, yeah, 50 strength at level 4. Woo! Hell yeah, dude. Unbreakable Stormreach Guardian Helm with nothing on it. But yeah, it was just fun to play. I liked it a lot. Bard is cool. The War Changer tree is really neat. It's never going to be the best thing, but it provides so many cool buffs. it can be like arguably very beneficial to have somebody who's just playing a high DPS War Chanter. That's another project I want to work on, is leveling up and powering up my War Chanter. Madness of the Crowds next. Because I think that having a more powerful War Chanter will be fun. My War Chanter currently tries to do some hybrid spell casting thing, and I think I should just put it all into offense and get like 100 or like 200 hit chance and go like that. I think that'd be a good idea. Prawn Pits is on the left. So I'm going to be retooling that character eventually. I just don't know when. Oh, yeah, because you just freeze stuff and you don't even do all the other things. Zerg. Doing all the optionals. Never. I never do all the optionals. Not in this quest. Hey, what the hell is this? You want to come fight me, buddy? Alright, you lie down now. Enjoy your fight. Oh yeah, Bard buffs are sick in raids. They're so cool. I love Bards in raids. They're fun. Oh, we got an alert. Look at all those Reapers go. Famine, and a Despair Reaper. Getting their asses kicked. Oh, 3 Famines! Look at these Reapers, man. What the hell is this fight going on here? The brawl, man. It's just a big street fight. $92K more Sunflash to go for the pet. There you go. And you can get a pet. Are you on Argo? I might have known this already, but for some reason my brain is not remembering. Oh, okay. Also, by the way, if you're watching right now and you're like, man, I would love to do that like high Reaper stuff, I want to get into it, and you play on Argonessan and you're worried that maybe your character's not good enough or something, dude, I don't care. Feel free to join if you're on the server. Don't worry about it. There's a reason why I don't write on my groups, be ready. Better have the right stats or you're not allowed in. I don't say that. I don't really care. Come on in. Be aware that having like 1,000 health is going to cause problems. But don't worry about like, oh, your stats are too low, so you can't come join the group. I don't really care. If I was doing some like Reaper 10 or something and it was very specific, then maybe. But it's whatever. Yeah, and also take the good spells. That's a good idea. Take the good spells. Don't take the bad spells. I feel bad that I say that so often, but like to me it's like just take this. If the spell sounds like it does something good, take it. If the spell doesn't sound like it does something good, don't take it. Take the good spells, not the bad spells. Oh, this guy has tensors. That's pretty cool.
By the forge, the fire giant stammers as he stares at you with
No flame trap? Yeah, exactly. Make sure to take fire trap on every character that you play. Good spells, not the bad spells, guys. Fire trap. That's how you know. If you didn't know, now you know. Oh, we have Avenge? So let's not pop that, please. Build a bit of a build for extra advice? Absolutely. I'm gonna kill Bellerin. Normally I don't, but with the Venge around, this is problematic. Also, there's a Woodwood back here. Get out of here, Woodwood. Nobody wants you. Oh, Woodwood wants it. Oh god. Alright, watch out. He's gone. Okay, cool. Woo! That was exciting. What kind of build did you have in mind? of like a redo. I still have one person who I am waiting on to get like the redemption. Any tip, avoid the circles? I don't know, man. But I want to be in the circle. I want to be included, you know? Voices. Oh, I did that too fast. I always do that too fast. I say voices and then I just basically instant click it. Wreath of Flame. And now we do everyone's favorite quest, the Age of Rage. Toxic treatment's not that bad, is it? I don't remember toxic treatment being that bad.
Hey, good. But there are yet more giants to kill.
There are yet more giants to kill. Thank you, weapon. See, I also like this weapon a lot. I find that the dwarven weapon is great. The Jewel of Whelm. All he wants to do is slay giants, and that's something I can get behind. I don't want giants. Gotta get rid of them. Gotta slay those giants. There's too many. And it's just good practice.
You've arrived at the dockside Cartwright's
Oh, door's already unlocked. That was fast.
Perhaps there is a key somewhere nearby.
Dreadfully slow. Yeah, I want to do that actually. I do want to try a Shirati build, but like the new Shirati. Like using the same stuff as before, but like the new version of it. I do want to try that out. Seems like a little girl when it sees a rust monster. That is very flavorful. Uncompletable optional? Wait, what's the optional you can't complete? Toxic treatment. Key? Oh. Oh, okay. That's really funny. But don't worry, I don't forget I need to clear ads, so I won't wipe. And I can instantaneously clear away monsters with color spray, so it should be fine. Oh, this melee we've got. Melee. Yeah. Yeah, I forgot about that one.
The pain subsides, and your anger rapidly. You need to finish with the
Bears inside a pure Visanian knife thrower.
before the madness can take
Yeah, I'll definitely take a look at that. I mean, like I said, one of the things I do want to do is try out that build. However, I think I'd probably do it as an iconic, just do it as a deep gnome to skip up to level 15. And then just take it all the way to level 30. I feel like there's some cool stuff you can do now with the Fate Arc Illusionist Trees, considering it gets you a whole bunch of extra force crit chance. I just don't know how good that would be in comparison to some other stuff. I forget to cast Imbue with Shadow all the time. I basically never use it. I should, but I basically don't. Melee. Immune to lightning. What a bunch of jerks. I do like that if you just hit him enough, it's good. Okay. Make this, go here. Alright. No trap.
a strange volume.
Destroy the book. And we just kill ads. I don't have litter dust.
The book is instantly engulfed in flame. Yet before you can
well, it depends on the build that you're playing. So your favorite's all Wizard Monk, which means that there's no way to get through that. For me, the way that I would do it is with 10 Sorcerer as the backbone. And with 10 Sorcerer, you just play as a Sorcerer and call it a day. quest lag. That didn't go so bad.
Yet the city is still gripped by the ancient curse that destroyed the giants. The cult is
I'm not going to complain about 5505 Reaper XP. That seems pretty good. Hey, did you want a legendary Beacon of Day? Compare with a legendary Beacon of Night? Did I give that to you or Hezru? Oh my god. I felt bad for a second. Then I still felt bad. Scorch, but it's not going the best. Oh, so you're playing as like a Tiefling. Interesting. That's not the worst idea. Just using like the Scorch. Oh. Game freeze. Oh, hydrate. Thank you. Oh, my cup is broken. I need more water. I finish this thing of water before I finish the live stream, so let's work on this a little faster. I should drink more water. I drink all this water, yet I don't know where it goes. It goes somewhere in me. Like, I find it funny that if you were to carry a 2-liter of soda, you would feel the weight of it in your hands. You know, this big 2-liter container, and you feel the weight. But if you were to drink the 2-liter of soda, all of a sudden, the weight disappears and you don't notice it anymore.
The guard tells you that the Drow Temple is normally forbidden to outsiders.
Because it just disperses within your body, and then your body takes care of it, and also absorbs and redistributes it very quickly.
Cavern opens out, revealing a
It's kind of
clearing that contains a
how fast the
small
body is
drow
at some of those things.
dotted with tents.
But I have to, yeah, I'm gonna have to comment on this Fate Arc Cleric build. Give people some deets.
Says you must pass the Hunter's
Where are you going
starts
first?
in the cave to the east.
Oh, that was my plan.
The Scarrow Elder refuses to help unless you first complete the warrior's
Charisma base, so he gave a Tiefling SLA Scorch as well as the Wizard spell. Yeah, because I feel like that's what I would do. Is I would do, like I would give out on the monk, so I don't have evasion. But then you're Sorcerer and Favorite Soul and Wizard, so you have lots of things that are scaled off of Charisma. Mash. This half-orc fighter does a lot of damage, by the way. I don't know who he is. Oh, right. Ah, now I can't break weapons. Sick. Now Shush Charm for a while. Yeah, I can't do that at all. I don't know how you can do that at all. 5 pounds at a distance? I can't even hold my arms stretched out. I don't know how you're trying to accomplish this feat of doing something else. Yeah, I definitely do want to try a Fury of the Wild Deadly Instinct. Whoa, this is a build. But I definitely want to try a Fury of the Wild half-orc fighter at some point. And just see, like, just crush stuff. Go to, like, Reaper 8 and do, like, 100 million damage in one hit. Again, the only downside of half-orc fighter is that you can't heal yourself in any capacity. So if you take damage, you kind of just gotta deal. That kind of sucks. But what are you gonna do?
The ground rumbles, and an Umber Hulk bursts through the cave wall.
Oh, right, Umber Hulk. I forgot that we had to deal with that. Right back. A lot of Reapers. And Avenge. And I don't do good. Whew. Spooky. There's something I like about this character is I can just easily heal myself.
You get an uneasy feeling.
And then it's like, oh no, Umber Hulk. Sweat, you're frozen. And he dies. So I don't do as much damage as somebody else, but that's okay. It's all about the sustain. And I think that's something I'm going to hard hit on in the video when I make it, is that this character doesn't do as much damage as a lot of the other DPSs in the game. But it's very, very self-sufficient, and it has extremely strong crowd control to make it so that you don't really have to worry about some of the monsters that you face off against. Maybe they might get a hit or two in on you, but assuming that you're capable of you know, starting the fight without instantly dying, usually you also end the fight while being alive. And look how much mana I use. I don't use any. My mana is basically full. And I do like having a full mana bar. Because then I have choices to cast spells. Even though I'm not casting any spells. Wait, how did I miss? God, I suck.
Anything that would help with slaying a giant.
You hear an eerie chittering sound.
Boom after 2 fights? That's funny. Okay, Reaper spawns. Check it. Wow, we got no Reapers there? That's crazy. Reapers have a chance to spawn when a monster is killed or when a monster is spawned. So, the fact that we got no Reapers there is very, very surprising. But it's okay, there's 2 here. The game was like, what, you wanted Reapers? No problem. One thing I do like about Reapers is they actually make it easier for you to get Conquest. So it's not the worst thing to have Reapers like showing up in your video game. But it's like, oh shoot, we get extra monsters to spawn and appear. Feels good. And haste the melee. What? I'm stuck on a rock. Yeah, running out of mana is a very difficult thing to manage sometimes, because on some of these quests, like the monsters take so much mana to kill. That's one of the reasons why, as the higher the Reaper difficulty goes up, if your DCs aren't cutting it, you're going to run out of mana a lot. So oftentimes you'll have players who are, get the heck out of here. You'll oftentimes have players who are either running out of mana very early, or as you get to the higher Reaper difficulty, even on a sorcerer, swapping to like full crowd control mode. Because at least if you're crowd controlling, you have the ability to keep yourself alive and always continue to contribute with a lower mana cost effect. Oh god. I don't know why I'm taking so much damage. Yeah, or cast Greater Color Spray. That's also an option. On guard, talk to me. Take me out of the dungeon. Please. I don't know when they added that, but I've always liked that. The fact that you can just talk to some guy and he just takes you out. Oh, you want to leave? No problem. This big-ass cave? No problem.
The Scorro Elder asks you to find 5 luminous mushrooms in the jungle to the southeast.
I'm over 6 million Reaper XP now. Yes! That's pretty sweet.
A deep rumbling growl can be heard drifting through the thick jungle.
Okay, cool. These harpies, by the way, are really, really dangerous. Circle, circle. Uh-oh. Got him knocked down. Woo! You hate to see that. I always run through here first person, because I find first person allows me to see the traps and stuff better. And also I hate when stuff like covers up the back of the screen. I find that very annoying when I'm trying to run around. Plus, also running through a maze in first-person mode reminds me of that old 90s, like, Windows 98 screensaver, where it's like a little thing going through a maze. I'm sure you guys remember that old screensaver. I so bad wanted just a video game that was just that. It was just a big maze that you could navigate through. I'm sure that probably existed. It was basically just that screensaver, but also it was a maze. Where do you think the wizard build would do better or worse? So I think that where would I think it would do better or worse? It's more expensive because you still want to get color spray, so you have to spend more points in your versatile enhancement tree. However, these 12 points in Fire Savant I don't need, so that's also a thing. So realistically, you could just fit it all together into one build. Come here, Murdred. Where'd it go? Come here, kitty, kitty. Here, kitty, kitty. Come back here. I'm gonna kick your ass. So overall, I think that the build would probably be very similar. It would be mostly the enhancement point spend, and also you have again less damage output because you can't cast spells as fast. But oh, we have all the mushrooms. Return the mushrooms. Cool. We're done. You can't cast spells as fast. I'm gonna go back through here. But you and you have less mana on a wizard as well. But then you get the option for some more damage and potentially some more feats. So I would say, I'm not going to call it a wash. I'll say that they're just different. Like I said, sorcerers cast spells faster, which to me is very, very important in melee combat. I don't know, but like, what extra feats do you need that I don't get? I get all the melee feats, and I get Quicken, and I took Spell Focus Evocation, which it turns out you don't need. I don't know. I feel like you don't. I feel like you don't need it. What? Freaking cat staring at me. Like, I've seen many people mention the feats. They're like, yeah, the feats, you get so many more feats, but like, what are these mystical feats that I don't get? Blade Forge Wizard? You could do that. You'd have to make sure you stick the Paladin life, though. Oh, right, he's immune to lightning because he's a shambling. Gotta kill the ads. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go kill ads. Like I said, for me, it's mostly just the spell casting speed. Like, on a wizard, your spell casts are like this. So if you play wizard, if I want to heal, that's my heal. But on a sorcerer, my spell cast it's half the time. So, I don't know. I like shorter spell casts. I like doing more stuff in less time. That's what I like to do. What I want to do.
You found favor with the second elder.
Absolutely. I like to cast fast, man. I like to go fast. Why do you think I listen to Eurobeat all the time?
You've earned the favor of the village elders.
It helps me go very fast.
The guard to open the way to Volkur's temple. It lies to the southwest of the village. The smell of smoke fills the air.
I should have totally shrine because I'm out of some of my action list. That's whatever. That's fine. Probably fine. Don't worry about it. Because at the end of this quest isn't that hard. How did that guy dodge me? You hate this quest? I don't know. I like this quest a lot. I think it's got some good character. It's got good monsters in it. And the end fight's genuinely challenging without being, like, overpowered. Venge. Oh my god, we got Avenge right away. That's so bad. We don't want to pop that. Oh my god, the fighter popped the Venge. Don't get hit by the boss.
Dangerous pulses of Zorian energy drift.
Does that wear off, the bench buff, or does it stay forever? I don't remember. Okay. So yeah, don't get hit by the boss. That's very cool. Oh, it does. Looks like it doesn't affect the boss. He is venged, but he's only hitting me for like 20. Ow, except when he does Prismatic Beam. Prismatic Beam hurts. Alright, back on the boss. Okay, back on ads. Trying to keep myself alive here. Woo! Some of the damage coming in is crazy. I don't know if you guys can hear me hammering on my friggin' keyboard right now. Woo! Exciting. Not too bad. Oh yeah, yeah. If you don't do this fight mechanics, that's gonna hurt. All right, voices. Put your voice in the master on.
You have retrieved the vial of Hunkor's gift venom for House Jorasco.
Hey, and I got a sentience toolkit. All right. Anybody pull that two-hander though? No, it doesn't look like anyone pulled it. That's cool. Oh, yeah, somebody did want the falchion. Okay, there you go. It's a good weapon. Yeah, Tail of the Scorpion is better than Torn for me, for the most part. Oh, man. Vengeance Reapers. Alright, you down to do Ravenloft? Because I don't think I've done any Ravenloft on Reaper mode. So, it's all first-time bonuses for me. And I do like getting first-time bonuses. There's so many quests and epics now that give, like, first-time bonuses. It's great. Or like, that you get so many first-time bonuses. Like, if you just look and sort it by quests at level 32, look at this, like, onslaught of endless quests. So many. I haven't done Sharn 2, I think. Black and Blue. Desire in the Dark, yeah, I didn't do those ones. Good Intentions, Newcomers, Records of the Past, Search and Rescue I didn't do, Strike Back, Third Time's a Charm. Done pretty much everything else. But, aha, patrons. 3,000, oh yeah. Oh, whoops. I hit the caps lock button. Hey, Bishamunkins and Nemmi, how you guys doing? I'm rocking... The class setup is pure Sorcerer. I'm playing Sorcerer 20 right now. I hit monsters with my big, great axe. Okay, I'm gonna hit the washroom. But yeah, I don't think we have enough people for that type of run. Yep, I will be back in just a minute. Please enjoy an ad break. If you like what you see and you don't want to or you don't want to watch ads, please consider subscribing to help with the ad avoidance. Be right back. returned. Yeah, so if you haven't seen this character, the idea here is to play a pure sorcerer, being as an Eldritch Knight, and I melee stuff. Those are just endless reincarnation? No, lots of people do endgame. It's actually one of the reasons why I have 3 characters that I sit at level cap, so I can just do endgame. That's kind of cool. So let's just do Ravenloft 1 for now, as opposed to a whole saga. Like the first 4 quests. Yep, and you get lots of Reaper XP. So the idea here is you get a lot of Reaper XP by doing quests at level cap. So each quest that we're doing here is going to be giving me about 6,000 Reaper XP. So it costs a lot to level up each point, but it goes a lot faster when you're getting a lot more per quest. Alright, into the mist. There it goes. I was like, why isn't this door opening? Or 6. So then you get lots of Reaper XP, but you want to have like a good group if you want to do this. It's one of the reasons why a lot of times what I recommend to people is farm out your items on elite difficulty so you get that juicy first time bonus. So what you see right here is this is the first time you've completed it. This 100%, or not the bravery bonus. This is your first time completing Reaper difficulty, 95%. That scales the actual Reaper XP in the quest. How many times did I reincarnate my endgame characters? Not many. This character is the character that I play the most often. It has all of the... Not all of them, but I'm almost at racial completionist. I have a jillion past lives. At least 100 reincarnations. 100% on this character. But that being said, my other characters that I also like to bring into Reaper 10s, and the video series I'm going to be uploading to my YouTube channel for Feywild Reaper 10, I played a character that has 4 past lives. And the only reason I have past lives is because I just wanted to change build. I never ground out past lives. It was not important to me. The whole point of the character is proof of concept that you don't need past lives. It's literally just items that you equip and hitting the keyboard good.
A raven cries somewhere overhead.
Oh.
Why would someone put so many scarecrows to guard a road?
Oops, I'm going off the bat.
What do these men keep
Yeah, you gotta hit the keyboard good. That's an important part of it, right? Like you gotta have a good character build. You gotta have a good set of skills as a player, and then you also gotta have a good set of items, and you know the character build. So my character build's good enough to make it work. But yeah, grind past lives before I think of doing a game. Incorrect. What you need to do is learn how to play. That's the most important thing. If somebody tells you that you need to grind past lives, that's an honest reaction, all right? Just don't think of that's somebody that's they're trying to trick you or something. That's an honest reaction. A lot of people sometimes do feel that way, that the end game content can be prohibitive, and you need to have all these different stats to be able to do stuff. But hey, we're inside into the mists. Come in now for some Reaper XP. That is just an honest reaction. Somebody sees how hard the content is, sees a lot of people with past lives running it, and it's very easy to come up with the reaction of, man, I can't run this content unless I have all these past lives. I have to spend all of this time to get this? That seems crazy. And it's not really fair. And that does seem crazy. Doesn't that seem unfair? Which is why there definitely are some places where past lives do help quite a bit. A great example is in the non-completed content, right? So, no one has done the raid Too Hot to Handle on anything higher than Reaper 2. There's 10 Reaper difficulties. So, do past lives help you to do Reaper 3 Too Hot to Handle? Well, no one's ever done it. So, yes, you would want to have all of the past lives in the game, plus really good skill, plus all this other stuff to do something no one has ever done. But lots of people have done lots of the quests, the regular quests, not the raids, but lots of the regular quests on Reaper 10. And as long as you know the quest and you know where to stand, you can do a lot better. Yeah, one of the issues with DDO in scaling is that elite difficulty gives you higher chance to drop gear, but elite difficulty is very hard to do without the gear. That's one of the reasons why, when you get to that stage of endgame gear farming, the easiest way to acquire the items that you want, well, number one, you gotta know what you want. So ask your friends, say, hey, can somebody help me build out an item build for my character? And kind of put all that stuff together. But then, on top of that, also, when you decide to farm for items, don't do it by yourself. You can. You physically are allowed to. I'm not going to stop you. I'm not going to come into your house and be like, what are you doing? I told you don't do that by yourself, and like take your computer away and ground you or something. I'm not going to do that. But what you can do is if you just open up a quest, which is what I do all the time. I go to the social panel, I go create LFM, and I go like farming sword from like whatever quest, and you put the quest up there, and you put it on elite difficulty. People will just join your quest because either they like to farm stuff, they want the XP, they want whatever. They'll join into your group, and then if they get it, more often than not, they will pass it to you. But then maybe somebody else will be farming something else, and they'll be like, but I need the armor from this quest. So you're like, okay, cool. So if you get the armor, you give it to them, and if they get the sword, they give it to you. And it makes it very, very easy to pick up a lot of these items. And that's how I'd recommend doing it. DDO is very much a game where if you have stuff, it makes it easier to get stuff. Much like in real life, if you have a lot of money, it makes it easier to make a lot of money. You know, that's cool. But yeah, getting the items to drop and stuff means you have to do the higher tier challenges and the higher tier dungeons. Reaper mode is no exception. Every point of Reaper that you do, we're on Reaper 6, it increases your chance of dropping a named item by 1%. So Reaper mode, or elite difficulty, is a 33% chance to drop an item you want from a quest. Reaper 1 gives a 34%. Reaper 6 that we're on gives a 39% chance to drop an item that you want from the chest. Yeah, DDO has a really nice community. And if you're new, my biggest recommendation to any new player who's trying to learn how to do stuff in the video game, straight up, is tell people you're new. Not like, oh, I'm new, I can't do anything. Literally just tell people, say, hi, I'm new, I don't know much about this quest, I'm not really familiar, and people will help you out all the time. They'll be like, oh, do you need help getting to the quest? Do you know where to go? Do you want me to share the quest? You know, or do you need items? Tell people you're new. Dude, it's the best.
The distant voice seems pleased.
Oh yeah, in some classes, you don't even need any stats whatsoever. It's the best. Bard is a great example. You don't need any stats. As long as you just put your points in the enhancement tree and stand around, people will be like, yes, yes, bravo, bravo, you helped, you did it. It's the greatest. I have a Bard build who doesn't do anything. It's just, I freeze stuff because I have a freeze effect on a Bard, and I buff people. And I do basically nothing else, and I very much make up my raid slot. And then I have an Assassin Rogue, who does not as much damage as if I had all the past lives, because I only have, like, 4. But I can instant kill tons of monsters, so I can run point defense. Monsters can't see me, because I'm basically invisible because my stealth stats are so high. So I can run interference and knock down all sorts of monsters that are coming in. And as long as I'm playing properly and not getting myself murdered, then everything is good. It's all cool. But playing properly and not getting murdered can be very challenging for some people. Oh yes, and also in Bible the Saga, you can assassinate all the totems, which makes that raid crazy easy. Yeah, as long as you know how to contribute and you know what you want to play, that's where you get started. Yes. Now, it's also important to note that DDO Bard and 5th Edition Bard are not the same thing. In Dungeons & Dragons 3.5, which is what this game is based off of, Bard is probably the least important class that you could have in a party, just because they don't really do anything spectacularly good, but they're very fun to play, and they have a lot of cool skills. In 5th Edition, Bards are arguably the best class in 5th edition because they are so busted in so many ways, and they have crazy abilities all over the place. And you can do some really stupid multi-classing, shenanigans. In Dungeons & Dragons Online, which is based off of 3.5, it's kind of somewhere in between. Bards are not the highest DPS class, Bards are not tanks, Bards are not the best healers, but they're very fun to play. They have a fantastic amount of group support that can essentially, make everybody's output feel like they're almost doing double the amount of damage they were doing before. It just feels awesome.
One must die. Norgoth the Decayer.
Nope, you don't need past lives. You just need good characters with good builds. So from the ground up, the ideas are good, and the characters are strong, and you're all set. Hell yeah, dude.
A little voice in the darkness says, "You got rid of the monster."
This is how I like to do my quests.
Good.
Everything just gets mashed. Important note, as a reminder, in half an hour, there is going to be a Lord of the Rings online developer interview thing with executive producer Severlin from Standing Stone Games. Sev is a very, very cool guy. I've had some good conversations with him, and he's smart, very clear-headed, logical guy, and it's a Q&A session. So I kind of wanted to tune into that because I don't think that we've had a Q&A with Sev this year that's been live on Twitch. And so I kind of want to tune in and check it out and see what's up. So we will be watching that in half an hour from now, by the way. BASF? Big ass stupid fun? I don't know if that's right, but that's what makes me think of. The old loading screen. Rip. Oh, I got you. Giant company. Gotcha. Let's go. Advertising, marketing, business, buzzwords. Big fan of that. Did they ever update the graphics, or did it just age super, super well? Looks great for a game this old. You know what's really funny? They have done incremental work on the graphics to make the game look better over time. However, the average reaction from some people is that, oh, graphics look bad. Old graphics no good. Bad graphics. Bad, old, bad, not good. Which, again, I can't argue. That's literally a reaction to visual. So, what are you going to do? Why am I not color spraying these things? That being said, I think it's also important to note that they haven't done, as far as I know, there hasn't been a large overhaul of a lot of existing and older textures. Or character models, is my understanding, is that there hasn't been an overhaul of the majority of the character models in DDO. However, that isn't to say we won't get them. Newer content packs happen to contain newer textures, so this ground texture doesn't appear in other places in the game. It looks a lot nicer. This tree texture probably appears somewhere else, but it's pretty new comparison in terms of texturing. And also, all of the new cosmetics, weapons, and items, which my character is wearing, are all brand new textures, and they look fantastic. Look at the texturing of this cloak, dude. This is very, very nice. So a lot of the new outfits and new cosmetics will have very good textures overall, and it's definitely something to look forward to in some of the newer content. The older content, though, you can just tell by going to look at the ground in any individual quest in the harbor where you first start out. There are a lot of older textures and older visuals, which is not necessarily a bad thing. It just happens to be it's an older game, and those are the consequences of running an older system. However, the reason why I say that some of these things may change in the future is because in Lord of the Rings Online, there has been, they did it, I think, over the past like 3 years. They did a large texture pass, and they redid a lot of the textures and environmental effects in earlier sections of the game. And these texturings and environmental changes were really nice. They updated a lot of the just stuff that populates in different places, a lot of the shrubs, bushes all over the world. And they also did a full character avatar redesign. So all of the character models got a full rework, so they all like have like nicer looking faces and less polygons and what have you, which is pretty cool. Funny how DDO Lotro gets all those updates that DDO doesn't. It is also very funny. As a DDO player, I'm like, curse you, Lotro, getting all the cool shit. But we sometimes get cool shit that they don't. So yeah. But that being said, so it's possible that might be something that happens in the future. However, there is also, unfortunately, for the textures, the ground textures, things like that, model updates that might happen. However, there is precedent in DDO that that's not how they do that for character models. The reason why I say that is because the Wood Elf was specifically designed the way that it is. I remember there was an interview, I think it was with, I can't remember who it was with, it might have been with Severlin, but there was an interview that we did, or that was done, and they talked about why the Wood Elves exist, and one of the ideas is that some people get very attached to the way that their characters look, because you might not reincarnate, and you might be very happy with the way that your elf looks, and you don't want your elf to look different. Even though the new models and the textures look really nice, you don't want to have your elf look like that. You like the old look of your elf. And so the way that they fix that is basically by saying, okay, if you want to be an elf, and you want to have a new visual, play the Wood Elf, because the Wood Elf is updated, and the older elf is not updated, so you can still have your old physical appearance if you want. Absolutely. So essentially, you have to look at numbers. For example, you'll have to look at like player retention, and that's also where exit surveys come in handy. If somebody decides to delete their account or cancel their subscription, one of the reasons why people look at some of that data is because they go, okay, why did you cancel your subscription? And then somebody goes, I don't really like the look of the game and the graphics, and then you can do a quick sweep of their account, and not even sweep of an individual account because it's way too much work. But you can just take those exit surveys and have a macro or like an Excel file that categorizes them based on their character level, their hours played, other stuff like that. And so if you find people are unsubscribing with 20 or less hours played, and they're saying that the graphics are a problem, and this is, 7 to 10% of the reports, this could be an issue because that's 7 to 10% of new player revenue that might be disappearing. So you need to kind of adjust things like that. So you have to ask yourself the question, is it worth it to update this thing over time? It's one of the reasons why, the ladder bug will probably never get fixed in DDO. One, because it's a really funny joke that the community likes to use, so they like it. And then also, depending on how much time it takes, does it destroy the video game? No. Are people quitting or ruining their experience because it exists? No. So if it gets fixed somehow by accident, or somebody has like a spare afternoon and they do it, that's fine. But it's never going to be a priority because it doesn't make the monies. Exactly, just like Fantas is saying. There's something that comes up all the time, and it is something that makes sense if you are on the outside, but it makes no sense if you are like a creator of a product, which is, you'll see this question on the forums anytime there is like a Q&A that happens. This was a bunch of people asked this question on the Reddit thread that Draculetta put up, and also the DDO thread, the forum thread, which was for the Ask the Devs interview that they did. One of the questions that from the community, people ask this question all the time. Is there ever going to be a time where Saints Row Games spends like 6 months on content on the game, and doesn't, instead of releasing content, they just do performance fixes and they fix a lot of the bugs? And I will answer that question for you. If you've ever had that question, will they ever just have a situation where they have a 6-month update where instead of they don't have any new content, they just fix all the bugs that people have with the game? And the answer is they will literally never, ever do that for 3 major reasons. And there was a really good interview that the designer, actually I think it was an interview and also like a talk that Chris Wilson, the lead designer of Grinding Gear Games, did, where he talks about this whole problem. And the main issue with fixing all these problems is, so problem number 1, SSG has staff, so they need people to buy stuff. So if people don't buy stuff, they can't pay their staff. Then they have to lay the staff off, and the staff go home without being able to support their families, right? So they have to sell products. They can't just not sell products for 6 months. So they need to have new things come out, right? So that's number one. Number two, right as Fantas just said, if you're a world designer, so you like put the objects in the world, you can't fix the lag. If you're a writer or an artist, you can't fix the lag, right? There are so many people whose job it is to not fix the lag. So you can't just all of a sudden be like, oh, well, everybody should work on it. Like, what are you going to do? Get the marketing guy to fix the lag? Be like, hey, I know you deal with e-commerce and you're very proficient at, you know, managing stats and knowing how to market a product, but can you like take a second away from that and fix the lag? Like, that doesn't make any sense. So there's multiple layers and all sorts of different people that work in these companies, and they do very different jobs. So you can't just expect them to be like, yes, we're just going to do this other job right now. That doesn't make any sense. Okay. Hello, Ben Reaper. And then the third thing is, so not only is that catastrophic because you can't, oh god. I don't like this Archron because he just ignores my very high fortification. It makes me sad because I worked so hard on that fortification. And then the last thing that I'm going to say about this topic is, okay. Things I can't crowd control at all. And they're hero souls. I hate that. Okay, chapel and then third floor. Holy moly. Find the keystone in the chapel, behind the altar on the second floor. Oh no, I was killing stuff in the stairwell. But yeah, so that's essentially it. Is that, you know, it's a multi-layered problem. So there will never be a time ever in the history of DDO where they will literally just stop making content and not sell anything, and only fix bugs, because one, that you can't do that. Like, that literally makes no sense. And two, that is so insanely expensive and destructive. For sure, right. I'm not saying that it isn't a problem and it needs to get dealt with, right? Earlier this week, the game was so laggy when we were trying to do some quests that we literally stopped playing because of how laggy it was. And I played this game for 100 years. Like, you know, it affects everybody. When the things are crazy laggy, that's a major problem. So no complaints out of me. But again, it's just the problem is you can't just be like, well, then they have to fix that and nothing else, because again, you have people, like, you just lay off all the writing staff and all the artists and say, sorry, we're not going to pay you right now because we got to make this thing. Like, you don't do that. You keep making content. You have to keep making content. And then also, very, very important, you would be surprised at the number of things that people who are like new to games or unfamiliar with games will be totally willing to just like ignore as problems. Like, having a little bit of minor lag might not bother people as much as it bothers people who play the game a lot, especially because if you're new and you're playing on the lower difficulty and then you lag out a little bit, you don't die to the monster on normal. You don't die to the monster on hard. You die to the Reaper that kills you, but you don't die to like the Kobold that hits you an extra 2 times. You go, oh, there was a bit of lag, and then you kill him and you go, okay, good, I still beat him, good, right? So that's very, very different. So like I said, I definitely agree with you that you know, it is a problem, but I think that overall for the new players, I think it depends on the scale of which you're trying to attract new players. Some people will notice. MMO experts will notice that there are lag problems, but some people might not, especially if they're people who are completely unfamiliar. Again, consider the situation where somebody literally Google searches Dungeons & Dragons Online and finds this video game and they've never played an MMO before. They won't have any context for what lag is, so they will just start playing it. And that is like new revenue and new blood for the game. I've talked about this before, but it's super, super, super important that every new company or business, any company or business that sells a product or an item, their most important thing is new business and new customers. So they need to make sure that's like the most important thing. Yes, attack the argument I didn't make. You got like absolute geniuses in chat right now. I am not saying that lag doesn't matter and it is not important. And I'm not saying that lag doesn't affect people's experience with the game, but that different people experience it differently and have different experiences from you. Holy moly.
Sense of peace washes over.
Very confused right now.
In your hands, then stow it securely.
All of the monsters are unable to hurt me. I found a dev command. That's also the secret that most people don't know. Is if you just turn off, you just gotta use the console command.
The only way out is through the top of the south tower.
If you turn on console command, you're all set.
I don't deserve the risk when our hit foes on the field.
Y'all Canada a way of doing business all of a sudden? Oh, you mean the largest service provider in Canada and arguably the service provider with the absolute most amount of money? Huh. Yeah. I wonder why that works. I wonder why that business model is a good idea. Like, the problem with some shitty business practices is that the majority of the people, it doesn't affect them, right? So, like, I'm somebody who's had to experience this a lot. My internet service provider has never been the best to me in terms of service. However, usually they've given me the best connection overall, and going to another service provider hasn't really worked. But I've been somebody who's been on the receiving end of basically had almost zero access to consistent or useful internet for a very long time. However, the problems that I have, are something that the majority of people won't experience because they don't need an absolute always-on connection to the internet. And if the internet cuts out for like 5 seconds and then comes back, it doesn't interrupt your YouTube video when you're watching it. It doesn't interrupt whatever. However, for me, it completely bricks the live stream, and it's a very different experience. So everyone is going to have very different experiences with the game and with the product. Because trust me, I'm on the same end. I want my video games to work all the time. I want my visuals to work all the time. I want everything to work all the time, because that's what it should. These things should happen. DDO is the laggiest MMO that is on the market. I would not be surprised if it was literally the laggiest MMO out there. But it's like, the answer to that problem is, you have your engineers who are working on lag, but you don't stop producing content because things exist. Like, that doesn't make sense. You get Fios. I would like to stay away from the United Plague Lands of America, but you guys can, so maybe some other time.
With the keystone in hand, you step through the castle wards unhindered. You check your bags. Sure enough, the icon of Ravenloft is still there. You have done it.
What
With
burn?
a sigh of relief, you wonder
Dude.
if you will cross paths with Esmeralda again.
Like, I would love, actually, I would have better internet. So where I used to live, the problem is I live right downtown, and this is the excuse that I was given by my internet service provider as to why I can't get this internet connection. Basically, what they've told me is that because I have, we have enough time for Argon Bust. Do Argon Bust. Do. Because I live downtown, in the absolute heart of downtown, the service provider is putting in the new fiber connections everywhere around the city, and the last place they're doing is downtown because it's the most expensive infrastructure to actually manage. So the areas around the city, the area that I used to live, all of that stuff had access to really good, consistent fiber. And so when a year ago, I had 1.5 down, 1.5 gigs down, and 1 up, and I never had any connection issues ever. Where I live right now, I have 50 down and 10 up, and I can't get better until they figure out the fiber optic cable. If you don't leave the house, you can't get sick. This is very true. And I very importantly, I never leave my house. I spend 22 hours a week in this beautiful, beautiful room. Isn't it the best? I sleep here. I eat my food here. I play my video games here. I work here. I relax here. I write here. I do everything here. I never leave. I cook in that room that's over there, and that's it. There's mold. That's true. Mold can happen, but it's okay. Mold will never happen to me. I live in a basement apartment that, oh god. You haven't left the house since you had dental done? Yeah, you can figure it out. Sounds like you would go stir crazy. 22 hours a week. In this Room, yes. 22 hours a day, sorry. 22 hours a day. If I said week, I made a mistake. I did go for a haircut. It was a very disappointing experience. I don't think I can knock down ghosts. No, I can't. Rip. How do I spend the other 2 hours? Usually I'll be like chatting with my roommate, cooking dinner, so cooking food, cleaning up, vacuuming, using the washroom, taking a shower, stuff like that. Oh god, what is this? No, don't make me jealous. Oh! Oh, my soul! Oh god. Oh well. At least I don't have to deal with Comcast. Yeah, 22 hours a single day. Every single day I spend 22 hours within this room. One of the reasons why I have this standing desk here.
Another ally gone too soon.
Uh-oh. Do you have Verizon? Oh, it literally, on the thing, it said Comcast, I think. Oh, Verizon and Comcast. Oh, shit, I'm an idiot. I read the wrong side of the screen. I'm dumb. Also, thank you for the hydrate. I appreciate that. But yeah. Yeah, I'm kind of dumb. Hey, listen. There have been times in my life where I've considered moving to the United States of America. And who knows? Maybe I will someday. Because I'll tell you what. If I was like, hey guys, I'm going to do a Strimtom meet and greet. I'm not going to do that in Canada. Because one, there's not enough of us. And two, it would usually be around some type of large event or convention that people would already be going to. I would never ever want someone to do any type of traveling for me. I'd rather do some type of traveling that other people can also join in at. So for example, if there happened to be another big event happening after the apocalypse is over, like a PAX event or something like that, one of these big events, I would love to organize a meet and greet around something like that. And where's that going to happen? Probably in the United States, because nothing friggin' comes to Canada. Oh yeah, Canada's also not real. I'm in the nation's capital. I live in Ottawa. Ottawa. It's the city that nobody knows anything about.
On the commander's body, you find a large silver key.
It's the capital of the country, which is not Toronto or Montreal, contrary to popular belief. And also, like I said, nobody knows anything about it. It's not like Toronto, which is basically like any metropolitan city in the United States. It's not like Montreal, where they basically don't have, or they try to get rid of as much of the large corporate business interests as possible and have a lot of, so like almost every single business that you'll find in Montreal is some place that's been there for 30 to 100 years. And it's all old school. Ottawa, I can't even spell it. That's so funny. Not gonna lie, that's actually a really good spelling. Halifax is beautiful. I really loved going to Halifax. Delicious food. Very, very delightful city. Somebody got lasered.
Your eye is drawn to the
Or they... I'm assuming it was a laser? I don't know.
Creatures fly out from behind it.
Yeah, Vancouver's a beautiful city. Right now, not in 10 years, we have a big set of construction that's going on the largest highway. So the Trans-Canada Highway is a highway that goes all the way across Canada. It goes right through the center of Ottawa. Cool, right? Wrong, because the highway has been under construction since 2018. Why? Why 3-year highway project? I don't get it. So what is this? Is another speed test result? Oh, look at that. Look at that speed in Virginia. Voices.
The beacon flashes with a brilliant light that can be seen throughout the.
All right, we got time for Raven at the door as well.
Somewhere a voice whispers,
Raven at the door.
you feel a tingle of warmth that you have never felt in Barovia before.
Yeah, so it's an interesting place. I'd love to tell you a little bit about Ottawa. Let's see, what can I tell you about the city? Beautiful city of Ottawa. All right, so why should you come visit the city? There are more shawarma places than any other type of business or any type of restaurant. That's important. I don't know why there's so many shawarma places in Ottawa, but there's literally more than anywhere else. I've never been a place where there's more shawarma places. Of all the places I've traveled. It makes no sense. Like, right where I'm sitting, there is a shawarma place over there, and another one over there, and another one over there. Within 5 minutes, there's 3. Like a 5-minute walk. By foot. It's crazy. There's so many. What's the temperature? I don't know, dude. I don't go outside. Another cool thing about the city of Ottawa, this is actually a unique thing for those that didn't know this. Canada, big place. When you think of Canada, what do you think of? Ice and snow. That's right, ice and snow. So what temperature does it get to in Ottawa? Well, I'll tell you what, it gets up to about 110 degrees freedom in the summertime, or about 40 degrees Canadian. So you might think to yourself, holy crap, that's really hot. Isn't that in Canada? Yeah, it is in Canada. So you might think to yourself, okay, well, if it gets that hot, it doesn't get cold either. Nope, you are completely incorrect. Ottawa reaches an average temperature during the wintertime of about minus 25 degrees Canadian, which is like minus 12, I think, degrees freedom, with temperatures that reach as low as minus 45 degrees Canadian. In fact, not only did the city of Ottawa have the highest temperature range of any capital city on planet Earth 2 years ago, we also managed to secure the #1 spot of coldest capital city on planet Earth, beating out Ulaanbaatar, Mongolia. Take that, Mongolia. You're not the coldest capital anymore. We are. Take that. Most garbage departments have pipes running through their bedroom. I know. Look at that pipe. It's over there. You can't see it, but it's there. Oh, there's a Reaper here. So it's very cool. 25 degrees freedom? Yeah, that sounds about right. It's cold in my bedroom, if that counts.
This is the South Tower Stair.
So yeah, so it's a very interesting place. You get every season. If every season is summer and winter. We don't really have a spring. We don't really have a fall. Like, the leaves come off of the trees. For like, you get a week of fall and a week of spring, but then it's just straight to summer again. Then straight to winter. As long as it's warm in my heart. No, cold as stone. That's why I play Warforged a lot. Feels good. It's like a connection to my character, you know? I should turn that on. Oops, that's embarrassing that I don't have that on. You need another GPU? Good idea. 40 Fort, Pennsylvania. Fucking... Is that a real place? Oh, man, please tell me that's a real place. Oh, God. Okay, yeah, we'll do 44. Give me a sec. Okay. 40 Fort. No way. Hold on. 40 Fort weather. Hell yeah, there's 40 Fort weather. We interrupt this broadcast to bring you the weather. Good morning, everybody. My name is Strimtom, part of the Pennsylvania Weather Service, and we're here to bring you the weather of your favoritely named place, 40 Fort, Pennsylvania. That's right, it's the only place where you've got a fort within a fort, or potentially 40 of them. I'm not sure, I've never been, and I don't plan on Googling that answer. Now today, it is currently 24 degrees freedom, nice and chilly, the kind of weather that you gotta make sure you get yourself wrapped up in a blanket, or a jacket, or both, maybe wear a sweater, get yourself some nice warm boots. Now the nice thing about this, humidity not too high, and a very low % chance of precipitation, so you don't have to expect any rain or anything to come hitting your head. It's just going to be dealing with the wind, which is pretty low today. Although tomorrow, temperatures are going to rise and stay a little bit higher throughout the rest of the week, with a high of about 60 degrees throughout the following weekend and a low of about 40 at night. You don't have to worry about it getting too hot or too cold. It's just make sure you have yourself a fall jacket on, even though it is November. Of course, it is going to be cloudy for most of this weekend. Now, cloudy could mean some sun could come through, but really, it's just depressing because we're going into winter. So if you don't like that, just remember, the place that you live is 40 Fort. 40 Fort, Pennsylvania. It's the place that you live. Thank you for watching. Back to you, Strim.
All its secrets will be ours, and then
That's me.
we'll feast. Her gaze lingers on you, and she licks her lips. Such a little family, though, sister. I think we need more meat for our plate.
That analysis of degrees Celsius is very, very interesting. It also depends on your region and where you live. When I use, when I think of like terms of degrees Canadian, for me, oh yeah, we're already done this. Let's get the hell out of here. For me, degrees Canadian is like,
You find a set of vials, which must be the potions of gaseous
if it's
form described in the journal.
if it's basically if it's above 16, probably above 15 degrees Canadian, room temperature is 20. But if it's above 15, I won't put on a jacket when I go outside. For its first 40 pioneers that made a fort there. I don't care. It's called 40 Fort. Come on.
Broken furnishings lie scattered about the room. At the center
Oh,
of
it's
the
so funny.
destruction is the smashed remains of a moldering.
Also, it depends on when that was named. If that city or town or whatever was named like 200 years ago, where they didn't get the joke, then that's fine. But if it was named within the past 100 years, come on. They knew what 40 Fort was 100 years ago. Oh, 40 Fort? Oh, I never heard of it.
And you watch as your body evaporates into
It's old?
a
Yeah, that
fine
makes sense.
mist. By strength of will alone, you push
A lot of these
yourself
places are
through
old.
the tiny tower window and take solid form again on the inside. The tower seems to be bigger on the inside.
Oh, that's 1,000 acid damage. That's a problem. I was spamming cures into myself, being like, save yourself, Shrimp Tom. Voice of the Master. I had my voice of the Master on the entire time because I was equipping the wrong items.
This
I'm a
book's
genius.
pages are brittle with age, and much of it is illegible. But what
Hey,
you
Memory of
find
Hiding in
out
Darkness. Perfect.
Suggests the author is none other than Strahd himself. Perhaps your allies back in town can make sense of it.
Okay, now I'm gonna hand in this quest and also load up the Lotro stream because we're doing that. Bitch. Lotro stream. Here's the channel. Because I do want to watch this, I think it's gonna be cool. And there's 100 people already tuned in. Damn. You just gotta be quick on the draw.
Hey, good. But there are yet more giants to count.
Okay, taking an hour break. Gotta watch this video. 150 people now. Holy moly, people are tuning in for this broadcast. There we go. Oh, I gotta put me more centered. Front. Oh yeah, right. There we go. We're watching it here. We're watching it live. Unless you were in quest with me, but yeah. Voice help Reaper XP? Yes, it does. Voice helps Reaper XP. But yeah, I wanted to be able to watch this. There it is.
Everybody onto twitch.tv/LotroStream, a chat with Sev. So basically, we got done just recently here with War of Three Peaks, getting that released. You can find out more on Lotro.com.
Gotta know.
And we've been doing a few patches, and we have a little bit of work yet to do. And of course, work goes ahead.
The chat, by the way,
for our
my chat will probably be fine.
rest of the
But if you want to be
But
very
we had an
entertained,
opportunity
the
here.
stream chat
Sev had an
on
opportunity,
there will
Severlin,
probably be
our executive
completely
producer, had an
brutal.
opportunity to really carve out an hour of time to just sort of get with you all on Twitch, open it up for some questions, get some questions answered, and just kind of hang out and have a little fun here following what's been quite a few weeks here of some pretty active work. So say hello to
215
Twitch
viewers.
chat here,
Goddamn.
executive producer Severlin.
I'm sort of looking at Twitch chat out of the corner of my eye, so if I'm kind of, my eyes are drifting away from the camera, you know why. 'Cause I'm looking over at Twitch chat and then back. So, what's going on?
Well, so we're just going to kind of get to questions here, and I do have a little thing here to talk about question topics. I guess I'm going to start with the softest of the softballs, and no pun intended there, with a Patriots joke. Are they going to make the playoffs?
Patriots joke.
I wouldn't underestimate Bill Belichick, because the thing is that he usually gets better as the year goes on. And since they didn't have a preseason and their practices have been messed up and they lost their quarterback for a couple
I don't care about sports.
there,
But
we're
yeah,
seeing
people
them,
are like
inch up in effectiveness, and I don't know.
people.
Yeah.
People can be.
Brady's looking
The
good,
Lotro
except
community has
we
been
don't
very
talk about
vitriolic for the past few weeks
But,
about some
Brady's
stuff,
looking good,
and so I'm
except
curious
that
as to what's
the
going to happen
Pats
here.
are slowly creeping up. So, but I mean, I think this is fantastic because I think it's just interesting. But anyway,
yeah, exactly. I just wanted to. Someone opened up the opportunity, and I figured I'd
questions come early.
Yes,
what are you
I'd shoot
thinking
it. So
about the Pats? They're losing record for the first time. Let's hit them hard. I see how this is going to go.
Okay, so let's actually start a little bit with class roles and a little bit of class work. Exogenesis wants to know, are our character creation class roles going to be updated to kind of match the current class revamps and in many ways the game's meta? We have, descriptions on class roles in our care gen.
The best trio,
I think
it does.
this person is largely saying maybe those need to be updated.
Sure. I mean, for Lotro, it's the end game is such a, it requires a lot of knowledge, and I think that we have to acknowledge that some of the class roles have changed over time, especially as we've been doing the class balance trees. So we probably should go back and revisit those when our systems team is doing class balance. I'm sure that the top of their list is not the character creation descriptions. It's something that can easily be overlooked, but yes, we really should be updating those, especially as class balance is an ongoing thing. I don't think it'll ever be done. So we want to make sure that the players
there's so
have
many
an
questions,
understanding
dude.
that
308.
we will be going
Holy
through
moly.
class balance ongoing. And every time we do a level increase, and every time we create new set bonuses,
here.
there's a chance for class balance meta to change. And so that we will always want to be doing class balance. It'll be an ongoing process, and it is an ongoing process.
Yep.
All right. Let me go to one of our other big topics that often comes up on Lotro Stream. This one is from Fidu Evernight, basically asking about PvMP. What are we going to do about, say, lag issues in the Yeton Moors? And the second question, anything going to seriously change with PvMP and Lotro? We do have some PvMP work underway. The question, I guess, by Fidu Evernight is, how serious a change are we actually planning to do with PvMP here on Lotro
this
in
is
the near
this is a
future?
weird softball question.
And anything we can do about lag there?
Okay, well, lag is an ongoing issue that we need to be better about. We've been looking at it. We've been making some adjustments, but a lot of our infrastructure adjustments of this year have caused kind of halo in it. So we definitely want to look into that. The weight of the characters makes a difference, and also the weight of the world. Lotro is a big world, and we're adding new regions and all the time. And while that's great, everyone adds a little chance of having our controller servers, which we call our master servers, get heavier and heavier. So we have to be careful on that and watch it. So we've had some lag and latency issues this year that we want to look at. Some of it is halo from a lot of the infrastructure work that we've done. So we definitely want to look into that. I know that players were concerned about server stability for a long time, and this has been a challenging year for that for a number of reasons. I mean, everybody who's working from home, I'm sure, understands that everything is just a little bit harder. And we had a situation where our tech ops really did a good job of moving us home, but because of the infrastructure work that we've been doing, there's sort of a halo.
Yes,
that we're
Nemi,
still
that is
going
correct.
Through to make a smoother play experience.
All right, sounds good. On a question, I can actually answer this one. Finesse D Fox, when is Bull Roarer coming back up? We're going to be talking about whether we're doing a second PvMP preview. I know
Ooh,
Keyway's
interesting.
been discussing that, so that's a possibility, and that's a possibility, maybe even something. I don't know what we want to commit to before Black Friday here, because obviously we have a lot on our plate and things like that. But it'll be happening, I think, in the near future there. So,
did I answer the PvMB question, by the way? I talked a little bit.
Yeah, I believe so. We talked a little bit about the lag issues there,
I'm very
how
curious. This is
much,
very
I guess,
interesting.
do we expect the PvMP environment to get some love in the short term here and medium term?
PvMP overall will get balance changes after each patch. We'd like to see how the meta shakes out before we do the balance changes, and a lot of our bigger updates have level increases, so we expect that the players will be leveling before they go back into PvMP. I think that larger scale PvMP, meaning like big changes in terms of rewards and such, is a more difficult situation, because PvP is a different beast, because you lose 50% of the time, even if it's perfectly balanced. So we want to be very
people
careful
don't like
that we
losing.
don't just casually go in there and make things worse for players. We want to balance things, but if we change the experience, because players are then encouraged to find ways of exploiting it, it's just hard. So
Much love.
I don't know that we want to make wholesale changes without really.
Welcome back to the stream team, Shuff. Appreciate the support. Thank you for stopping in, and appreciate
we
the
have
love.
seen Vastin do some work on PvMP. Just in the last couple of days, he's been on the forums talking to some of the PvMP community, and we really do appreciate that feedback. I think we had a pretty excellent Bull Roarer here. Hopefully you agree. And
It was awesome, by the way. I had a lot of fun.
Part of what we're doing here is to give people like Vastin opportunity to better make changes short term to keep on top of PvMP combat. Maybe in a way that's been a little more challenging.
That's code for they locked Vastin in a room and said,
I mean,
fix
that's the idea,
PvMP,
right?
and then didn't let him out until it was done.
All right. I've actually got a couple of questions here. I'm going to take this one, though, because I'm going to put you on the spot because you answered a question. And this is why sometimes you have to be careful answering questions that are suggestions. What is going on with river hobbits?
We definitely want to do so. River hobbits are something that we definitely want to do, and it's still on the radar. But with this coming year, what will probably happen is we'll see, Gundabad in the fall at some point, and then Brawler is going to be coming out this year. And
they're talking about
Hobbits
Brawler.
will probably follow those two things. Doing a new class is going to be huge.
Bro, he just mentioned Brawler.
Work. There's a lot of animation.
I don't know anything
work
about it.
And that type of thing. So that's what we're going to be focusing on this year, and getting Gundabad as good as it can be as a full expansion. And then we'll see about river hobbits. I want to see them because I like them, but
Yeah. All right, Belnavar, I will get to your question on legendary items. Surely we'll get to that, but just for the interest of making sure
River
I ask
hobbits.
questions while I'm coming across them, let's ask a little bit about Mount. Well, you want to take that one? Okay, go ahead.
No. So I think in terms of the year I'm currently planning for. So this year to me is 2021, not 2020. So I apologize. Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, let's just take that question then, as long as I'm typing in chat. What's up with legendary items, and what are we going to do with them?
Ooh, it's a big one.
Okay, so here's what we're looking at. We did a full pass on legendary items internally, and started dissecting the code, and we're still looking at what we want to do. Our first pass, we were not particularly happy with, and I don't think that it would have done well for the players, mostly because there's a lot of technical issues about how the UI works and where the data is stored with legendary items that greatly complicated things.
Absolutely.
So we definitely want to do, we definitely want a couple of things with legendary items. First, they're too complicated leveling up. They just are. Learning a whole system and then getting to 100 and going through imbuement is, so we want to make the leveling experience better. And then we want the players to be able to get new and cool things at the top end with legendary items. And we're not sure, we're still working on how we're going to do that. And I'm afraid that if I start talking about like the various options that we're discussing, the players will latch onto that, right? Because I would as a player. So I don't want to go too much into it. But those are our two goals: make the leveling process better and make sure that the players can pursue new things up at the top end. However, we're going to do that, because we want when the players level to have stuff to look forward to.
407 people watching.
I know that
crazy.
We had talked about having that before. That's my bad. We talked about it without looking at the code behind it, and it's just a big deal in terms of programming.
Yep. All right. Sounds good. Back to Layriana's earlier question. I wanted to get to this one because I know that there's at least one bit of news that we can talk a little bit about related to it. And Layriana asks, what are our thoughts about mounted combat?
I literally don't care about this question. I don't care about mounted combat. Lotro is a traditional MMO, so it's more like World of Warcraft or Final Fantasy XIV or whatever, where you go to a town, you get a bunch of quests from guys. The quests are like kill orcs, pick up orc spears, pick up orc axes, get orc food. Then you go back to town, hand it into whatever, and then it has standard endgame instances with like piecemeal raids that have locks and other stuff. It's a traditional MMO, but the mechanics are very unique. So the actual all the classes are very, very, very different than other MMOs. Whereas like between World of Warcraft and Star Wars: The Old Republic, those two games have almost identical classes. You can make comparisons all over. Lotro you can't, because they just went in a different direction with how they want to do some of the design, which is very different.
I'd like to see the inertia changed a little bit, so that it's easier to turn when you.
It's also free to play, so you can give it a shot. But it's completely different than DDO. DDO is like unique adventures all the time, and Lotro is more of a traditional MMO experience.
More skill at it, and so I would like to dial that down a little bit in order to facilitate it a better experience once you buy into it.
I stream Lotro every Tuesday, so if you want to see Lotro, you can come check it out. I'll be here every Tuesday streaming Lotro.
That would be specific to that.
No, and as a matter of fact, I know that
and I stream raids too. So if you want to see some of the raids and stuff,
people have done some work related to how that might be an option. There will be kind of like an option to perhaps avoid some of the mounted combat that people have expressed criticism about when that hits legendary and that sort of thing.
It's an interesting system because like some people like it and some people don't like it, but it's definitely outside the core loop of gameplay because it changes how you play so much. So we want to be careful that we don't like the players don't feel that they have to get away from like that core gameplay experience. But the people who like it still have a chance to go back and play with it.
Okay. Will we ever see character transfers from old servers back, or will they be lost forever? Asking for a friend.
Well, yeah, so this has been a really challenging
Champ
year.
doesn't yell anyways, then they go shing shing and then
As
things
you know,
die.
with there's been a number
Champ
of
doesn't yell,
server
they're silent.
issues, and not only have we been working from home, but as we are updating our infrastructure and I don't have a giant, massive tech ops team like.
So what I mean by
right in the middle of
DDO's degree of random generation for each run. So yes, it does. There's a lot of RNG in DDO. On normal, there's none. But on hard, there's champions that appear that change up the gameplay because you're always going to have champion monsters that you encounter. And then on elite difficult or on Reaper mode, you have Reapers that also spawn, which change it up. Important note about that is there aren't randomly generated dungeons, but each dungeon that you do in DDO is a handcrafted, tailored experience with voice lines, voiceovers, like specific designed, unique characters and interactions, and the whole thing is meant to feel like a holistic experience as though a dungeon master is actually guiding you through the adventure.
Say because there's still
World of Warcraft
issues with it,
doesn't
and there
do
are a lot
that.
of
Instead,
worlds
you go to
that
generic
go,
town
you
where
don't
the
wanna
names could
just
literally
start
be quest
doing a
giver. That doesn't
transfer
matter.
world
And
casually, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I would say that
and you just have quest giver that says kill orcs or kill monsters, and it doesn't matter what kind of monsters they are, and you just try to get XP and level up. And that same is kind of true in Lord of the Rings, where the general questing experience is irrelevant.
Stay tuned for an announcement from us in terms of when you might be able to transfer characters, but we do have plans to do that work.
Yeah, I'm trying to be honest about like when the work is supposed to be done.
Yeah.
Keep in mind that we're coming towards the holidays, and people have just come off of X-Pack level work for both franchises, and the tech ops people are coming from infrastructure changes and improvements that, quite frankly, have caused a lot of havoc. And Halo, part of it is our fault because there were some stuff, that happened that makes it difficult to move from one data system to the other. Part of it was malicious actors causing problems with our servers in the middle of it, which certainly didn't help things. And part of it is that working from
But yes, we
home
just got confirmation. The reason why they were having problems with the servers during the year is because they were getting nonstop DDoSed, by the way. That's where the server problems are coming in.
But I need to acknowledge, like, the teams have been doing a good job of overcoming that and getting content out.
Yeah. All right, so let's actually talk. I want to take part of your question, Dark Respite, because I think it's more encompassing than that. You're asking specifically about how it will relate to War of Three Peaks, but let's talk Gundabad.
Yeah.
The players know that Gundabad, is something that we've announced. What's the current plan for Gundabad?
So fall for Gundabad, I don't think that we want to have it follow up so closely to War of Three Peaks. And we want to have more time because we want Brawler ready for it,
so they can buy it.
Either in it or to be released separately before it so that people can play it. We have some exciting stuff for Gundabad, and I think that having a new class this year will be super exciting for the players. And I know that the content team is pumped because this is a big deal and a big lore point, and so we want to make enough content leading up to it that will do it justice. Also, we'll probably be doing different kinds of content this year as well in order to bring players sort of all levels into it, including maybe a zone that isn't max level, and that'll be one of the few times that we've done that. So, but
not a max level zone, that's crazy.
All roads are looking at Gundabad. We already have people looking into it, and
low-level zones in Lotro.
About and excited about the maps, and so there's a lot happening there.
Cool. All right. Original Hun, I think that's how it says, is saying any word about task carryalls. I'm not 100%.
Don't care about this question. So what is that? Are you talking about the DDoSing thing that I was saying? So there's what you can do as a cyber attack is you can do a distributed denial of service attack, which is called DDoS for short. And the idea is that you essentially just ping a server a jillion times, and then by doing that, the server gets locked up and can't do anything. It's like a simple way to do it. It is a crime, and if you get caught, there are steep penalties. The problem is if somebody DDoSes you and they're in a country on the other side of the planet where they don't have strict rules about doing that, then it's very hard to prosecute and find these people. And so you just need to find ways to defend yourself against the DDoSing, which is what the engineers are for. And so earlier this year, right around the summer, there were problems where basically Lotro and DDO were pretty much not working at all for a lot of people for weeks. And this is also not just happening here. It was actually happening both to Sandstone games, and also there's Cloudflare, which is a server, like a hosting service basically, that a lot of companies will use. And so Cloudflare was experiencing crazy DDoS attacks, which was interrupting server connections to multiple different video games and all sorts of different services. And it is bad, and it is a super crime. So don't do that.
I have a question on the question. I think they're asking for. I don't think we have task carryalls. I think they're saying, will there be a new carryall that's a task carryall?
We do. Yeah, I've got one. So, will they be for sale? Is that all you want to know? Is what they're going to be for sale?
Yes.
Well, that should be in the near future.
They don't sell the carryalls in the store, which is so dumb.
I can't promise among which of our holiday sales it might fall, but I have heard rumblings.
Oh, so it's for Black Friday.
Pretty soon,
selling them.
maybe.
There you go. Turkey carry.
All right.
Good idea.
Lotro on the new consoles? Question mark.
On console?
Yeah.
We don't have
PlayStation
anything
5.
to announce about Lotro on console.
Yeah. Yep. Okay.
Quite frankly, there would be a lot. Like, I would love to see it, but there is a lot of UI work to get it to work on console. Just our inventory alone would have to be completely redesigned to work on console. So, yeah.
Yeah. All right. Let us. I'm
keep
trying to actually go through some of the chat here. I may have to slow down chat here if you guys are continue to be as wonderfully active as you are. And by the way, I appreciate the chat. You guys have been doing a great job, guys and gals.
Come on, I have Sauron Legendary server. Come on, get it.
I'm looking at the chat. Any thoughts on how the tournament of the twins went? I thought it was pretty fun and good. The players seemed to respond to it. It definitely had a spike at the beginning, and by the end, there were only hardcore people on it. Would we do it again?
Yep.
Maybe. I think that now that the tech is there, it would be kind of cool. I liked it. I would like to find ways of getting more people involved, but
yeah, add a reward system.
PvP is something that you don't want to encourage people who don't like it to go into because they just won't have a fun time.
Yes.
But the people who do like it, yeah, I could see us doing it again, especially since the technology is in place. I think we'd want to add some kind of twist, and I'm not sure off the top of my head what that would be, but I think it was a fun thing that we could definitely have a repeat of.
While we're talking about the Tournament of the Twins and some of our more, event-based worlds, things like that, what's up with that Eye of Sauron server that we referenced?
I wanted to
in
hear
the
about this.
producer's letter?
We definitely want to do the Eye of Sauron server, but we're questioning now that we've had a chance to kind of look at it, is do we want to have a legendary server that plays that differently? And that's the question that we're talking about. Maybe. I definitely want to follow up with a legendary server that maybe have a different set of rules that's fun for the players. The Eye of Sauron is one such example of something that we could do. We're trying to figure out, though, would it be fun for the players?
All right.
Okay, that answers the question.
Let's see. Sev mentioned Gundabad in the fall. Did he misspeak, or is that an update from the original announcement of the spring release that was in the producer's letter? Yes, that is an update. That is an update on the release date. For
Wait, literally, that 20% of people do PvP? I don't think that's correct. That sounds like a huge... That's way more than I would have thought.
I didn't even know we would be working from home when I wrote the producer's letter, to be honest. So I don't think that following up...
Wait a minute. Are you telling me that the executive producer didn't predict a global pandemic and how that would impact some of the stuff he wrote about in January of this year?
Compelling for the players. Yeah, I know that you want as much content as possible, but I think we can do some other things before.
Jeez Louise, man.
Before we get to...
Doesn't everybody know that you're supposed to have like a clairvoyant leader of business?
Strategy for Legendary Worlds. What are we going to do when we get closer to the live worlds?
I think that what'll happen is when the Legendary World catches up to the live world, there'll be some decisions to make of whether we want to move people over to the live worlds at that time or keep those as a closed environment. Probably we're going to be seeing how many players. It's probably going to be defined by, the population.
Damn, like 20% of people? That's crazy.
Very, very low population, and it's not a good use of our hardware. Then we may have to make a hard decision to have them move on to one of the normal servers. And if it's really popular, then we'll stay, So that's kind of in the hands of the players, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like if they're all on it and they're having a great environment and there's tons of them, then yeah, we'll leave it. And then eventually we'll have other legendary servers that we want to have as well. So that, especially now that there's a whole bunch.
This is also a super good Q&A, by the way.
Looking for an opportunity to start fresh as well.
Yeah, and to piggyback onto that, to answer Lexicon's question, we have discussed the level 100 cap, how it relates to imbuement of legendary items, things like that. We have some ongoing discussions related to that particular question for you. Let's talk, just to briefly go back to a class balance, because we do have a handful of questions from some of our more passionate Guardian players who have been frequenting Lotro Stream in recent weeks to encourage us to work on the Guardian, and in general also work on endgame tank balance. So do we have any plans in that regard?
Sure. right now, once we have some class balance, as I said, is something that we want to do kind of a little bit for as many patches as possible. So I was kind of watching as questions came back. So yes, we want to make sure that the tank balance at the end game stays competitive for all tanks, so that you don't feel obligated to bring one specific kind of tank. I think that it's better than it was, but still has some work. Yes, we would like to have all of the trees have a place, but that's a significant amount of work. You know, like, let's get our classes all having a place.
Just so people have a bit of point of reference about this question,
but yes,
Guardians are not bad. They are a good tank. But Captain is such a strong and overwhelming tank. It completely blows every other class out of the water by 100 miles.
Balance will be an ongoing thing. I think it's out of scope to talk about the specifics of like what trees are we going to hit up, and because the players will then be like, well, what are you planning on doing, and what you know, what are you going to, what changes you're going to make in the trees, because you know they're really invested in their characters and love that we're doing it. So, but yeah, like there's a lot of specifics there that is probably out of the scope, but our goal is the tank specs should all have a place, and that all the trees should be useful or have a place as well. I know we're far from that. I know that we won't get to that tomorrow because it's an ongoing process, but the idea is that every time we do a little bit of class balance, we'll get closer and closer and closer until over time it'll be better.
All right. Well, I see some more questions about Brawler. Do we want to give any hints about what's up, like what the Brawler is maybe going to kind of lean toward or anything like that, or when it's going to be released?
I mean, the cool thing about Tolkien is that there's, you know, there are indications in the books about certain Valar that are really into punching people in the head, right? So I think that the Brawler is an opportunity to sort of scratch that itch, and but I don't want to go into it because this is what will happen. We're going to come up with cool mechanics for the Brawler that will be different than other classes, and then when we kind of put them on the test server and try them out, they'll either work or they won't. And then if I start talking about what those balance things are, the players will latch onto it. And then when we actually play test it internally, if it's not really working and we have to take another direction, the players will forever be comparing Brawler to what could have been.
Yeah,
so yeah, I would do the same thing as a player. That isn't a criticism, but like, so that's why we kind of don't want to talk about like the specifics of that, so that we keep our, you know, options open in terms of that when we work on that. But I think a lot of things that will sell the Brawler not only will be the sort of systems, but also we're looking forward to doing like really satisfying animations and particle effects and even sound for it.
Okay.
Cool. So,
okay.
Will Creepside ever see a new class? Will we ever
want to do a new
class for PvMP?
This is a great question.
There's definitely nothing on our agenda for that. I mean, it's a cool want. I'm sure there's a lot of cool things we could do, but I just haven't heard of anything about that in the short-term or medium-term schedule.
Yeah. So for PvMP, would we do a new class right now? Probably not. Would we do it in the future if we tried to work PvMP into something like the challenge server? Maybe. But that would be a big thing that wouldn't happen in 2021. It's not on our plans for doing that.
What about 4K?
4K support, something we need to do. We're trying to get more engineering resources, and we'll look at that when that happens. 4K is, I have a 4K monitor, so I get that too. I actually have to downgrade it for a number of games, so I'm right there with you in wanting more 4K support. It turns out that the issues with fonts and such, scaling is actually something that our game doesn't do currently, and it's a hard thing to get it to scale properly.
Yep.
There are font issues there.
What about the race change? I know that we had our QA team just today emailing a couple of thoughts about the race change item, and we are really close to getting that able to be released in the Lotro store, so should have news here in the near future on that one.
You can't bamboozle me.
So hopefully that the final really
I see your hydrate.
low level bugs that we found on that have been ironed out. So we'll be looking to regress it and see where we are on it after that. Hopefully we won't find new things. What else? Back-end work will be down to allow more precise control over effects being made, displayed. So the back-end work that we had was more data-driven, and the issues that we had were more related to people trying to spam us to death with DDoS than it was any issue with, you know, like nothing
setups?
is happening internally. The problem is when they do that, the players can't actually get to our servers even if they're protected. But
yeah, how do you mean?
The backend work is structural, excuse me, and isn't something that you'll be able to see about buffs and debuffs. Plus, the issue with buffs and debuffs are probably client side as we're looking into it.
Yeah, it's a client side problem.
So when you turn on buffs and debuffs and see a slowdown, it's client side. So we need to look into that.
Yeah, it's a client problem.
Let me ask a question. I know this comes up in chat, so let's
oh, that's weird.
Make sure that they get acknowledged here in chat. This one's from Dunhaid, asking about Evernight rather, having particularly difficult server issues in recent months. They've been running into some server problems.
Right. When we did the infrastructure work, everybody suffered, and the malicious people that were, you know, causing DDoS issues were also having a problem. But in specific in EverQuest, the initial lag was
EverQuest.
Not EverQuest, Evernight.
Evernight. That's so funny.
Yeah.
The Evernight was one of our indexes was off. That was causing chat problems. That was causing lag issues. Now that that is fixed and Evernight should be having, you know, the lag on Evernight is based on player numbers, because there's just a lot more players on that right now. And so we're looking into ways of making that better. One of the things we did do is we moved the master of 2 of our servers over to new hardware, which seemed to help. So that was good, but I think that, like I said, there's still work to be done.
I guess as long as we're talking about, you know, some more difficult questions, Pastor Jay wants to know a little about our communication, having no notice on release dates, particularly related to War of Three Peaks, I suspect, in that question. Basically just not getting enough information in advance in recent weeks, Pastor Jay asks. You want to talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, that's a great question. So that's my fault. I know. We basically have a rule that we don't talk about specifics about what's in packages or what's going to be on a major update.
This affects DDO, by the way.
We have an official page for it. And that was always our sort of policy, right? Don't start going and talking about it, because if we do, and there's no official page to look for information, then the players get confused, and if they actually have questions, they don't have a specific source to go into. So essentially, since we didn't have a page, when we talked about it, we were like, well, we're not going to release official information and then not have any place to go. So what happened this year is we changed where our store was. So the place for the, not our normal store, but just the specific page for our larger updates. Since the back end for that changed, we weren't ready with that new page because of certain delays related around, you know, it's just been a tough year. And we were waiting on that page to be officially available before we released information. So there wasn't a day that went by that we weren't like, oh, we'd love to release more information, but, you know, we don't have an official place to put it. Now, looking back, knowing what I know now, would I have had us to create like a forum account page as a keep keepsake, not a keepsake, but a placeholder so that we could get information out sooner? Yeah, absolutely. We should have done that. Now that I know sort of when the official back end was going to be available, and that it would get delayed because of the increased communication costs of working from home, I would have made a different choice. But at the time, we were trying to follow policy about don't release information until the players have some place.
It's a horrible idea.
So that was sort of my fault in terms of why that information came late. It's just because in the back end there were infrastructure, and the page was the official page wasn't going to be ready until that stuff got done.
Yeah. We did talk about LI work, so we don't need to read.
Would you ever run a VIP only server without a cash shop?
Why is it getting dark at 4:30? Sorry, this is my own question. I had to turn on the lamp here just in the middle of our chat because it got dark in this room. It's 4:30 in the afternoon and it's dark in my living room. What's going on here, people?
You live in the north. I don't know why this comes as a shock to you every year.
I know.
I honestly don't know when the next new housing area is going to come. We don't want to flood with too many housing areas, but we want to make sure that the players get enough housing areas. So I'm not sure when the next one's going to be. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, too, we have Lito of Tesh asking about new musical instruments. I haven't heard of anything in that regard.
Yeah, I'm skipping this question. Yeah, a lot of people can't complete the purchase of Feywild. So they mentioned this before, but apparently they're having sale issues between the United States and other countries. So there are several European countries or areas on Earth where there's issues with them actually retailing and selling their products for various reasons. If you or somebody else you know is having issues and they don't live in the United States, purchasing Feywild or any content from SSG, it can probably be solved if you use a VPN, a virtual private network, to pretend like you're somewhere else, so you can avoid some of these rules and purchase it, and or using a more universal money list, so money spender, so using something like PayPal as opposed to your regional bank.
Between now and Gundabad for Endgame, we did mention that Gundabad is now we're considering into fall of 2021. That's a long time to go. So what are we going to do for our Endgame folks between now and then?
So we have another Endgame update that will happen, and they're gonna make fun of me for lore, but I can't. It has a complicated name, and it's on the road to Gundabad, and I'm just spacing on the name about it. So we'll have that, and the other thing that we're going to try to do is we're going to try to have this a new kind of content where the players will be able to have level agnostic lost tales, where they'll play through various storyline tales as sort of a side release as well. So we're trying new content.
That's cool.
One of the things that we're trying to do is we're trying to increase the pacing, how often do we give them content, and and more content, and for how can we offer more free content?
That's not my Microsoft Teams. It's his Microsoft Teams, by the way.
That we're asking ourselves, we want to put out more free content. We want more lore content. We want to tell some stories, some side stories about the world. There's a lot of small stories that the writers and the lore folk want to tell, and this is a good opportunity to do it in a sort of so that all players can look at it and do that. Sorry, I'm talking and reading Twitch chat, and I probably shouldn't do that because my coherence trailed off a little bit.
I think it's Azanulzibar or something like that is the name. I saw Tiber type something in chat, but unfortunately I missed it. So
yeah,
but yeah,
it's a very interesting landscape area that isn't that is in the middle someplace, but that will have missions that anyone can play. So our endgame players will be able to do that, and then we can have these kind of story thread content that will be released, so that the players will have more lore stuff to do, and then we're going to have another landscape that will probably be closer to endgame, and then Gundabad itself.
All right, cool. Let's ask this question here. I think maybe I know the answer, but what are our plans for the Lua API in terms of ongoing and future support?
That is a tough question. right now you can do some add-ons. We have to do probably the 4K work before we can dedicate a UI person to doing Lua. And the other thing we have to be very careful for is those APIs can be abused, and we already have lag issues, and we have seen evidence in the past of API use actually contributing to lag, because programs can just click buttons faster than players. So I think that I don't foresee us having a giant revamp of Lua in the coming year, in 2021. I would like to revisit it later to give the players more capability, as long as we can make sure that it filters out spam.
No new add-ons yet.
And what I mean by spam is overuse that would cause server issues. But like 4K first, and then we need to have some real UI revamps. Like there's some things about our quest.
Like the person who's just saying, please change the yellow on yellow deed text. Sure. Yes.
Yeah. The yellow on the deed text. The other thing is that for new players who come in, when they open the map and the map is tan, and then the little rings are all kind of yellow tan, and you have to actually click on and off to see them. And then our default colors may not be vibrant enough for you to really, there's some UI stuff that we have slated that I'd like to get in 2021 if we can hire up the people to do it.
Yeah, I'm not ignoring asking the question, Demian, about when is level 100 going to be on Anor and Ithil, or Legendary Worlds. It's just that we have a tentative date right now, but it's a little bit too tentative to want to announce today. But it is something that we have been thinking about as to when we'll be doing our next big content release on the Legendary Worlds. And we just need to hold back that actual, when for now.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep. What about making VIP players by every mini expansion? So what is our kind of long-term plans here for VIP and
this is a great question.
Sort of expansions?
This will also impact DDO.
So one of the things we tried to do is, I love that our VIP players are so supportive, and we tried to sweeten the VIP pot by giving them a lot of different services just recently. There's things that you can buy from the vendor that give you access to
town services are amazing.
Normal players don't get. One of our there are two goals ongoing that I don't think that I communicated well enough, and the players are kind of asking themselves about the War of Three Peaks. One is we want to release content more frequently. We found as they look that the players respond well to content, and they don't respond well to content droughts. They kind of our data shows that content drought is the players kind of lose interest. So we want to have more content, and also when we do a big update, a giant expansion like Mordor or Minas Morgul, the content team kicks ass, but it's not tremendously big. And I like doing that, and I like that they overachieve on it, but I also don't like that they're working like nights and weekends. Like there's a difference between, hey, we have to catch up a little bit and a little bit of that, and hey, I have to work nights and weekends for like 5 weeks in a row. Like they're dedicated, but so we're trying to find the content. Our plan was, if we have content releases, X packs that are smaller, but honestly, we charge less. I think we were upfront about that. Hey, we're going to charge less for the content, but we're going to not have as much of it. Then we can have more content during the year. More releases is our plan for next year, and we can sort of keep a schedule that isn't as hard on and doesn't add as much stress on the worker, the people, the awesome devs, because I don't want to do that. So there's a number of reasons to do smaller expansions, more content. The other thing we found is that some of the players,
this is not the question that was asked,
just don't get through the whole expansion. Obviously our core dedicated people do, but as we're looking, the reason we're trying a smaller expansion and charging less for it is so that we can distribute some people into doing other types of content, so we have more of it. We have a more realistic schedule, although we're also hiring in order to. We have hired and we're hiring a bigger team in order to solve that problem. And that's what you saw with the
Yes.
War of Three Peaks. Can we have that one big beat that will bring?
Yes, this
players
should be
in
done like quarterly.
and
I don't know why it
still
isn't done
have
quarterly.
our content.
I know it takes an hour, but like, come on.
And that was our experiment. I think that overall the players responded well to it being smaller. I think that there were other things though that muddied the water in terms of player opinion on it. That I think that we could improve.
Yeah.
All right, let me rapid fire a couple of questions at you, one of which I'm really going to put you on the spot, but I'm going to ask you because I know your engineering background. And I'm going to ask you if you can remember what Zerka's change was related to the work that we did on Evernight. Remember that we did work on Evernight to correct a load screen issue and then brought that to the other worlds? Do you remember more specifics about what we actually did there? Someone's basically saying, what did you do to Evernight that suddenly made it so much better, basically? Do you remember what that work was?
This year, you mean?
Yeah, just fairly recently.
I think that.
I don't know.
No, I think wasn't that. I believe that was the change we made to fix the back end data indexes.
Yeah,
so,
I think that's right. Yeah.
Yeah. So the problem is that when you're talking about any kind of SQL back end, if data isn't indexed, then the data search is much longer than if you have it indexed. And when we did Evernight, one of the indexes didn't get copied over, so everything was slow when you looked into that, and it related to chat, and it related to, I think, friends list and quests. And then when we indexed that data, everything was faster, and so that did a large improvement. The other thing we did is we moved some of the master servers over to new hardware or different hardware so that they could keep up. And as we looked into it. But no, I agree that we still have some work to do in looking at various kinds of lag. So I don't want people to think that we're all like, hey, we fixed everything. I think it's better. I think that we've done a lot of work, but I think there's still some stuff to do.
Yiki asks real quickly about the ability to gift in the future through the Lotro market. That is something we're actively hoping to bring to the Lotro market in the future. I know that the e-commerce team has been looking into that, and that's something they would like to do in the future if we can get that out, and that's the current plan. So.
But yeah, that index the server exactly. When you hear that, you're like, oh, that makes sense.
Okay. One of the interesting things about the VIP is that I know that for a lot of people, the VIP gave access to a lot of content, and obviously it still will. Even if we have more free content, we still want to have content that's good for the VIPs. We did add a lot of new perks to the VIPs, and I think that one of the things that we need to do is maybe have an updated website that actually tells people all of the various VIP related perks. The other hard thing, and I'll be completely honest with you about our VIP, is that somewhere in the past, before my time, someone added a whole bunch of VIP perks that turn on when you VIP, but don't turn off when you don't VIP. So there are a lot of perks that you can kind of stop being VIP and still get. And so people don't count those for our VIP, and that's probably a bad thing, but I don't really
premium, I guess?
taking stuff away from the players, so I don't really want to address that if I don't have to. But that's also an issue, is that there's a whole bunch of perks that people who VIP previously have access to that they probably shouldn't. But hopefully we won't be able to do.
What perks are those?
That because we did add new VIP perks. So once we come up with the whole page of VIP perks and look at all of the things that VIP people are getting, we can get a better idea of what happens if for the content updates that aren't expansion level, to make sure that the VIP do get enough value from that program, because
it's probably premium.
I want the VIP people to be happy.
It would probably turn off premium.
Joy that they're both helping support the company, and that like their VIP is giving them a real good play experience.
All right, here's a question. Lotro free quests. What's our future plans for that? Do we have any future plans
DDO
for
as
that?
well.
Are we talking about
Yeah, basically the question from Pookie Mojo is, did we get the response we were looking for with Lotro free quests? Yes. And would we do it again?
Oh, well, I mean, I'll be honest with you. Like, I would love to say that there was some brilliant marketing plan about making the content free, but actually we wanted to do it because we knew that people were stuck at home, right? It was like supposed to be this nice thing. And like, yeah, we got a tremendous amount of people that appreciated it and came out to support us and loved it. And so that we didn't want to pull the rug out from under them and doing that. Maybe we'll revisit it in the future. I don't know. Like, I don't. That was done because of all of our current situation of maybe not having as much outside time as we would like. And so I'm glad that that was great for people, and I'm glad that people tried our games for it. But I don't really think that that was ever the point of it. Now, would we bring it back? Yeah, I think that if there was, if in the future we would consider it. I would like to bring more free content. So I would love to have like a free content bit in some of our future updates as well, where players can just come back and try it for free. But we have to balance that with how much value, as people have rightly pointed out, how much value we're giving to the VIPs.
All right.
This affects DDO because the Lotro free quests and DDO free quests were basically the same thing. So if they're considering bringing back Lotro free quests, they will also be considering bringing back DDO free quests. And you just said, yes, they are considering that it might be something they do in the future.
There are far and few between. So if we do look at it, I think also that I think the Dwarven champ animations, I think the champ animations in general have, I think our team was saying that there may be timing issues with that. So I'd have to look at that, but I can't remember if that was specifically what they were talking about. I think that talking about Guardian Shield use rank is so specific that it's probably out of scope of an hour. And I don't want to tie the hands of our systems people. I apologize.
I know we've talked about level crunch during previous interviews, about some MMOs that are doing level squishes. Would we ever do that?
Some MMOs, just like the biggest one on Earth.
But we've already talked about that previously a couple of times, I think.
Brown Bear cosmetic pet. Hopefully, what'll probably happening is I'm bringing that up because the artists are probably watching this and they'll get all excited about it. And maybe it'll happen and maybe it won't. But I just wanted to point out someone asked for it.
Any word on current Lotro market purchase issues? There are a few remaining issues that we're working to resolve, typically involving specific payment methods or processors. So we're hoping to make some of that progress in the near future.
That is not my
there
team's.
may be some geographic regions that are going to have issues making purchases in the new Lotro market. Specifically, I know we have a few people from Ukraine that are in our chat here that are running into a couple of questions. So get in touch with account support. They should be able to work through that with you, and that's through help.standingstonegames.com.
Yep.
What about a kinship revamp? We've kind of hinted about our plans to do that, right? We want to do that.
What?
Well, okay, so payment methods. Right now, a lot of our awesome European players are waiting for pay safeguard, and that's something that we're working on. So hopefully we'll see that sooner rather than later. I know that there was an issue. People using VPN might trigger our fraud alerts. So be aware if you are doing that, you may have to call customer support. So
Randy can't even use a VPN. I'm wrong.
Back to the question you just asked. Sorry.
What about kinship work in the future?
Oh yeah, we definitely want to do kinship work. In fact, we're already talking about it.
Yep. What about alt, making the game more, quote, alt friendly?
We
That's
have
my
been.
question.
So there are a number of things that have to do with alts. One is LIs, one are virtues. What we try to do for virtues is that getting your 5 major virtues should be reasonable, and then getting all of your other ones is something that like you'll have to play the game a lot for. The LIs, we have added LIs to various areas, and you can now get scrolls for at endgame and at more areas than just one. That is an ongoing thing that we'll be looking at to help and fix, because I know that people will certainly be looking to question that when Brawler comes out. And I think that the LI, just understanding the LI system is challenging for people coming back in, so that we do want to approach how low-level LIs work, but because the scope of that changed dramatically when we actually looked at the tech and how the data was stored behind the scenes. I don't have a specific answers on that like I wanted to have by the end of the year, which I know is annoying because I said that we were going to do it, and I feel bad about that, but I'm just trying to be brutally honest with you. So yeah, those are the stuff. I think right now XP can be gotten if you're willing to wander off the path and do that. So it's more of a question of virtues and LIs, right?
Yeah. I'm trying to look up a question. Someone wants to know when our tier 5 of Bloody Threshold is. I'm pretty sure that's real soon here, isn't it? When we're going to be doing tier 5 for the Bloody Threshold? Yeah, I'm going to have to look that one up. I'm pretty sure I saw that in the near future here, though. So.
Yeah, our current schedule is hoping to try to squeeze in 6 mans in a raid before Gundabad. I'm not making any promises, but our goal is to have more group content, and so you don't have to wait all the way until that happens.
Instances. Oh, yeah, okay, here we go.
They got to
one
turn
of
off
our
the
own
Microsoft
employees
Teams.
is in chat and just sent it to me. Ultimately, that should be in one of our upcoming patches here in the real near future. The exact date is not something I'd want to announce today, but it should be in our next
Mute
patch.
Microsoft Teams. Say you're busy.
That should be just fine. So it should be. It's currently set for 28.2, and that's the plan for the tier 5 of the Bloody Threshold.
Oh, TwitchCon. Oh, cool.
Yeah. All right.
I don't see any good questions.
You know, we've got about 3 minutes left here before we're kind of going to wrap things up. So now's a
I know,
great
I'm
time
really sorry.
to ask any kind of outstanding questions here. And I did just want to thank you, for being here, Sev. So.
Sure. For communication follow-up, right now I can't promise exact dates while we are all working from home. There's certain challenges here that we have to accept, and certain communications that are just harder when we can't all gather together in the office. So if you're asking for when will the exact dates be, I really can't promise that right now. Let's see. I'm scrolling fast.
I know it is.
Yeah. All right. What else do you want to address in the 1 minute I have left?
I don't know. What should we do?
Trait point
points?
Yeah.
Right now, players can earn more trait points than they can spend. Do we ever want them to be able to spend all their trait points? Right now, they earn more than they can spend because it gives you several options of which to earn those trait points from. So you're not required to do a certain piece of content at a certain level band or whatever.
macOS client is a bigger discussion, but we would like to hopefully get that back up and running. We're kind of eyeing Wine and seeing how that goes. Fellowship maneuvers we love. I don't know that they're useful right now. I would love to revisit, but I have no news on that.
New hobbies. We've talked about our interest in doing new hobbies, but we've not really brought
They
forth
really
any
should have
solid
new
plans
hobbies.
to do that kind of thing.
Low-tro players love
honestly
hobbies.
talked about like the new hobby discussion, and still the team would kill me.
I know. All right. Well, hey, you know what? Let's wrap it up here. I really do want to thank everyone in Twitch chat. You have all been fantastic here tonight. I really want to thank you.
That was not as much of a bloodbath as I thought.
Providing just excellent questions to fill an hour full of hopefully Q&A that's of value to you. So thank you very much, Sev, for being with us here today. And maybe we'll be doing something like this here in the future. Okay.
Awesome. Thanks, everyone. I'm sorry that there were questions I couldn't get to. Some of these are like really specific now, though. Like I don't know if I have enough time.
Welcome to
thanks,
my noon
everybody.
hour. Yeah, have fun, everyone. Bye-bye.
And they're no longer live. Look at that. So that was the stream. Quick takeaways from some of those discussions. So let's see. What did we learn? We learned that the pandemic affected the business. We learned that they are like, I'm trying to think of the big takeaways. That basically they've been eyeing the VIP and they don't really have any current plans, but they appreciate people who are VIP. So it's kind of like an inconclusive answer there. That's probably going to bleed into DDO as well. It's kind of a similar thing. We learned that they are considering doing more free quests, Lotro free quests, again, which could also potentially mean DDO free quests as well if you're the only person that cares about Dungeons & Dragons Online. So that's also an option. Yeah, so that was kind of cool. They talked about how Brawler class is coming next year, as well as Good to Bad expansion. They're also making level agnostic content, which I think is important. I'm curious if we'll ever get something like that in DDO as well, like level agnostic content. I don't think we will, but I'd like to see something like that. That would be very cool. And yeah, overall, it was more just interesting to get to hear them talk about the subject and the ideas. Like sometimes when it comes to some of this stuff, it's just complicated, you know? It's just complicated. And hearing about some of the work, it's kind of cool. I think that overall, a lot of people are. I think that some of the things that were very difficult to talk about that they couldn't get in the weeds about is stuff like class balance and stuff, because they had their class balance people working on other stuff. So there probably is somebody with a Google Doc somewhere being like, or like they have something written down where it's like, this is what we're gonna do, but it's not like front of mind sort of thing. So it's hard to talk about those things. But yeah, it was an interesting thing to watch for sure. Like I said, my big takeaways is one, I'm surprised at how the percentage of people who are watching, that in fact it was not a bloodbath. There's 500 and some people watching, and like I said, they didn't murder anyone. There's no like calling for someone's head. What I do think that they should have done is they should have gotten in contact with a Lotro streamer. They should have picked a Lotro streamer that they work with and support, and then what they could have done is totally hosted that person after it was over and transferred 500 viewers to that person. That would have been very cool. Yeah, the expansion's coming out later, that sort of stuff. I don't know. It was pretty neat. I'm overall pretty happy about that. I'm just double checking some of the stuff here that they talked about. And basically also went through, is there a way to give more allies you can get for Valor in your character? Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I don't know. I think overall it was more interesting. It was kind of just something that was fun to listen to, more than anything else. I don't think we learned anything super crazy. Just the idea that they're thinking about what they want to do for some other stuff in the future, in terms of like the general planning. And I think that some of that stuff, like I said, the scope of that is kind of large. But yeah, I don't know. Very interesting. Very interesting. I think that they should do this more often. And I don't mean like more often as in like every week. That would be crazy. And I don't think they should do this more often as in like every month. I'm thinking like ideally once a quarter. They don't have to, because it's not even like they're talking about new features and things that they're working on and giving specifics, right? We didn't get any specifics about anything. We found out something is coming out in the fall, and basically it was nice to hear, like half of the time I was just listening to the story of what happened on Evernight and how they fixed it. Like that's just kind of interesting to know that the people are working on it. Hearing about the problems and how things are getting solved is cool to hear about the passion. Also, we talked about how they're hiring and they're looking for more people so they can expand their thing. They're talking about what some of their plans and their goals are and why they want to do these things. And it helps people understand. I don't know, I think it's good. Also, how'd you do, man? What's up? I hope you're having a good afternoon. I'm having a great afternoon. I'm having such a good afternoon that I'm actually going to end the live stream here because I have to end a little bit early. I have something come up in the middle of this, which is horrible because Ferelli just converted his Prime Gaming sub into a Tier 1 sub right at the end of the live stream. Because unfortunately I did have something come up in real life that I do have to attend to, and so I was kind of putting off right until the end of this, and I unfortunately cannot put it off anymore. So we're going to cut the stream an hour early today. I apologize for that. But that is going to be the end of it. So thank you guys for watching. It's been a fantastic time. Consider following the stream and dinging the bell if you want to make sure you get notified every single time I live stream here. We will be back tomorrow at 10 a.m. to talk about some more stuff, and it should be pretty fun, and I'm looking forward to doing that sort of thing. So if you like that, we will see you guys tomorrow. But that being said, that's pretty much it. So consider subscribing if you like the show and you want to see more stuff. And yeah, again, I really appreciate everyone tuned in today. I had a lot of fun playing through stuff and talking about some stuff. This stuff is really exciting. I'm going to formalize my thoughts. It's hard to have like a gut reaction. Overall, I think like I said, they talk about how the free content and getting new content is good. It's actually, know what? Before I go, there's something I do want to talk about. So because this actually pertains to DDO a lot. So what he talked about was that in the Lord of the Rings expansions, if they make really big expansions, then some people don't play all of the content, right? Because there's too much content, and then some people can't get into it and play it. This is also a problem in another game you might have heard of called Dungeons and Dragons Online. Some quests are long, and long quests don't get played. Consider how many people in here have had the opportunity to play through and finish Ravenloft, versus how many people have played through and finished the Haunted Halls of Evening Star, right? Haunted Halls of Evening Star is a really cool quest. It's iconic, it's interesting, it fits in the game, the world, the lore building, it's delightful, it's beautiful, it's just crunchy, it's awesome. But it's so long that it makes it difficult for you to want to get into it and do it. And the longer that quests are, the less interesting they are to people in a lot of cases, which isn't to say we should have all short quests, but that the majority of the quests should be these bite-sized consumable adventures. If you look at something like Fables of the Feywild, I think there's only like 2 quests that, if you're just running through to the end, are going to last you more than 10 minutes. Right? So, they've changed their strategy on their quests where they are adding high-quality quests that are shorter and more interesting in DDO, and they've been doing that a lot in recent times, and I think they're going to be continuing to do that, which I think is both a good trend for players, because the quests get more interesting and better, because instead of having longer quests with more packs of guys, you have shorter quests with more interesting packs of guys and more interesting rooms and stuff to look at and check out. And I really like that, and I think that the decision is good for the future. Yeah, what goes up is a long quest, but there's also other long quests in there, like Tracker's Trap and stuff like that, and or the Break in the Ice. But then also that whole quest pane. Think of the Stormhorns. Stormhorns is big, epic, massive, big, which is very cool, and it should happen every once in a while. But that shouldn't be the majority of quests. The expectation should be something that's consumable, because that's what the average player is going to do. Anyway, I just thought that was an interesting observation that they're doing that in both games, and I think it's cool, and I think it's a good development. That being said, that is the end of the live stream, so thank you for watching. I hope you have a fantastic time. I'm not going to tell you to buy any shirts today, because you know what? You don't need to hear about that every day. I don't need to tell you that you should buy high-quality polyester cotton blend t-shirts that just cover your whole body and make you feel warm and fuzzy, and also you get to represent Strim Tom and the merch. I don't need to tell you that. I'm not going to tell you that every day. Give you a break, so you don't have to worry about that. But thank you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your entire day, and I will see you all tomorrow.